All right, so we're back after a long hiatus of streams to practice Pioneer for upcoming DreamHack Atlanta. So first things first, I am playing Nykthos. So Nykthos is the Pioneer deck that I own in paper, and it's the Pioneer deck that I have the most experience with. And originally, so obviously I knew that I was qualified for DreamHack Atlanta, so I figured I would just in the last 2 weeks leading up to the event, I would practice the deck just to make sure that I'm up to date with the format, that I've got enough reps in with the deck, and just to iron out exactly how many copies of certain specific cards I wanted to use. And then the Discover mechanic was in Lost Caverns of Ixalan, and that's thrown a giant wrench into the metagame. So now I'm kind of having to reevaluate. So for those who do not know what the Discover mechanic is, it's basically Cascade. There's a few differences between how it works, but de facto, basically it's Cascade. That's essentially what it is. So there's 2 different versions. So the first one is the Quintorius conned version. So basically what they do is, of course, you play cards that are technically mana value greater than whatever your Cascade payoff spell or your Cascade enabler spell is, so that you can interact with people early on and then win the game. So this deck, for example, has Consigned to Oblivion, which is technically 7 mana, but you can just pay the 2 mana Consigned to bounce stuff. Virtue of Persistence, -3 on the adventure side, but the front side is 7 mana. Leyline Binding, same deal. So you got these cards, and then you've got cards like, Trumpeting Carnosaur. Also, you can ditch it for 3 mana to bolt something. And then you've got a little bit of ramp in Greater Tanuki and Beanstalk Giant, which are both ways that you can ramp into Quintorius. So the idea is to control the board with some bounce or removal spells in the first 3 turns. Preferably on turn 3, you ramp with one of these spells, Beanstalk or Greater Tanuki. Some versions will have Treasure Makers, whatever. You want to get Quintorius down on turn 4. So turn 4, you play Quintorius, you -3 it, you discover 4 right here. And this will cascade into a 4-drop. And so, of course, if you separate this by mana values, the only 4 drops in the deck are Clever Impersonator and Spark Double. So you will cast one of these cards. It will trigger Quintorius' static ability, which is whenever you cast a spell from exile, Quintorius deals 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life. And in the case of Spark Double copies a permanent, or rather, it copies a creature or planeswalker you control, but it's non-legendary. So if you get Clever Impersonator, it just comes in as a new copy of Quintorius, and you go again. If you have Spark Double, it comes in as a copy of Quintorius that is not legendary. So then you'll have 2 Quintoriuses. And so you'll just keep triggering Quintorius' static ability to drain 2 off the opponent. And these 6 clones alone will be enough to do that. So there's this version. And then there's the one I'm calling Geological Cascade, which is using Geological Appraiser as the main payoff here. So once again, if we sort by mana value, as you can see, Geological Appraiser, this is our Discover 3 at 4 mana guy. And we only have these as our 3 drops in the deck. Everything else technically costs more, although once again, we have ways of casting things for cheaper. So we can use Elemental Masterpiece, Creative Outburst, and Magma Opus are all cards that have a double red-blue hybrid activated ability that lets you discard them to make a treasure token. So any of these cards, you can just discard them on turn 2 to make a treasure, and then on turn 3, cast Geological Appraiser. And then when you cast Geological Appraiser, you'll cascade into one of 2 things. You'll either hit Glasspool Mimic, which you'll cast, and then that will just copy Geological Appraiser, and then you'll go again. Or you'll hit Eldritch Evolution. So Eldritch Evolution will sacrifice Geological Appraiser, and then you will go grab Trumpeting Carnosaur, which has Discover 5, which can then also grab any of these cards. So the Carnosaur will either hit Appraiser, Glasspool Mimic, Eldritch Evolution. So you just do that. You put every Appraiser, Glasspool Mimic, and Eldritch Evolution into a Carnosaur that you can have out into your deck. And then when you hit the last Eldritch Evolution, so you only have 1 Eldritch Evolution left, instead of grabbing a Carnosaur, you grab Doomscar Titan, which is ETB, creatures you control get +1, 0, and haste. So you'll have a giant board of stuff. And then you just haste and kill your opponent with the giant board. And then you got a little bit of interaction in Bedecked Bedazzle over here, a -3 on toughness. Same deal, like you can have Consigned to Oblivion. There's any number of cards that you could play that get around the Discover Cascade restriction, while technically allowing you to still interact. So this version, unlike the Quintorius version, is slightly faster because Appraiser is 1 mana cheaper, but it does have the downside that if your opponent has anything that can kill the Appraiser. So let's say, you play Appraiser, trigger on the stack, your opponent kills the Appraiser. Now, if you cascade into Evolution, you can't Evolution anything. And if you cascade to Glasspool Mimic, the Glasspool Mimic has nothing to copy. So this one is 1 turn faster, but also more interactable. So whichever version you pick, the big thing with these decks is that they're basically one card kill decks. All you need is to cast one single Quintorius Con or one single Geological Appraiser, and you win the game. So one card combo deck. And this has caused the format to completely warp around these new decks to the point where anything that either can't race them, so that can't beat them on like turn 3 or 4 consistently, or that doesn't have any interaction for either Geological Appraiser or Quintorius, is essentially a dead deck. So that is like hugely format warping. So this puts a bit of a wrench in the plan of playing the Nykthos deck, because Nykthos has, one, no way to interact with either of those decks at all, and two, it's definitely not as fast as Geological Appraiser. You can't win on turn 3. Quintorius you might be able to race, although again, you're not as consistent. It's also caused the format to warp around those decks, so now the decks that are seeing a lot more play than usual are things like Arclight Phoenix, Blue-White Control, Humans, like decks that can race them or that can interact with them, especially using counter spells or using like instant speed red removal or something to kill the Geological Appraiser on the stack. And that causes problems for this deck, because now if there's more counter spells running around, if there's more creature removal running around, it means that Nykthos isn't as good. So the main things today that I want to establish, I want to figure out, is this deck still viable with the Cascade decks in the format? So basically, is there a way to tweak this deck so that it can beat the Cascade decks? Like, is there a sideboard card that we can play or something? Or maybe are we fast enough to race them in some cases? 2, how does it fare against the rest of the metagame? How much of the metagame is the Cascade deck? Like, if the Cascade deck is a horrible matchup for Nykthos, then how much of the metagame is it? Can we accept that we'll just lose to that deck when we play it and still play this anyway? Or does it represent too much of the metagame? And I also want to establish if Blossoming Tortoise is good in this deck. So for those not in the know, Blossoming Tortoise is 4 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, you mill 3 cards, then you return a land card from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So kind of a mini Cavalier of Thorns. It's got that same kind of effect, but it's only 3 cards. And then its activated abilities of lands you control cost 1 less to activate. So Nykthos costs 1 less. So essentially it's like having triple devotion here because of this ability. And then land creatures you control get +1/+1. That's barely relevant. That's only relevant if you animate a layer of the Hydra. But primarily the first 2 abilities. So the benefits of the Tortoise are that obviously it's playing into the combo game plan of Nykthos. It's milling 3 cards and potentially finding you more lands, especially Nykthos as a land. And it's a triple devotion essentially on turn 4. It's another card that you can storm into. The downsides to it are one other upside is that all of your creatures are odd mana values for the most part. Blossoming Tortoise is even mana value, so it doesn't get killed by extinction event. That's like a very small upside. And then the downsides are, of course, that it's 3 toughness, which means it dies to most of the removal in the format, like especially all the red burn spells. While it can trigger when you attack with it, attacking with a 3/3 is kind of dubious, especially in this deck. So if the Tortoise isn't good, then I'd probably default just back to playing. So the making room for the Tortoise is cutting one of the Oath of Nisas down to 3 copies and cutting Polukranos down to just a single copy. So if the Tortoises weren't here, I'd probably just run 4 Oath to Polukranos. As far as the sideboard goes, pretty similar, just to go through them all quickly. So ignoring the combo stuff for a second, we've got another Cityscape in the sideboard because sometimes you just need a big bomb that can blow stuff up. Damping Sphere, primarily this is for Lotus Field, but it can actually interact with the Discover decks. Darksteel Citadel, sometimes you're just missing a land and you need one more. Godpharaoh Statue, this can also interact, of course, with the Discover decks if we have enough mana to use it. And it just hits other spell decks like Arclight Phoenix. Sometimes we have enough mana to cast this. Haywire Might is just generically good sideboard hate against artifacts and enchantments. Pithing Needle, sometimes you need to name something. In particular, also you can name Quintorius Con for those versions of the Discover deck. Sky Sovereign, sometimes you need to kill stuff. Filigree Silex, this is in here primarily to stop the tokens that are generated out of creativity decks. So the decks that are relying on Indomitable Creativity and Transmogrify as ways of turning their like Murex tokens or other tokens into Atraxa or Torrential Gearhulk or whatever. This is primarily in there to stop that. Sometimes it can kill aggro, but it's slow. So primarily this is in here just for those token decks. Tormod's Crypt for the graveyard. It's occasionally relevant to Tormod's Crypt against Greasefang because the Greasefang deck may have a way to kill Karn off. Also decks like Neoform Atraxa. Like there's various decks that will run graveyard. Sometimes you want it against Phoenix. And then Transmogrifying Wand is when you need to kill one singular threat. So this is in here usually for something like Thing in the Ice or Shieldred. Like there's just a big creature threat on the other side of the board that you need to kill. So that's what Transmogrify is for. And then all of the rest of the sideboard cards are for enabling the combo. So Chain Veil and Pestilent Cauldron, but really Restorative Burst are necessary for the combo. And then Stonebrain can be used to pick off sometimes combo decks like the Discover, Lotus Field, things like that. But it's primarily the win con for when you have the combo going, because it lets you just strip all the cards out of your opponent's deck. It's basically the Walking Ballista, since Walking Ballista isn't legal. And then Woodcaller Automaton and Ancestral Statue are the ways of basically getting your combo going when you don't quite have enough resources. So Woodcaller Automaton lets you untap Nykthos, and it adds 2 more green pips to the battlefield for your devotion count. And Ancestral Statue lets you bounce Kiora back to your hand. So after you've activated the Chain Veil multiple times, you can sometimes go Statue, bounce Kiora back to your hand, replay Kiora, and then Kiora will have multiple activations to untap Nykthos again. So those are basically the main sideboard cards. There's not really too much else that I would care to sideboard. If I did want to slot in something else, the most cuttable cards in the sideboard are Wand, Tormod's Crypt, depending on the metagame, because sometimes Graveyard Hate doesn't matter, Filigree Silex, and sometimes, like, Darksteel Citadel is pretty mediocre, although sometimes you do want it, and then maybe the Statue. Like, Statue and or Woodcaller, but I think you want at least one of them. So those are the primary uses for the sideboard cards. And I say I've gotten a lot of comments, so let me just go ahead and read the chat for a second. Yeah, the deck feels terrible against the Discover decks. I haven't played a single match with it so far, but just looking at it, I'd imagine it's pretty bad. Just add Soulless Jailer to your sideboard. Soulless Jailer doesn't do anything. Print Counterspell into Pioneer. Pioneer does need actually good counterspells. I think Monolink would be a good addition. Has good stats, so it doesn't die to Carnosaurus. Problem is Discover is faster than Karn. Yeah, that's a problem. Like, sometimes you can go let Karn grab Damping Sphere. So Damping Sphere is... I guess I'll talk about sideboard cards in a bit. Yeah, you can add more copies to the main. True, worth a try. Thankfully, I play Blue Spirit, so this Meta Warp is good for... Oh yeah, Spirits is also more prevalent than normal because it has counterspells that interact with the Discover deck while also having an actual clock with aggro creatures. And Spirits is a terrible matchup for Nykthos. Watching Pioneer's meta, quote-unquote, evolve over the last few months is really painful. Formats get more powerful and make way for new, lower-powered formats. Soulless Jailer's problem is that it turns off your Cavaliers, though. It also only affects non-creature spells, so it doesn't stop Geological Appraiser from hitting clones. It doesn't stop Quintorius from hitting clones either. So Soulless Jailer actually doesn't work. Maybe replace Cavaliers with Silverback Elders? Nah, Cavaliers better. Still can't believe they printed Mississippi River into Pioneer. Yeah, like, the fact that they reprinted Cascade just means abandon all hope that they'll ever design... I think they... Okay, this is going to sound really insulting, and I don't mean it this way, but I feel like whatever system they have in place right now for Wizards card design, whether it is just like the nature of how they've set up their set designs, if they're playtesting incorrectly or they're not playtesting enough, maybe the avalanche of products, like, product fatigue, maybe they're stretched too thin to test well, or maybe it's literally the talent, like maybe it is actually the designers are incompetent. Whatever the case may be, I think Wizards at this point, has proven that they are incapable of designing balanced and fun formats. The fact that they printed a new Cascade is just baffling. Getting Farewell out of Blue-White Lotus isn't small either. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Silverback also gets nicked. Yeah, Silverback's just not good. Like, it's just not good enough. Cavalier, it's not even just that Cavalier's the better card. Silverback is just actually not good enough. Why does Soulless Jailer not work? Because it only applies to non-creatures. It doesn't hit creatures, which means all the Discover stuff, except it does stop Eldritch Evolution, but it doesn't stop Glasspull Mimic and the other clones. Wizards are dumb if they thought making Cascade ETB into format without good answers to Cascade is dumb. Yeah, all right. So there's a couple of options for us to be able to beat the Discover deck. So one is just play more Damping Spheres, right? So Damping Sphere obviously has the huge problem that it stops our Nykthos from generating a bunch of mana. So if a Damping Sphere is in play, we can't combo off. But if a Damping Sphere is in play, they can't combo off either, which means we can overwhelm them with just superior threats, be it Cavaliers, Cityscape Levelers, whatever. The problem is that most of the Discover decks will play cards like Consigned to Oblivion that just bounce this. So permanent-based answers don't work. It's the same kind of problem as Lotus Field, where Lotus Field will have Besajus and Otawaras. But Damping Sphere, you do still play to beat Lotus Field. So it depends. So one possibility is that we could shave maybe like 2 sideboard slots and play 3 Damping Spheres in our sideboard. So that's one option. The second option is there are colorless instants, Warping Whale and Spatial Contortion. So to start with, Warping Whale, the only part of this card that's relevant is counter target sorcery spell. That stops Eldritch Evolution, but it doesn't hit anything else, so that's just out right there. Spatial Contortion can kill Geological Appraiser, but of course the problem is that in our deck we only have 4 ways of producing colorless mana via Nykthos or like Karning into a Darksteel Citadel. Otherwise, we don't have a way to produce colorless mana, which means we can never consistently be able to cast Spatial Contortion. Therefore, that's out. The next option is just straight up Fog. So let's say our opponent is on the Geological Appraiser plan. They put a ton of creatures into play and haste attack us. We cast Fog, we blank their attack. The problem with Fog is that it does not stop the Quintorius version. And secondly, even if we do have Fog at the right time, they still have a board full of gigantic creatures that they can just kill us with next turn. So unless we can literally win the turn after they attack us, the card is useless. And it doesn't stop the Quintorius version. And then lastly, so there's Tail Swipe and Cosmic Hunger. So these are instant speed fight spells. So Tail Swipe is instant speed for just having one of our creatures fight one of their creatures. So this is a way in green that we can have instant speed interaction to kill Geological Appraiser. Cosmic Hunger is 2 mana, but it also hits Planeswalkers. So this one allows us to kill Quintorius. And also, these cards are not irrelevant versus like aggro decks, for example. The problem is that once again, like I've tried playing fight spells against the aggro decks in the past. And the problem is that the only like you never ever want to fight with your elves because they can't kill anything. And Cavalier is too slow. It's just too slow to ever have realistically be able to have like a Cavalier plus a fight spell up or to even get to Cavalier before you need to use the fight spell. So that just leaves like Old Growth and Pelucranos. And even if we're not playing the Tortoise version of the deck, we would just be playing like 1, maybe 2 more Pelucranoses. So that's only really 7 creatures in the whole deck that we can actually fight with. And so the problem is it just winds up being like you need to have the fight spell. You need to have mana open for the fight spell on the same turn that they go for their Cascade plan. You need to have a creature that's big enough that your fight spell can kill their guy. Like, it's too many things that need to go right. So again, today I'm just testing for how bad is the Discover matchup. If it's truly lopsided enough, do we need to switch decks? That may be possible. If we don't need to switch decks, either because the matchup isn't as terrible as it looks or because it's just not a big enough percent of the metagame that we can afford to have an auto loss to it when we do face it, then we'll stick with this. But otherwise, if it's like Discover's literally everywhere and we just cannot beat it, then I'm going to have to figure out another deck for Atlanta. And then the problem is, what other deck do I play? So last regional championship that I was at, it was Standard, and I brought Esper Legends, even though I really wanted to play more of one of those Atraxa decks that was playing like the Cruelty of Gix and those types of strategies. I was convinced into playing Esper Legends. And what I realized from that experience was that you should just play the deck that you have the most fun with. Now, that deck does still need to be good enough that you can actually win with the deck, but you shouldn't play a deck that you think is like 1% better than another deck if you don't like playing that deck. Because if you show up and then, like, first of all, let's just get this out of the way. Magic's a game and you're playing it to have fun. Yes, there's big prizes on the line, but, you know, if you're going to do something and not have any fun with it, there's better ways to make money than playing Magic tournaments. So you should play a deck that you want to have fun with. The second thing is, you know, unless you're in a Hogak situation where literally there's one deck that's clearly leagues better than every other deck in the format, having a deck that is maybe, and you're not even 100% sure about that, 1% better than the deck that you'd actually like to play, just play the deck that you want, because there's no guarantee of success. And if you wind up losing, well, at least you had fun playing the deck. Whereas if you bring a deck that you don't actually like, then you're not only losing, but you're not having fun doing it. It's very hard to be good at something you hate. That's another thing. Like, you inherently are motivated to play better and practice more with a deck that you like as opposed to a deck that you don't. So that leaves the Pioneer metagame. So here's all the decks from Pioneer that I've accumulated over time. So if I don't play Nykthos, I think I have enough time to get all of these cards in paper if I actually needed to switch decks. So the main question is, what other deck would I actually have fun playing with? So the category is, I personally need to find the deck fun. and the deck has to actually be good enough. So like Widespread Thieving is not a good enough deck. A Sararak combo probably is not as good as other things. I don't like playing, usually for the most part, I don't like playing aggro tempo decks. So that takes Angels out. Archfiend Alteration is just a worse version of Rakdos Midrange. Atraxa Red's an aggro deck, so that's out. Bant Spirits is worse than other versions of Spirits. Boggles is an aggro deck. Boros Convoke's an aggro deck. Boros Heroic and Pia are both aggro decks. I don't like playing linear combos, so that takes out any versions of the Creativity decks. Dimir Oracle's not good enough. I do really like the Splicer combo, but it's just not good enough to compete with at that level. Same thing with Elementals. Elves is okay. I don't really like it that much. I'm not sure how good it is even. Enigmatic Fires is a type of deck that I do enjoy, but there's so many versions of it. There's so many individual card choices. I'm not sure that I would even like pick an optimal list for this, especially with so little time left to actually test with it. But that is a possibility. So Enigmatic Fires is one possibility. And Soul Artifact is an aggro deck. I'm not going to get on the Discover decks myself because they're just linear combo decks that I don't really enjoy. They're also the decks that I think I'm missing the most cards from because I haven't picked up anything from Ixalan, so they're the most expensive decks to get, rather. Although not by much. Goblins is aggro, I don't like. I definitely don't like Greasefang. Grinning Ignis is fine play pattern-wise, but I just don't think the deck's that good. Gruul Possibility Storm is another option. I do like it, so that's one other deck that I could switch to, although, again, like, it's not great. Also, I need to read Possibility Storm. Does this stop Discover? Whenever a player casts a spell from their hand. So it stops Appraiser. So it stops the initial Cascader. Okay. But not necessarily anything else, or if they happen to hit a Cascader off of the Storm trigger. Something with Thoughtseize. No, Thoughtseize is not good against the Discover decks. I don't like Boats. I've tried playing it before. I don't really like any of the Coco decks. Garuda's not good. Hammer's not good. Humans that are not mono-white are worse than the mono-white human deck, and mono-white humans is an aggro deck. I don't like playing it. I do like playing Jeskai Ascendancy a lot. Although, again, less time to test with it, less time to find an optimal version, and there's more decks that are hostile to it because the Discover decks are all over the place. That's warped the metagame so that there are more decks playing counter spells and instant speed interaction for creatures in the format than there ever have been, which makes combo decks that rely on having specific things, like in the case of Jeskai Ascendancy, it's specifically having things like Emry and Ascendancy in play. The format's more hostile to them than anything else. Junsack and Rakdos Sack I don't really like. Kinnon Combo is fine, although it's basically in the same category as the Discover decks, and it's probably just worse than them, so I would not bring that. I don't like Lotus Field. This isn't good enough. 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 I don't like playing Neo Atraxa. Nivdelite's fine. I'm not really that big of a fan of it. Then there's, of course, Nykthos. Phoenix is one of the other good decks in the format right now, but I've played Phoenix before and I don't really like it, so I wouldn't play Phoenix. Same thing with Rakdos Midrange. I've played it before. I've got all the cards for it. It's fine. I don't particularly like it. Rogues is bad. Rona Combo is pretty good, but once again, we're playing a format where everyone's hostile to Geological Appraiser, meaning there's more instant speed removal than there ever has been. The Soren Galta deck, there's two different versions of it. I'm not even sure how good it is. I'm also missing like all the cards from the deck other than like the land base. I would have to spend easily $100+ to pick it up. So that one I'm pretty much just going to veto right away. Soul Flayer is not good. Storm Herald I like, but I think it's just a worse deck than a lot of the other decks you could play. Transmogrifiers is worse than Enigmatic Fires. Transmog Atraxa is basically an Atraxa cheat deck that's not on the Neoform plan, or if it is, that's not the primary plan. I don't think it's that great. Blue-White Control, I do have all the cards for Blue-White Control, I think, and Blue-White Lotus, so I could switch to those. These decks are fine, and then I'm not really a fan of Spirits. So I do have a number of options for other things I could play. Let me just tab all these open. All right, so there's Lotus Control, which I believe this version is favored right now over the traditional Blue-White Control, specifically because Strict Proctor counters all of the Discover triggers since they rely on entering the battlefield as opposed to traditional Cascade. Problem being, I don't have nearly as much experience with this deck, although I could test it. I believe I have everything in this deck, though. Like, I think I own all of these cards already, so I don't have to pick up anything if I do decide to play this. So, yeah, if I was going to pick a control deck, it would be the Strict Proctor version. Rona Combo is fine. Although, again, I'm hesitant to play any deck that is entirely relying on resolving and then passing the turn with a 3 toughness creature. Although you don't always have to pass the turn because of Tyvar. and sometimes you can just go grab Atraxa, but it's kind of iffy. So I can potentially, these are potential tests. Like if I run Nykthos today or tomorrow or whatever, and I find that Nykthos is just horrible in the current metagame, then I will test all of these other decks. Kinnon's Song, this is the version of Kinnon that's playing Song of Creation. So this is basically the same idea as the Discover decks, except you have to resolve a whole lot more cards than just one copy of a Discover card. So I think this one is just vetoed. Jeskai Ascendancy is the same deal. It's also a Rona deck that's also running Ascendancy. But it has, like, sometimes you can win with Emery. But I think Jeskai Ascendancy is probably just not good enough. I'm not sure. And then Gruul Possibility Storm is a mid-range deck where you're trying to get to Possibility Storm and then cast an adventure spell like Lovestruck Beast, and then you just adventure into Enter the Infinite. So it's another combo deck. Again, with more counterspells running around than normal, this deck's probably got more hate against it. Although the fact that it can play like a decent mid-range plan is kind of nice. So this one's probably worth testing as well. And then there's Enigmatic Fires. And then that just leaves Nykthos. All right. Guess I'll download these in case I wind up playing them. Export this one for Moto. Export this one for Moto. And then the Lotus version of Control. All right. You 5-0'd with the Possibility Storm deck. You have to play it. Yeah, that's one option. All right, so let's just start running some leagues with Nykthos and see if it's still viable. Also, online, you can't do Stonebrain loops because they take too long, so that is just one factor to keep in mind. But if you get to the point where you could loop Stonebrains, if you have enough time, then you should be able to win anyway. You can a lot of times just Stonebrain your opponent enough times that you strip all their threats out of their deck, like anything that could reasonably beat you, and then just stop looping and pass the turn and then just overwhelm them with having a better board. All right, so let's go ahead and let's jump into this. And by the way, thank you for the sub, Kiwi Monifa. All right, so Pioneer, League. All right, so let's find out how bad's Nykthos against Discover. It seems like it ought to be pretty freaking bad. All right, so we're on the play. League 1, Match 1 with the Tortoise version of Nykthos. We only have one land, but I do think this hand's keepable. They're a Giganta deck. All right, we'll keep this. All right, let's get back into this. It's been a while. The Forest, cast this, over to them. I watch most of the videos you play, and I think you were meant to say think. They're always quite interesting to watch, regardless of what you play. When do you think the Pauper videos will be posted? I didn't watch the streams. The Pauper videos are coming out. When do I have them scheduled for? The first Pauper video is scheduled to release on December 19th. There's a lot of Modern, Pioneer, and Legacy to get through before that. All right, so now we have to Oath of Nissa. All right, so we got to grab another land. What is this thing? Warden of the Inner Sky has 3 or more counters on it. It's got Flying and Vigilance. Tap 3 untapped artifacts and/or creatures you control. Put a +1 counter on it. Scry 1, activate only as a sorcery. Okay, so I assume this is Boros Convoke. So play this. Let's play another Elf. Let's cast another Oath of Nissa. All right, here I want Cavalier. And then back over to them. The Marathons are my favorite. Warden is new stock in Convoke. Yeah, seems natural. Resolute Reinforcements, they're just maining it. I assume they're going to activate this thing. Yeah. So it gets a +1 counter whenever you tap it, and it can tap itself and 2 other creatures, or just 3 creatures in general. All right, so what do I do here? I can play Kiora, and then I'll have 2 mana and can't do anything else. Or I can just play Blossoming Tortoise. If the Tortoise bricks, then I don't have enough mana to do other things next turn. But if it bricks, then I'm not drawing lands in the next 3 turns anyway. All right, let's just cast the Tortoise. Trigger. All right, we hit Nykthos, so back over to them. I also see the UI has changed slightly since the last time I was on Moto. All right, convoking out Knight Errant. They reveal Emodane's Recruiter and Thraben. So I assume we're dead next turn. This has got to be a massive amount of damage coming in, right? +1 everything. All right, so Nykthos is for 1, 2. I can't attack with the turtle because they have a 4/4. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the Nykthos, 6, 7 mana. If I play Kiora, I can untap one of these lands and then activate Nykthos for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and cast Storm. If I just cast Storm right now, that leaves me with 1 floating. I think I'm just dead regardless, right? I'm going to take way too much damage. The land comes in tapped, right? Yeah. Oh, wait, no. This costs 1 less. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can play Troll and then activate Nykthos, right? So I go Troll, and then Nykthos is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I go Storm and potentially go off. If I play Kiora, so I go Kiora, activate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Activate Kiora. All right, so let's do that. So Kiora, then activate Nykthos, then untap Nykthos, then cast Troll, trigger, draw card, activate Nykthos again. And then I should probably just storm here. All right, Karn and another Nykthos. That should win the game, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Karn, Nykthos. Keep this one, and then activate this for green. Activate this. All right, let's just go. Let's just make sure to grab Chain Veil. I think we just win now, right? So Chain Veil is 8 mana. That takes me down to 5. I activate Nykthos again, down to 4, then up to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, that's fine. So Chain Veil, activate, minus. So if I minus on Chain Veil, activate Chain Veil, I minus on Nykthos, I can still activate Nykthos and make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So that should be fine. So let's minus Karn again. And let's grab Automaton, I guess. No, actually, that will turn this into a creature, which means I can't tap it anymore. Yeah, let's just grab Statue. It's here. Activate. It's here. Activate Nykthos. Plus on this clue, cast Statue. Resolve the ability. Bounce Kiora back to my hand. Recast Kiora. Minus here. Untap Nykthos. Tap Nykthos. All right. So they've conceded. We had the win. We just had to go through the motions. So against Boros Convoke, I don't think I change anything. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just keep this exactly the same. So yeah, again, as evidenced by that game, like the issue is not whether Nykthos is still a good deck. The issue is how big of a presence in the metagame are the Discover decks. What is combo win con? How do you kill them? You loop Stonebrain over and over and exile their whole deck. But on Moto, you don't have the time to do that. So on Moto, you just Stonebrain like any threats that they could kill you with, and then you just slam a bunch of threats on the board and kill them. This hand's not great, but it is good enough to keep, I think, so I'm going to keep it. Chariot might want to come in. I've tried Essica's Chariot before in the sideboard, and it just always sucks. It's never enough of a blocking presence to actually stop any aggro attacks, and it's not good at pressuring the opponent either. Gleeful on that. All right, this might be rough. Ooh, and then they're going to convoke this. Yeah, all right, we're dead. It's just going to take too long to get stuff online. Locks it on. So now I go Wolf Willow, and then we get attacked for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 14. Yeah, we're dead. Let's go to game 3. Is there any consideration of bringing in Filigree Silex in this matchup? I'm going to run it back the same way. Maybe there is a consideration to bring in Filigree on the draw, but all right, this is fine. Obviously, we're missing a payoff, but other than that, so layer, tap for an elf, go to them, Sacred Foundry into Warden, okay, Ornithopter, wow, all right, they scried to the bottom. All right, Karn's a great draw, so let's do Kiora, untap this, cast an elf, over to them. Filigree Silex would actually be really good on this board, right? I can blow up both Ornithopters. Voldaren Epicure, Blood Token, taps 3 for Warden. Do you play Ancestral Statue in paper? Yes. Oh yeah, Karn into Silex here is going to be great. Although I don't think I actually have enough mana to do all of that, do I? So no blocks, Kiora takes the hit, and then tap these for the Warden. I do need to kill this stuff though. How much mana do I have? 4, 5 with Kiora, so I'm 1 short of being able to grab the Silex. That's really rough. Oh wait, no, I have 6, right? I've got Nykthos. Oh, I have exactly enough to do it. Okay. I don't think I can afford to do anything else either. So play Karn, minus here, minus 2 here. Use the ability, go grab the Silex, cast the Silex, and I just got to blow it now. All right, back over to them. So now these guys are just going to get killed. At least Karn's dying. I assume Karn's dying. And Kiora's going to 1, right? Yeah. So Karn's dead, Kiora's at 1 token. He puts Gigantha in hand. Well, So I can't block this thing because it's got flying. Can I race them with the Hydra? I guess they have to attack Kiora, right? Like, they got to get it off the board, so this absorbs 4 damage, so I probably don't want to activate it. So let's tap these. Let's put the Wolf Willow here. And then this is 2, 3, 4, 5. Layer's not even big enough to attack through this thing. Yeah, all right, let's just pass back to them. So this thing attacks Kiora. We can't really do anything about that, so... All right, Kiora dies off, and now we're just in top deck mode. They are convoking... Venerated locks it on. All right. So they got 1 card, 1 unknown card. We drew another Nykthos. Jeez. All right. Back to them. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Layer can become a 5/5. So we can block everything except Warden. They do actually have enough mana now to cast Gigantha. Wow. All right. Train troops. Create 2 tokens with Vigilance. When it enters the battlefield... Wait, what? Oh, okay. Oh, so it's the other side of this dude. Well, we seem extremely screwed. I don't know what I could really draw at this point to get out of this. All right, no blocking this. Draw into an elf. Yep, so we're just taking massive damage next turn, right? Back over to them. Yep, cast this thing. Bushwhack the team. So I can't block this, so I'm at 6. And then I have 3 blocks potentially here, here, and here, and then 1 with the lair. So I can survive this. Let's say I just block this, right? So I'm at 6. I have to block 4 different creatures, right? Yeah, I actually have to block 4 different creatures. All right, animate this. Even if I block 4 different creatures, I'm at 3 and I'm top decking with 5 mana. Yeah, I'm dead. There's no way. All right, on to round 2. All right, League 1, match 2 on the draw. This is fine. We're obviously missing a bridge between the elf and the Karn, but it's got some good payoffs and it's got a turn 1 elf, so I'm keeping it. Like, all this hand is really missing is just any other ramp spell. So a second elf, a Wolf Willowhaven, a Kiora, any of those would be good to draw. Or like Troll, like we have a million good draws in this hand. So Swamp, no actions. All right, well, we're not gonna not cast this. So if it gets pushed, it gets pushed. Yep, it's pushed. All right, over to them. So it is Rakdos. They're still not playing anything. All right, well, back to them. Bone Crusher Giant. They didn't even bother to stomp us, eh? Huh. Well, I can't not play anything, so play Kiora. Blood Crypt. All right. Liliana of the Veil. Each player discards. Let's discard the second Nykthos. They discarded Blood Crypt. So yeah, Kiora gets hit for 4, down to 3. So I could Karn for Needle and Needle Liliana. I could Karn for Haywire Might, and then they just tick it down and kill Haywire. I think, honestly, I'm supposed to Karn for Darksteel Citadel, because I just need mana. If I Karn for Sky Sovereign, that also kills this, but it's hard to get it going after that. So let's say I Karn for Darksteel, then they can have Bone Crusher kill either one of my walkers. If they don't kill Kiora, then I have enough mana next turn to Storm. If they do kill Kiora, then I can Karn for Sky Sovereign and Sky Sovereign this. All right, let's go for it. So Karn, minus, go grab Citadel. Where is that? Darksteel. And then just over to them. If they make us discard, I'll discard Leveler. All right, which one are they killing? They're killing Karn. Liliana plus, discard Leveler. They discarded Bone Crusher. How did they have nothing to do? Wow, we drew another Karn. All right, well, tap, 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 tap. Untap this. Cast Storm. Huh. Wow. Geez. All right, I guess we're just getting 2 forests. Okay, so let's say I get 2 Llanowar Elves, right? They get to kill one of them with Liliana, and then I don't want to block the Bone Crusher with the other one, so it's essentially the same thing. Like, I'm thinking about the Nykthos Devotion count. Yeah, I may as well just grab some forests. All right, back to them. End of turn, Bitter Triumph. If they had that, I would have just done it immediately. Like, if I were them, I would have cast it immediately, not waited. So Blood Tithe plus Liliana. I guess I'm ditching Karn here. I have 3 mana for Karn, so if I did want to Karn for something, there's nothing I would really Karn for at this point. So I probably need to Leveler the Liliana. So if we don't draw land, it's going to change what happens. All right, let's ditch Karn. Then we take 4 from the Bone Crusher, we untap. If I draw a land, I'm going to grab Leveler, kill their guy, kill Lily. If I don't draw a land, then I just cast Storm, I guess. Wolf Willow. All right. Well, if I Storm, I have 1 mana left over, so I may as well play the Wolf Willow. So Wolf Willow on here, that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, all right. Storm away. All right. We've got Cavalier and Kiora, so let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. So trigger. All right, grab a forest, and then Kiora triggers. We draw a card. We drew another Nykthos. Holy crap. So actually, I can keep going here. Jesus. All right, Nykthos. Keep the new one. Untap this. I've got... Oh, maybe I actually did that prematurely. I only have 5 mana, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, I only have 6 mana. Yeah, that was premature. What if I sack the Wolf Willow here? Yeah, let's do that. All right, just pass over to them. Obviously, they can ult Lily, which is pretty rough. So if they ult Lily, I assume they give us, like, I don't know, they probably just, like, split our lands in half. Just minimize the amount of mana that we can generate. Wait, what? Oh, okay. They haven't finished making the piles yet. Surprisingly, this is the first time I've actually ever seen Lily ult on Moto. So they're going to put Kiora in one pile and the creatures in the other pile. I'm pretty sure I have to take the pile that has more mana. Yeah, like, even if I take this pile, first of all, they could just have removal for Cavalier. Secondly, even if they don't, that just puts me in a position where... All right, let's say I take this pile, right? And so if they don't have removal for Cavalier, then I just have a bigger creature on the board than they do. But then I can't actually do anything after that, because I only have 3 mana. If I take this pile, they immediately attack and kill Kiora, and then I'm left with 5 mana. Yeah, all right, let's choose this pile. Oh, I'm choosing the pile to die? Guess I should have read that clearer. I would just assume that you choose the pile to keep. So Blood Tithe kills the wolf, and then we have a Cavalier. Blood Token, discard a land, play... What is this? Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. When you do, put a +1 counter on target attacking creature. It gains trample until end of turn. whenever you discard one or more cards, exile the top, you may play that card until your next end step. Okay. So if I attack with the Cavalier, can I win this race? My best bet is probably to wait, but they will... This is whenever you attack with anything. It itself doesn't even have to attack. All right, let's just pass to them. Wanted to let you know that I recently found your YouTube channel. I've been making my way through your Modern playlist overall. Was there any overall thoughts, opinions on what decks are best in Modern currently? Watching you go 5-0 with Tron was ironic. And currently, the Modern format's down to like 11 viable decks, I think. What do we have? Omnath pile, just basically up the beanstalk pile of things, right? So there's up the beanstalk piles, Yogg, Creativity, Rhinos, Living End, Scam, Amulet. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. There's like 10-ish viable decks in the format. Tron, Burn. Merfolk is somewhat viable somehow. Well, I guess we just keep waiting. Hammer, yeah, Hammer's still relevant. Yeah, I'm gonna keep passing. Tapped Hive. I'm surprised he's not like swinging with Bone Crusher or the Den of the Bugbear just to try to hit stuff. All right, Tortoise it is. Cast Tortoise, trigger Tortoise. Oh, I can return anything. It doesn't have to be the things I milled. Sweet. All right, let's get Nykthos back. So pass to them. So I think if I had chosen the Kiora pile, I would have been dead by this point. So yeah. So this I assume is exiling either one of the Storms or Cityscape Leveler. I also can't double block it without losing the turtle. What's he hitting? Yeah, one of the Storms. I could animate Lair as a... No, I can't. No, I can't animate Lair. Yeah, so I think I just don't block this at all. And then next turn I have 5, 10 mana, so I can flashback Storm. Exiles Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Is it until end of turn? Until your next end step. All right, no blocks. All right, so whatever I cast... Ooh, Cavalier. So whatever I cast this turn, the other thing gets exiled by the Hive, right? So I could bring back Leveler, killing this thing, or just Bone Crusher and then swinging in with everything. If I Storm, there's nothing I can hit that will allow me to win on the spot. So let's say I animate Cityscape Leveler and kill Bone Crusher. Attack with everything. That's 8, 13, 16. It's not quite lethal, so he doesn't have to block. 5. This is 10 mana, right? I could just grab another Cavalier, but I'm not sure that even does anything. It's probably best to Storm. 5, 6, 7. Oh, am I one short? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I'm one short of Storming, so I do have to just bring back Leveler. All right, well, let's bring back Leveler then. Go to combat, attack with everything. Leveler, blow up Bone Crusher, and then let's grab another layer of the Hydra. All right, so then Cityscape goes away, so he can animate Hive this turn and eat the last Storm in my graveyard, but then he's way behind on the board. So it's this to animate the Hive, and then he has 3 mana left over, so he can go animate Hive, play Fable, and then I get to attack with Cavalier plus Turtle, and he has to block both of them, so he has to chump block. No, then I just activate the layers as well, and he dies. So if he animates Hive to get rid of Storm right now, then he's dead. But if he doesn't animate it and just plays Fable the Mirror Breaker and then holds up a blocker, then I just get to flash Storm back next turn. So he doesn't have any good plays at this point. Is Dice Factory good enough? It's not. The Modern metagame has been shrunk considerably by... Lord of the Rings was kind of like the last nail in the coffin for any sort of fringe decks to be viable. Gotta say, these turtles have been good so far. Animate Hive. He's attacking with both. So he hits me for 7, I go to 5. So exile Storm the Festival, and then exile something. Have you seen people splashing Fable in this deck? What, in mono green? No. All right, yeah. So we got there. Against Rakdos, I don't think he really changed anything. Yeah, let's just run the same deck back. All right, this hand is really close to being good. I think it's keepable. We've got Oath of Nissa to potentially find us another land even if the elf dies. So I'm going to keep. So I assume we're getting Thoughtseized to rest. Oof. If he takes Oath and then has a kill spell for Llanowar Elves, this could be a problem. He took Wolf Willow. All right. Well, we drew a land. That's pretty good. All right. Just play the elf turn 1. If it doesn't die, then it's so much better than playing anything else. Obviously, this lets them curve into Stomp here, but what can you do? Thoughtseize. Yeah, as far as like splashing colors in Nykthos, you need green too much to really splash colors that much. When this deck has splashed colors, like I've tried splashing in black or white before to like try to fight aggro decks, and it's just never been worth it. The other splash cards have been Planeswalkers that you can also cast off of Oath of Nissa, so they're not like, so Oath of Nissa kind of counts towards your color fixing. And those have traditionally been like Bolos or Teferi, who slows the sunset. Didn't have an answer. All right, so let's play this. Let's play Kiora. We'll untap a land. Then we'll play Oath of Nissa. Do I want another land or I want a troll? I guess So they didn't have a way to kill Llanowar Elves last turn. Let's take Troll, because Troll can draw us a card. All right, back over to them. I've seen lists where they cut Lair to make the mana work, which seems absolutely crazy. Well, I mean, there's 8 lands. There's Pathways and Shock lands that you can play in Pioneer. Ooh, that's rough. All right, I guess we're ditching Oath and Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, let's ditch Oath and Storm. All right, Troll, trigger Kiora, draw a card, play Lair. And then, is there any reason for me to untap something here? I don't think so. All right, back over to them. I could have also held the Lair, like, to potentially try to play around Liliana or something, but All right, well, they've Thoughtseize us again. So their hand is just, like, all hand disruption. Like, that's every single spell they've played so far has been hand disruption. That's pretty good. Tap this, cast Cavalier, trigger, all right, draw a card, then resolve this, forest into play, put another forest into play. Let's go to combat, swing here. I'm gonna untap this. Oh wait, no, I've already used it. Okay, never mind. All right, just over to them then. I was saying that I want to have 2 blockers for Hive, but it doesn't matter. Activates Hive. I assume they're gonna eat the storm. So eat the storm, take Kiora down, but are they just dead on the board though? 10 plus Hydra. Like, they are just dead, aren't they? Yeah. All right. 2-0 against Rakdos. So in Pioneer right now, as far as, like, free lands go for color fixing, there's Pathways and Shock lands, which is the best you're going to do in terms of having lands that enter untapped reliably. Like, that enter untapped all the time and can be either color. Fast lands and slow lands are also potentially viable, although in Nykthos, you need to make sure you always have untapped green on turn 1 for your Elves. So you're going to play a fast land if you're going to do anything like that. So that leaves you with potentially fast lands. So that's maybe 12, and 12 is often still not enough to splash whatever you're going to splash. So if you're going to splash something, you need a really good reason to do it. All right, we're on the draw. We don't have any ramp, but we do have, like, all the good payoffs. It entirely depends on what we're playing against. This hand's just, like, it has every good thing we need other than, like, a turn 1 elf. All right, I'm keeping. Opponent mulls to 5. Sanctum of Ugin. All right, Lair, Oath of Nissa. Well, I guess I'm grabbing an elf. Sanctum of Ugin. I'm still going to grab the elf. Guilt Lance Cranes. Is this Colossus? It is Colossus. All right, well, play Llanowar and go. Still going to be a while before they can get there. Portable Hull. All right, there goes the elf. We get pecked for 1. All right, well, let's play Kiora and then just pass. What am I Karning for next turn? Ingenious Smith. Maybe Boat. They smithed for Wedding Invitation. Plays Wedding Invitation. Grows the Smith. Maybe Haywire Might, so I can Haywire the Wedding. Okay, let me think. Actually, I can play anything that costs 1. Colossus currently costs 8 mana to cast. If I Karn for something that costs 1, it dies to these guys. So the alternative is to Karn plus, and then this probably gets pumped by an artifact, and then Karn goes to 2. So the only things I can play on 1 are Needle or Might. All right, let's just plus Karn. Plus on nothing, and over to them. 5, 6, 7, 8. 3 off. Brass Knuckles. Okay, that gets them there, right? So that's 8, 9, 11, or 8, 10, 11. So that's free Colossus. Colossus Sanctum triggers, gets the other Colossus down. So they get to have minimum 2 Colossus this turn. These are double strike, right? Yeah. And it's 1 to activate. So everything goes at Karn. Karn goes to 2. Okay, so I can play Nykthos, and then I have 6 mana. So as long as Karn's on the board, they can't activate any of this. So option 1 is play Cavalier and draw a card and have a blocker. And then Cavalier can block lethal from whatever it is that's going to try to kill me. Option 2, I cannot tutor for anything with Karn if I do that. If I do tutor with Karn here, I have 6 mana total, which is not really enough to do anything on this board. So my plan should probably just be play Cavalier. Yep. All right. Cavalier, trigger, draw with Kiora, resolve the Cavalier trigger, put Nykthos into play. Did I hit Storm? No, I did not. So plus Karn on nothing, and then we just pass to them. Yeah. So Cavalier has to block a Metalwork Colossus that's going to attack us. It's depending on what they do. Like, if they just attack Karn, maybe then it doesn't. But if they attack us with everything, we have to block a Colossus and take 16 probably. But assuming we survive this turn, which I think we will, I guess I can win next turn. 1000 Moon Smithy. ETB, make a gnome that's basically a Karn struct. Pre-combat main, you may tap 5 untapped artifacts. If you do, transform it into a lot more text. So everything's at us, right? And then we are forced to block Metalwork. Yeah, except this is at Karn. So then we're still forced to block a Colossus. All right, so boom damage, we go to 7. Do I want to use this to get anything back? If I get Karn back, what am I untapping with? I'm untapping with double Nykthos plus Kiora. So I go Polukranos, and then Nykthos is at 5. So I get to go 5, 8, 11. So 11 mana. What does that do for me? I basically have to win right now, right? So yeah, I should get Karn back. All right, so Polukranos. Drew another Karn anyway. So yeah, 5, 8, 11 total mana that I can generate. What am I doing? I don't have the devotion count to go off. What if I Karn for Automaton? The problem is that I have to play the second Nykthos, and then that will not be able to tap if I turn it into a creature. So I go Karn. So I go 5 mana, untap, activate again, go from down to 3 to 8, then play Karn. Then I have 4 mana floating. I can play the second Nykthos, activate that. I go up to 7. So I have Karn and 7 mana. So I'm 1 short of having a leveler in play. I can wand the gnome token. What else can I do? So first things first, that, untap this. I'm doing that regardless. So if I grab Chain Veil, right? I go up to 7. I don't have enough to even activate it. I'm going to have 7, so even if I play Chain Veil, I can't activate it. If I play Automaton, I can't activate the Nykthos that I'm untapping. If I play Statue, I bounce Kiora, replay it. I don't have enough mana to activate anything. I've got 1 blocker in Polukranos to block here. I actually need to block 3 different creatures, so I would need 3 blockers. Yeah, I can't win. So given that fact, I'm just going to go grab Stonebrain and just look at their deck just to see if there's anything that I might be curious about that maybe I'm not sure that they're playing. Just do this for information. All right, what's in their deck? Fabrication Foundry, add white, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability of an artifact source. 3, tap, exile 1 or more artifacts you control with total mana value X. Return target artifact card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield. Glass Casket, Cloak, Moonsnare Prototype, Portable, another 1,000 Moonsmithy. All right, so pretty much what I expected. All right, so sideboarding versus their deck. What is actually good against them? Haywire Might. Again, this is another match where I don't think sideboarding matters. I'm pretty sure I just stick with exactly what it is I'm doing. All right, on the play for game 2. We're a little slow, but I think this is fine. Obviously, we're also missing payoffs, so make of that what you will. Opponent mulls to 5. Again. A lot of times with mono green, you also just have to keep less than ideal hands because they're better than going down a card and just hope that you draw into what you need. Hallowed Fountain tapped. All right, play this. Wolf Willow on the forest, over to them. Plains into Fabrication Foundry, into Portable Hole for our guy. All right, let's just run Troll out, I guess. Over to them. So we're on the beatdown plan this game. Island into... 4 mana for Stonebrain. Oh, they're going to Stonebrain a combo out of our deck. What are they going to name? Nykthos or Karn? They named Karn. All right. I'm going to play Oath. Trigger. Sure, yeah. Grab Nykthos. Play this. Play another Troll. Combat. Attack with the Troll. So we're on the beatdown plan this game. Glint Nest revealing Brass Knuckles. All right. So back to us. So Nykthos and then, yeah, so green. Cast Storm. That's kind of bad. That's actually really, really bad. All right, what if I grab another Nykthos? Can I flash this back, or am I short? So let's say I go Nykthos plus Forest, right? Then I've got that pays for this, and then I've got 2 left over, so I'm 1 short, right? Because the Nykthos taps for 7. Yeah, I'm 1 short of being able to flash this back. So that being the case, I should just grab Lair Llanowar Elves, I guess. And then before this mana fizzles away, play Polukranos. All right, go to combat, swing with the Trolls. Ingenious Smith, revealing Damping Sphere. Plays a land, 4 mana, plays Brass Knuckles, but then the only card left in their hand is Damping Sphere, and we're just way ahead on the board. Yeah, all right. Game 3. Again, I still don't think I really change anything. The only real considerations are like Might or Stonebrain, and I think you just keep the main deck as consistent as possible. It's also not like they can't beat us without the Colossus, because the 1,000 Moon gnome thing can also beat us. All right, run it back. All right, this hand's great, so we're keeping it. They mold to 6 and play Sanctum of Ugin on turn 1. All right, play an elf. Over to them. Plains into Ingenious Smith, revealing 1,000 Moon Smithy. All right, so let's see. Oath of Nissa, trigger, probably just Kiora, right? Yeah, all right, grab Kiora. Then let's tap, play another Oath. Tortoise or Forest or Troll. I think I want to guarantee that I keep hitting mana, and I have enough payoffs even without the Troll. But I don't have a really solid reason to grab that. I just have a gut feeling that I want to make sure that I have a land drop every turn. Straight to combat, no plays. Wow. All right, well, So if I go Nykthos, Wolf Willow, put here, activate Nykthos, make 4, 5. I can play Cavalier. No, I make 5. I play Kiora. I play Cavalier. All right, so Nykthos. Tap both of these. Wolf Willow here. Activate this. Green. Play Kiora. Then untap this. Then activate for green. Then play the Cavalier. Draw with Kiora. Then resolve Cavalier's ability. Put Forest into play. Play an Elf. And over to them. Inventor's Fair plays Smithy. Yeah, that's just going to be way too slow to beat us. Elf. Tap this. Green. Kiora. Untap. Make more green. Then Storm. Troll. And another Wolf Willow Haven, I guess. So attach the Wolf Willow here. Then Kiora triggers. I draw a card. All right, flashback Storm the Festival. Another Kiora and a Karn. So that's the game. So Kiora, Karn. So keep this new Kiora. Untap Nykthos. Nykthos. Karn minus. Grabbing Chain Veil. Chain Veil. How much total devotion do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14. Yeah, I have enough. All right, on to round number 4. All right, we're on the play for round number 4, League 1. This hand's great. Obviously, we're missing a payoff, but other than that, we have a bajillion ramp sources, so we're good. Opponent mulls to 6. All right, Lair into an Elf. Go. Razor Verge Thicket into Goose. All right, Wolf Willow here. Wolf Willow here. Back over to them. Overgrown Tomb. Another Goose. Very curious as to what this deck is. Is this like what? Abzan Sack or something? Thoughtseize an Elf out of our hand. All right, well, we're not drawing anything, so let's just make this lair really big. Go to combat. Attack with the lair. Not even that big, but we got nothing else to do. Blooming Marsh. Prosperous Innkeeper. Okay. Oath of Nissa. Trigger. All right, definitely grabbing Karn. Play Karn. So what to do from this position? So I have 2 mana. I could grab Filigree Silex to do what? Like blow up their gooses? They can't activate these anyway. I guess I blows up the food token, right? Like I could put Filigree Silex and blow it up immediately. It takes out their treasure. It takes out their food tokens so that their Gilded Gooses are effectively down. Then the Innkeeper hits Karn and we go to 2 counters. The fact that I don't know what they're doing is troubling. All right, minus. Yeah, let's just grab Filigree and pop for 0. All right, take all their tokens out, back to them. Malira. Okay. They didn't even attack Karn with their Innkeeper. Wow. Well, I'm definitely minusing Karn. So let's see. Malira brings back another thing, right? So I could boat the Malira. Alternatively, I could just grab, I have 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, I can just grab Cityscape Leveler. So I can leveler Malira and then just have a giant leveler in play. Or I can grab Godpharaoh statue. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, let's just grab leveler. Cast, trigger, blow up Malira. Convoking. Amalia. Blah, 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 blah. Whenever you gain life, explores, then destroy all their creatures if its power is exactly 20. Lunarch Veteran. Whenever another creature enters under your control, you gain 1. So this combos with something. So they get to explore twice and then what? So Amelia to the graveyard. Thoughtseize. Huh. So let's just attack and kill this, right? All right, go to combat. Swing, trigger, kill Amelia. Sure, pay 3. All right, they're at 9. Let's plus Karn on, I don't know, the treasure token, or food token rather. Yeah, eat the food, kill the food token. So they have less mana with these gooses. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They'll just make another one, right? All right, play land and over to them. So I know this goes infinite with something. I just don't remember what it is. Attacking Karn. All right, animate this. Declare blocks. We'll kill both of these. Oh, Wild Growth Walker. That's what it combos with. All right, brings this thing back. And then they only have 1 card in their hand. Whenever another creature leaves. All right, what am I Karning for on my turn? I can Karn for boat, and then this dies, this dies. Do I have anything that just allows me to win immediately? Godpharaoh statue also seems pretty good. Or I could just Stonebrain the combo out of their deck, right? So they have Cord X2 mana open. Let's just attack them with Leveler first and see what they do in response. Swing, blow up this. Because if it is Cord, they would use it immediately, right? Yeah, all right. All right, they're going to 1. Let's just grab statue and kill them. Play statue. So now they can, all right, now they can goose the food, right? No, they just made another food. All right, well, whatever. End step trigger. All right, so we got that. So they're a combo deck that pairs Amalia with Wild Growth Walker to instantly create an infinitely huge Amalia that also blows all the other creatures on the board up. Therefore, what do we want? This is not instant speed. Needle doesn't stop it. Haywire doesn't stop it. So it's basically just Stonebrain the combo out of their deck, and Stonebrain's better left in the board so that Karn can fetch it. So yeah, we just board nothing. All right. All right, this hand is great. We'll keep. Blooming Marsh into nothing. All right, well, we're going to run out this elf. If it dies, it dies. It did not die. Razor Verge Thicket into Amalia. So it's whenever you gain life, it explores and then destroy all their creatures if its power is exactly 20. So they could potentially go off right now. If they do, there's nothing I can do to stop that. So just play Troll. Forest into Innkeeper, and then if they've got the Walker, they've got it. They do not. Lunarch Veteran, life gain, trigger this, reveals Redain, and they're keeping Redain on top. Ooh, Karn off the top. What a draw. All right, Nykthos. So let's see. I can generate 5 right now, so I Wolf Willow on one of the lands, then I Nykthos for 5. I can Karn, and then what can I Karn for? Again, I don't think anything that actually stops the combo, right? But they didn't have it last turn. Like, if they had it, they would have done it last turn, right? Unless they have Cord. So if they have Cord, then they just Cord for the 2 right now. So once again, I don't think there's anything I can actually do to stop them if they do have it. I guess Karn shuts this treasure off if they, for some reason, need more mana. So tap these, Wolf Willow here, then Nykthos, Karn minus, I have 1 mana left over. Haywire Might doesn't do it, Needle doesn't do it. So I may as well just play Cavalier and get more mana for next turn, that being the case. All right, play Cavalier. Trigger, grab Lair. I guess I attack with this Troll. So if I had Grafdigger's Cage in my sideboard, so yeah, they have Cord, so now they just Cord for the win, right? So then these chain react back and forth, and I take lethal damage from Amalia. So if I had Grafdigger's Cage in my sideboard, I could have prevented that, but Grafdigger's Cage only specifically affects this deck and not any other deck. And if they just had it in their hand, it also doesn't affect them. So it stops Coco and Cord, but it also stops my own Storm the Festivals. Yep. So what would the alternative have been? I could have, what, Oathed for something? Man, Cavern's Vixilon might go down as one of the worst sets ever. We've introduced 2 to 3 incredibly obnoxious combo decks into the format. Yeah, all right, so then we just take lethal from Amalia. So run back the same thing. All right, on the play for game 3. This hand is amazingly good. All right, play an elf and go. Temple Garden, shocked in for Selfless Savior. All right, so Kiora, untap a land, play Oath of Nissa, grabbing a Troll, and then over to them. So Wild Growth Walker, and then we can't block this. So Kiora goes to 5. Thankfully, Amalia only blows the field up and doesn't actually win the game on the spot if they have it next turn. So what's the move here? Karn can't grab anything that matters. Oh, wait, no, this also becomes infinite, right? Well, if they have Amalia, they still need a way to get the chain reaction going. Anything I do doesn't matter, so what can I do here? I can Troll, draw a card, and then I'm missing, and then unless I draw exactly the land, I can't Nykthos, but if I Nykthos now, it doesn't matter anyway. So I may as well get a bunch of Nykthos stuff going. So I'm one short of Storm as well. Yeah, all right, so play Troll, trigger Kiora, draw a card, not a land. So that being the case, I don't really want to untap my Lano or Elves, so I guess we just pass. And then I should be able to win next turn. Razorverge Thicket. All right, so they're going to Cord, presumably. All right, so make 6 mana, untap the Nykthos, play Troll, trigger, draw a card. So then we Nykthos again, 10 mana, play a new Kiora, keep the new Kiora, untap Nykthos, Nykthos again. All right, so total devotion count is 9, so we do need to get more into play, so let's Storm. All right, Cavalier and another Kiora is really good. So Kiora, Cavalier. So yeah, we win this turn. It's just going to take a bit of going through the motions. So keep the new Kiora, trigger, trigger. So draw, Cavalier trigger resolves, put a land into play, untap Nykthos, activate Nykthos. Actually, you know what? Yeah, activate Nykthos. Let's Storm again. Tortoise and Cavalier, or Troll and Cavalier. I guess Tortoise, right? So Tortoise, Cavalier, trigger, trigger. So draw with Kiora. Oh, I should have put Cavalier first, whatever, it doesn't matter. Resolve Tortoise's trigger, put a land back into play, resolve Cavalier's trigger. It is untapped, right? Yeah, so Nykthos, keep the new Nykthos, activate the Nykthos, make a bajillion more mana, play Karn. All right, our opponent has conceded. On to round number 5. All right, we're on the play for round number 5. This is fine. Keep certified Pioneer Gaming. Yep. Forest, Elf, go. So Razorverge into Experiment 1 is some kind of like Coco Humans deck, presumably. Have you seen much of the Discover decks? Well, we're only on League 1, and so far we've not played against Discover. Kiora, untap a land, then play Oath of Nissa. I already have a Cavalier, so I do need more land, so let's grab a land, and then over to them. All right, so land, and then we can go Wolf Willow, 5, Cavalier. All right, so play this here, tap this, untap this, tap this, play Cavalier, trigger, get a draw off of Kiora, then resolve the Cavalier trigger, put Nykthos into play, and can't do anything else this turn, so pass to them. Cavern of Souls, presumably naming human. Yep, 3 mana. Adeline. All right, they're just massively dead. Absolutely massively dead. All right, elf. Tap this for green. Untap this. Let's just storm. Huh, another Nykthos. Well, sometimes it's correct to tap beforehand, sometimes it isn't. All right, grab troll, grab forest. So put these into play, trigger to draw. Ooh, another Kiora. All right, so green. So let's play the new Kiora, then keep the new Kiora, then use this one to untap Nykthos, then tap Nykthos, flashback storm the festival. Actually, I have 6, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I can't quite combo here, right? So let's just flashback storm. All right, troll, tortoise, trigger. So tortoise resolve, grab forest into play, draw card. All right, so we've got Karn, and we've got another 3, 6, 7. That's summoning 6. So we've got 7 mana after that. So let's just Karn for like God Pharaoh statue and completely close the door on them. All right, statue, cast statue. All right, just pass, and then they can barely play anything, and we have a huge board. So green-white Cocoa humans. I don't think I change anything. Run back the same thing. Most of the time you don't board anything. The only times you really tend to board stuff are when you're playing against like a very linear combo deck where you need to bring in stuff that's going to stop them from comboing before you go off. And also it's better to have that on curve than it is to grab with Karn. So things like Greasefang, like you'll bring in Crypt and Haywire Might. All right, this is a little slow, but it's keepable. So Courtyard on humans, playing Hopeful Initiate. All right, Oath of Nissa, grabbing, I guess, another land. Okay, so they are 3 colors. So they're Bant humans. So 2 from this. All right, well, we still can't really do anything. So just Wolf Willow. Mana Confluence. All right, are they actually all 5 colors or 4 colors? Or okay, they are multicolor humans. So, all right, well, we're taking a lot of damage. Put this here and then play Pelucranos and just hope they don't have Brutal Cathar or something. Temple Garden. All right, Collected Company. How boned are we? Adeline Reflector Mage. All right, we're done. Yeah, keep the same. Nykthos has a lot of trap hands that look like they're good enough to keep, and then they just wind up not being good enough. So on the play, that's pretty rough. All right, we'll keep. Opponent mulls to 5. Basically, just any second land off of the Oath will be good enough to get there. Although, even if we hit the second land, if we have to Oath for it, that makes our curve so much worse. But I'm not going to throw this hand back. All right, land, elf, pass to them. Like, the hand is, if we draw a second land here, or we just find it off of Oath of Nissa, like, the hand's great. Experiment 1. Wow, second land off the top. Let's go. Why be good when you can be lucky? Oath of Nissa. Let's just make sure we hit our land drop. So let's grab the Seiju. Cavern of Souls into Coppercoat. All right. Makes Experiment 1 a 3-2. I assume we'll attack Kiora here. Yeah. So Kiora gets hit. Oh, wow, Nykthos. Okay, well, So I should just play Cavalier here, right? So I should play Beseiju, and then tap, 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 untap this, and play Cavalier. So this one, draw a card. Then Cavalier resolves, and then we can't do anything else, so it's back to them. And then next turn we have crazy Gobbo's amount of mana. Unless they get rid of Cavalier and then kill Kiora. Then we have to rebuild. Brutal Cathar, yeah, all right. So Cavalier gets exiled, and then Kiora will get killed by one of these attackers. So Nykthos, and then I don't think it matters which of these I play. So if I play, either one I play, right? So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I play a 3-drop, then Nykthos taps for 5, and I can't play the Storm. So it's either play Storm or it's play 2 3-drops. I think it's better to just have the guaranteed... It's better to just have guaranteed blockers, because you never know what you're going to hit off Storm. If we just Storm into, like, 5 lands, or, 3 lands and 2 Elves or something, then it's way better to just have these guys. These guys also being on the field allows me to have more devotion for next turn. All right, red, so Mantis Rider. They still don't have any good attacks. All right, whoo, baby. All right, so Nykthos. Probably better to Storm than Cavalier. Probably. I don't know. If I Cavalier first, then I just play the second Nykthos. What's the math on this? So if I Storm here, then I play Nykthos. All right, let's just Storm. Kiora, Old Growth Troll. All right, Kiora, Old Growth. Trigger to draw. Then we've got Kiora untaps a Nykthos. Then Nykthos, bajillion more mana. So then let's go Cavalier. Trigger, draw first. So draw, mill over a forest. Play Lano or Elves. Play the second Nykthos. Keep it. Tap for green. Flashback Storm the Festival. Wow, okay, that's kind of mediocre. What's in my graveyard right now? Do I have another Storm? I'm out, right? Yeah, so nothing else. So in that case, I should grab Troll and I guess Wolf Willow Haven. So attach this here. Then the Troll draws. Wow, we drew Karn. All right, Karn minus. Okay, so I've got 6 mana floating plus, so 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if I grab Chain Veil, I just win the game. All right, so Chain Veil, activate. All right, so I have how much devotion? Enough, right? I can just grab Restorative Burst and loop at this point. So untap Nykthos, Karn, grab Cauldron, cast Burst, burst back Kiora and Karn, then play the new Kiora, play the new Karn. So Karn, yeah, all right. So they've conceded, and we have gone 4-1 in the league. All right, so I haven't really gotten enough data on whether the Tortoise is good or not. I mean, the times that it's come down, it's been good. So I'll keep doing the Tortoise for now. So yeah, let's just go ahead and jump into the next league. So I need a lot of practice with this. So assuming that the Discover deck isn't omnipresent and or too bad of a matchup, then I assume I'm going to need to play like 100 matches or something with this deck just to make sure that I've got all my bases covered. So probably something in the neighborhood of like 20 leagues we're going to do. All right, on the play, league number 2, match 1. This hand is vulnerable, but good enough to keep, especially on the play. So land Elf, over to them. Shivan Reef, that's not a good sign for us. Soulscar Mage, okay. Second land is such a good draw. Do I want to play both of these or just play Troll? Let's play Troll. Against an aggro deck, I just want to keep my life total high. And it's not like I have some big payoff in the hand right now that would matter for me to ramp. Opts and puts the card on the bottom. All right, well, they've just conceded. So I assume this is it Prowess, I guess? Yeah, run back the same deck. This is a bit weaker, actually a lot weaker. So we've got turn 1 Oath of Nissa to try to find a second land to go Wolf Willowhaven, but then we do have some fairly decent blockers. All right, okay. Spirebluff Canal into Soulscar. All right, Oath of Nissa. We brick. That's rough. All right, well, back to them. All right, no spells, just attacking us down to 19. So are they holding up counter spells? Well, there's our second land. So let's just try to Wolf Willow. And that resolved. No spells at all. All right. Cavern of Souls on Wizard. Really? Adelies. Okay. So if I play Kiora, I can untap this and play Oath of Nissa. If I play Pelucranos, I can block, but only if they don't have removal for it. I'm just too behind right now. All right, let's play Kiora. Untap this, tap this, play Oath. There's Nykthos. All right, so grab Nykthos, play Nykthos, and then I can't do anything else, so over to them. They very well could just straight up kill Kiora this turn. Still no spells. Okay, now they're casting spells. So play with fire, us. Are we actually just going to die here, perhaps? Oh, everything's at us. So that's 6. Wizard's Lightning. We're at 11. So if they've got one more spell, we're dead, but they don't because it's Cavern of Souls. All right. So we basically have to win this turn because we're at 2. How do I do that? All right, I can go this one, Pelucranos, untap the Wolf Willow land, then Nykthos, and then the Nykthos is for 3, 4, 5, 6. So if they have any burn in their hand, we're dead, regardless, because I don't have enough mana to get Karn down and Karn for burst. All right, let's see. So yeah, it has to be Pelucranos into Storm, right? That's the only thing I can think to do. Tap this, play Pelucranos, draw a card. All right, Nykthos. Let's look at our sideboard to make absolutely sure. Karn can only grab something that costs 2 or less. None of that's going to help. Yeah, so let's just Storm. 2 Trolls. Very well. Troll. Then trigger to draw. We have a land. All right. Well, pass to them. We're dead to any burn spell. I assume the fact that we haven't died instantly means they do not have a burn spell. Blue for Wizards. Casts Balmor. All right, we survived the turn, so we should win now. All right, tap this. Wolf Willow on here. So tap this, tap for Nykthos, then untap the Nykthos with Kiora. Then what's the best move now? Probably play the Turtle. All right, play the Turtle. Trigger. Bricked on land, but did put Cityscape in the graveyard. So play the Troll. Trigger, draw a card, another Kiora. All right, so I have 10 million mana right now. So activate, make 10 bajillions of mana with Nykthos. Then let's play Karn. All right, yeah, so they're not going to make us go through the motions, thankfully. On to the next match. League 2, Round 2. Once again, I one land hand, and this one doesn't even have Oath of Nissa to like get us out of a... So if they have any turn 1 or 2 removal, this hand falls apart unless we draw a second land. So I probably have to mull this. All right, the first hand we're mulling. All right, well, I'm not going to go down further, so keep this and put back one of our lands. Fabled Passage. Fetches a swamp. So blue-black control, I guess? Castle Vantress. All right, well, I mean, I can't just not do anything, so let's try to resolve Kiora. Make disappear, can't pay for it. All right, over to them. All right, well, play this. Play Troll. It resolved. Play an elf. Elf also resolves. End of turn into probably Deluge. No, Shark Typhoon for 2. So push the elf and then attack with the shark token, which we can't block. Another land. All right, well, we're just going to keep slamming through. Oh, now the second Beseiju, that's rough. All right, I'm not going to play this just to play Cavalier, so they could have more counters, or I guess it's like, it's the best thing if I play Cavalier and they don't have counters, but what are the odds that they don't is basically the question. All right, let's just attack with this troll first before we do anything else. All right, I'm just going to play this troll. The troll resolves. What do? Nothing. All right, well, we're on troll beatdowns. Attack with the shark. We go to 16. Tapped Hall of Storm Giants. All right, combat. Shieldred's Edict. Sure. Sack a troll. Trigger the troll. Put it on a forest. Attack with the troll. I could try to resolve Storm now, or just Cavalier. Oh, wait, no, I'm short, right? No, I'm not short. 5 mana, Cavalier. Did I miss the whole stream? No. All right, that gets countered. Sure. We're just going to keep jamming threats into them until we get there. Shark, we go to 14. All right, so they have the mana for Hall now. So let's see. Even if they animate and block, I'm actually good with that. So let's go to combat. Swing with the troll. All right, nothing from them. They go to 8. I could just try to resolve another Cavalier. I think I have to just keep jamming. All right. All right, cast Cavalier. Sinister Sabotage. All right, well, they'll run out of counter spells eventually. Puts Shadow's Verdict into the graveyard. Exile all creatures and planeswalkers with value 3 or less on the field and graveyard. Shark does not attack us. Huh. All right, go to combat. Swing. Blocks with the shark token. All right, sure. Kills your shark, 2 trample. Let's just play another troll. Over to them. Holding up the 2 mana for Beseiju on the Hall if they animate it, although I doubt they will. Castle Vantress. 1 top, 1 bottom. Fatal Push our Old Growth Troll. Sure. Trigger. Put it on a land. So there's the option to sack this to make a troll, but I don't think it's worth it. Let's just pass. Ooh, Kiora. All right, play Kiora. Untap this, and let's tap this and play Pelucranos. Actually, is there any reason to do that now? There isn't really. No, there actually is. Nah, never mind. All right, let's just attack them with the troll, and if they animate this, we'll just Beseiju it. Swing with the troll. No, 7 mana to do what? Shark Typhoon for X is 5/5? Sure. Yeah, that's fine. Sure. So that's fine. Then we put this here, and then we can Storm. Karn and Tortoise. All right, well, let's do that. So Karn and Tortoise. Trigger, mill, get a forest back. And then I can't block, so I should use Karn immediately. So let's minus Karn and grab probably Burst. The other option is to grab Leveler, because Leveler can kill this shark token. It also draws a card with Kiora. Yeah, let's grab Leveler. All right, over to them. So presumably Karn has to die, right? So the shark has to attack Karn. So Karn dies. Watery Grave tapped, and they've got 2 cards. So they have the ability to activate Hall. Wow, another Karn. All right. Well, I guess let's try to go to combat with the Tortoise first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, with potentially more mana after that. All right, go to combat. Swing with the Tortoise. Trigger the Tortoise. Put a forest into play. No blocks from them. All right, they're at 3. So now let's tap this, 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 and this. Play Leveler. Blow up the shark token. Dig through time. So Sinister Sabotage on the Leveler. That's fine. We still kill their shark token. So let's untap this so that we can have Beseiju open. And then back to them. And we still have Karn, Pelucranos, the turtle. We can still unearth Cityscape Leveler. Like, we're doing fine. All right, no actions from them. They still have 3 cards. So they do just die to this Tortoise if they don't have an answer for it. So that being the case, let's see. If I unearth Cityscape Leveler, they can't counter that. So let's do this, 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 this. Let's untap this. And let's unearth the Leveler. Cling to Dust on the Leveler. All right. Yep, they got us. Well, go to combat. Swing with the turtle. Trigger. All right, get Nykthos. All right, so with Hall of the Storm Giant's ability on the stack, we'll Beseiju this so that we don't have to pay the ward. So get out of here, Hall. So they grab a tapped Watery Grave. This dies, and they take 3 from the Tortoise, presumably. Yep. So 3 from the Tortoise. They're down to 3, and we're back to them. Field of Ruin, which they can use to blow up Nykthos. They can also cling our Storm out of the graveyard if they want to. All right, blow up Nykthos, put a forest into play. Back to us. So they do need a way to answer this Tortoise. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So they can make a 6/6 shark, or they can cling a creature and gain life. All right, let's just go to combat. Swing with the Tortoise. Trigger. Put Nykthos back into play. Urtai. All right. So our Tortoise dies. We get to draw a card. All right, well, let's tap this. Well, actually, first let's untap Nykthos. So tap this, put a Wolf Willow Haven here, and then tap this and this, play the Old Growth Troll. They only have one card in their hand, so all right, draw with Kiora, tap this for 2. Here, let's play the Tortoise. Trigger, put Forest into play. Then here, let's play an Elf. Activate Nykthos. We've already used Kiora up for the turn. All right, so now my devotion is a bajillion things. So let's play Karn, and then we can just win if they don't counter this. They do have a counter, I guess. Negate, sure. All right, flashback Storm. That's a pretty crap Storm. We don't have another Storm in our grave, right? Somehow we've milled all these cards and don't have another one. All right, well, let's grab Lair and... Actually, there's the potential of what we draw could maybe get us there. So let's grab Nykthos and Forest. So keep this one. Then we activate this and play Polukranos. Another Kiora. So that doesn't do it. All right. In that case, let's just transform Polukranos. And then all this mana fizzles, and we're over to them. All right. Well, they've got one card draw off the top and have to deal with multiple lethal creatures. It's a land. All right. Go to combat. Swing, swing, swing. Not really sure why our opponent isn't just conceding at this point, but yeah, all right, there we go. So, blue-black control. Again, I don't think I changed anything. Run it back the same as usual. All right, this is a great hand. We're keeping this. Hall of Storm Giants. All right, land into the Elf. Opponent considers. Puts Dig Through Time in the grave. Watery Grave. Sheoldred's Edict to kill our guy, sure. All right, well, play another Elf. Over to them. Swamp. Okay, so is this getting countered? Presumably it is. Considers in response and kept it on top. All right, make disappear. Can't pay for that. All right, cast Oath of Nissa. Well, 3 forests it is. Over to them. Are you locked in for mono green for Atlanta? Only if... So the only way that I'm not locked in for it is if the Discover decks are such a bad matchup for this deck that they're basically unwinnable and they're all over the place. So far, I haven't played against it, so we'll see. So if I play Kiora, I can't play anything else, but anything else is liable to get countered. Let's just play the Tortoise or Karn or Kiora. I don't know. If they have a counter, they'll certainly counter Kiora, right? We have multiple Kioras, I guess. So either they don't or they don't care enough. So that being the case, we can't play anything else. So let's just... I guess I don't attack them in case they have Shark Typhoon. So let's just pass here. Yep, there's the Shark Typhoon. Shark attacks Kiora. Kiora goes to 5. Fatal Push the Elf. Still representing counterspell mana. All right, tap. Wolf Willow here. Does this get countered? Considers in response. They kept it on top. All right, they didn't counter it. So tap this. Let's untap this. All right, play the Tortoise. Tortoise resolves. Tortoise triggers. We did not hit a land. So this mana fizzles and then it's back to them. Heartless Act the Tortoise. Sure. Shark attacks Kiora. Kiora goes to 2. Cling to Dust on the Kiora that's in our graveyard. We drew Leveler. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're one short of being able to play it. All right, well, I guess I'm going to try to resolve Karn then. Man, they still have Cling to Dust mana open too. Let's untap this. Play Karn. I'm doing this because if they counter this, I'm almost certainly playing the second Kiora. All right, so Karn gets countered. We draw a card. Huh. All right, well, Kiora, keep the new one, untap this, and then play an Elf, and back to them. So if they just attack both into Kiora, I'm not blocking. Or maybe I should. How much is this? Yeah, you know what? I will block. Fabled Passage, 2 unknown cards in their hand. All right, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have exactly enough. So untap this, tap this, cast Leveler, blow up, I guess the Shark token, because if they don't have a removal spell or counter for the Cityscape, then it blocks Urtai. Censor. I mean, I suppose I could have killed Urtai to make it so that this is only 2 damage on Kiora, but like they can also just activate the Hall of Storm Giants anyway. 2, 5, 6. Maybe I should have just killed Urtai. And then they can flashback Cling to Dust and eat Cityscape. No, they ate Karn? Why wouldn't you just eat? I guess you can eat it the moment I go to pay for it, which means that you can like brick my mana, I guess. All right, so Kiora dies, and now we're just in top deck mode, and they have more cards than us. Huh. All right, well, nothing much else we can do. Play Troll. So Nykthos right now is 5. All right, so just pass to them. I assume they just keep clinging every turn they have it available. Hullbreaker Horror. Well, we lose now. So every single instant speed spell is a way to bounce our creatures. Really? All right, block. All right, they can cling it out of the graveyard, right? But they're just not doing that. Shocking and Watery Grave. All right, so they've got Cling to Dust and one other spell. So the moment we play Karn, they just play anything and then Karn bounces back to our hand. And I'm short. No, I'm not. Nykthos, play Karn. Memory Deluge, triggering the Hullbreaker. Yeah, then the Deluge resolves, and they still have another spell at minimum. So I play the Karn again, they just bounce it to my hand again. All right, try to play Karn. So Kling eats Leveler, this bounces back, then this is 10 here, and then the moment I try to play anything next turn, it's 10 here again. So yeah, I may as well just concede. All right, keep it the same, run it back. All right, on the play, and this hand's fine, so keep this. Play Elf, over to them. Cross our fingers for no turn 1 push. Island. All right, play this. Tap, tap, tap. Kiora. Mystical Dispute. All right then, back over to them. Really? They brought in Mystical Dispute. All right, well, let's try to play Kiora again. Censor. All right, over to them. I guess I could have tried playing Oath first, because they probably wouldn't have countered that, and then Oath could have found a land, but, whatever. Sheoldred's Edict, kill our guy, play another land. All right, Oath, trigger. Yeah, grab Lair of the Hydra, play Lair, back to them. Field of Ruin. The second Beseiju. I freaking hate it when it does that. All right, play Beseiju. We can't not play anything this turn, so da-da-da. Tortoise. Cling to Dust on Kiora. Sure. Aether Gust. I guess we'll put this on the bottom because we need to draw lands. Clearwater Pathway. All right, play Elf. Over to them. Memory Deluge. Sheoldred's Edict. Kill our guy. More lands. All right, play Pelucranos. Aether Gust. Put it on the bottom. All right, we literally can't do anything, so over to them. Cling to Dust on Kiora. All right, and now they have Hullbreaker mana, so we'll see what happens. We're probably losing this. All right, play Oath. All right, fine. Elf. Play Elf. Memory Deluge from the graveyard. Push our Elf. Plays Consider. Puts the card on the top. Can't do anything. Back over to them. Dig Through Time. Castle Vantress. All right, well, try to resolve Karn. Memory Deluge. Karn gets countered. Back to them. Wow, no actions from them to the point that they straight up discard a card. All right, well, I can play Karn and have it get countered, or I can play Elf and have it die. All right, play Karn. Just maximize our mana. It didn't die. All right, minus. I'm actually going to grab Citadel just to get more mana. Whole bunch of mana. 4. Shark Typhoon for a bunch. Sure. Shocks in, Watery Grave. Karn gets killed by the Shark token. All right, try to play Cavalier. Change the equation. Sure. Back to them. Memory Deluge again. I can see why casual players hate blue counterspell decks. It is just an absolutely miserable experience if the game ever goes this long. All right, I guess we just play Storm. Negate, yep. Back to them. Yeah, all right. I'll concede to that. On to round 3. What was match 1? Match 1 was, is it Prowess or is it Wizards? On the draw for round 3 of League 2. No lands is a mult. Opponent reveals Karuga, so they're probably fires. Just no ramp is just not viable. All right, mulligan. Jesus, this is awful. All right, let's go to 4. All right, keep putting back 3 cards, right? So I can't put back my lands, ramp, or Kiora, so let's put back Leveler, Storm. I guess I put back the other Storm. Like, yeah, all right. Savai Triumph. All right. Play Elf and go. Fires or Discover, one of the two. Hallowed Fountain. So I assume, is that Leyline Binding mana? Yeah. Okay, let's play Kiora. Untap this. Tap this for the Elf. And over to them. So just need a payoff. They shocked in Hallowed Fountain and did nothing with it. Plains. Well, there's Karn. I still don't know exactly what it is that I'm playing against. So let's just try to resolve Karn. All right, minus. So I have 2 mana. What am I getting? If it is Discover, I want to grab Damping Sphere. Leyline Binding in response. Very well. Hits Karn. So use the ability. So if they just untap and play like untapped red land plus geological, then we're dead. And there's nothing we can do about that. The alternative is to play... I could grab Haywire Might, untap a land, play the Haywire Might, and still retain Beseiju in my hand. Or I could grab God Pharaoh Statue and play it next turn and severely harm their ability to cast spells. Let's grab Haywire, I think, because I don't know for sure what I'm even playing against. So let's play Haywire Might, pass. Actually, I guess I don't have to pass, right? I haven't played the Beseiju yet, so I could just mine it. I could just sack it and grab the Karn immediately. Yeah, all right, let's do that. So pop this. All right, minus Karn. So now let's grab Statue for next turn. All right, so it is Discover. Well, God Pharaoh Statue does shut down their ability. I mean, making a treasure doesn't even work with Karn here, so I'm going to minus Karn again. So the only question is, what am I getting for the next turn? So I'm going to play Statue this turn, and then what do I want following that up? Maybe just Damping Sphere so that I have like a second stacks piece so that they can't get rid of both of them. All right, so first things first, let's play the Statue and make sure this resolves. Minus here. I could also just Stone Brain them, although I don't know whether they're on Quintorius or Appraiser. So it's a shot in the dark of which one to hit. So yeah, let's just grab Damping Sphere, and then we'll pass. They didn't play land? No, they didn't. So statue trigger, they go 17. I could have untapped an elf to attack with it, but I want to keep Kiora on more counters if possible, and I don't think the 1 damage is going to matter. I think here I'm probably just going to stack them out of the... If I win this, it's going to be from stacking them out of the game. So they can't activate their treasures, and the treasures is only in Appraiser, or is it also in Quintorius? I'm not sure. All right, Nykthos. So let's see. Is there any reason not to animate the statue? So their removal for non-creatures are all bounce spells, right? So it doesn't matter whether it's animated or not. All right, so let's plus the statue. Let's go to combat, swing here. And then let's just play the Damping Sphere to make sure that they can't get rid of whatever. All right, end of turn. This hits them. And then they should be dead next turn if they can't deal with this. All right, looks like they can't. So let's plus this. They do have to get rid of this before I hit them. So if they do, and the thing that they get rid of it with is a bounce spell, then we just replay it. Go to combat. I'm going to swing with just the 1 elf, because if this connects, then they're dead anyway. All right, so we win that game. I assume they're Geological Discover. So that being the case, I probably want... Is Stonebrain on the draw good enough? What's the ramp? Turn 1, land elf. Turn 2, land, potentially another ramp source, or just turn 3, land blah. So Stonebrain, main deck, and that's it, right? So Pelucranos, because it's irrelevant. Actually, Leveler doesn't matter in this matchup, right? Nothing else here really matters. Potentially Damping Sphere main is another option. So I can Stone Brain the combo out of their deck, or I can just play Damping Sphere. They may have the ability to go off before I can do anything. Actually, yeah, so I should main Damping Sphere. All right, let's do that. They shouldn't be running Elves, right? It should just be the Strixhaven treasures. Yeah, they can't run anything that costs less than 4. You ain't playing Karn on the draw? You ain't playing Karn on the draw? Might as well main the cards that hit it. But there is the potential that they don't go off on curve, in which case I do want the ability to Karn into an answer. You almost never want to cut every answer out of your sideboard, because then if you... Let's say they don't go off on time and you land a Karn, but then you don't have an answer to grab with Karn, then you're just out of luck of being able to do anything. There are arguments for both, though. All right, Lair, Elf. Well, I suppose I'll learn then. Maybe it is correct to just board and everything. Second, Triumph. All right, so they can't make a treasure on curve. So land, Elf, combat, attack with the Elf. So we're going to be 1 mana short on this Karn to get anything relevant. Island. Okay, what's the best move? If I play Kiora, I can't play anything else. If I play Karn, I can play Needle. Again, I think they're on the Appraiser version and not Quintorius. So Needle does nothing. So none of these cards do anything, right? I would need to... Yeah, so it's better to just get more mana, probably. Like, we're dead next turn if they have it, so let's just play assuming they don't have it. I guess no. I should have played Karn there, actually, because... Oh, counter with Mirror Shell Crab. Sure. I actually should have played Karn because if Karn had resolved, there was the possibility of Karn resolving and then them not having a 4th untapped land. So if they had discarded for a treasure and not had a 4th untapped land, they may not have been able to go off. So Karn was actually the correct play there. All right, are we dead? Mythos of Illuna to make a copy of their Ketria Triumph. Well, I put Damping Sphere in my main, so I can't grab it. So that being the case, I still don't have a way to stop them from going off if they have it next turn. So if it's it has to be Quintorius, right? Because of this, because they wouldn't be playing this if they had Appraiser, right? So Karn minus Needle, play the Needle, Quintorius. It's conned, right? That's the one. The other ones are not that one. And then play this, and then over to them. Steam Vents, Clever Impersonator, copying Needle and needling Karn. Sure. All right. So if we Haven, then we Storm, right? So 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. So tap this. Wolf Willow here. And then, have I played a land this turn? I haven't, right? No, I have. Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Storm. So QR Cavalier. Trigger, draw a card. Then here, grabbing. Does putting Besage into play matter? No. So let's just put a Forest into play. And then play Elf. And then I guess I can't do anything else, so pass to them. Or I could have activated Kiora, I guess, but whatever. All right, so the plan is to try to kill them with a really big Hydra next turn. Castle Vantress. Activates Vantress main phase. Wow. I still don't know if they're the Quintorius version or the Appraiser version. Although the fact that they have 0 white mana so far kind of makes me think it's not Appraiser. It's not Quintorius, but I don't know. All right, so Elf. I actually can flashback the Storm of the Festival. How much mana do I make right now? So Nykthos is for 2, 3, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Untap, 7, 16. So they're dead, right? So activate, Kiora, untap this, activate layer, 8. Let's do that, and then let's activate the other one. So done, activate this one. All right, well, on to round 4. Is this league a tournament or practice? It's a league. Or I don't know what you mean. Like, is it casual play? It's a normal league. I think they had the elephant stuck in hand. Did they just like not draw white mana, basically? It has to have been the Quintorius version, right? Because the Appraiser version doesn't play 4 mana clones. I'm just gonna write down that was Quintorius. The Appraiser version can work with the 4 mana clones. Yeah, because you can clone Carnosaur, but doesn't it normally not play them? All right, round 4 of League 2. We're on the draw. We don't have any lands, so that's a mult. That's a keep, and we are putting back... It has to be an elf, right? I'm just thinking, like, this is turn 3 Cavalier if I keep all the elves in play, but there's other matches where Karn's more important. Yeah, so let's just put an elf back. Tapped Sunken Citadel. Enters, choose a color, add 2 mana to the chosen color, spend this mana only to activate abilities of land sources. All right, well, we drew an elf anyway. Our opponent's on some kind of spice, so it's basically choose any color, you make that color, or double of this color but you can only spend it on land activated abilities. Okay, Plains passes to us. Wow. All right, well, elf, back over to them. I know they might have the cave that blows up lands. Cycles Shark Typhoon, sure. No clue what this is. Lotus Field. Tail's End, counter the ability. All right, well, okay, so if I play Cavalier, I can't activate Nykthos. If I play Llanowar Elves, so this is 6 mana. If I play the elf, then that's also 6 mana. So whether I play the elf or not is irrelevant. So I play the elf, and then we activate Nykthos. So I can Karn for Damping Sphere. That seems like probably the best move. Yeah, let's do that. Karn, grab Damping Sphere, play Damping Sphere, and back over to them. Cuts them off of 2 extra mana and the field tapping for colors. So is this like Lotus Field? So it's Lotus Field and Sunken Citadel has been adopted into the deck as a way to activate Thespian Stage for cheap. So Nykthos doesn't tap for any extra mana right now. So I have 7 mana. So I can Karn for Statue, or I can Karn for Needle and try to name Thespian Stage. Although if I do that, they can just copy the thing with the needle on the stack, so there's no real point in doing that. So it's probably better to just grab Godpharaoh's Statue here and put them in more of a bind. Yeah, I probably just go grab Godpharaoh's Statue. So minus Karn, play this, then go to combat, and if they have a shark, they can cycle the Shark Typhoon. So there's no reason to attack here for very minimal gain with risk of this elf dying. So Thespian Stage copying the Plains, sure. I am so confused. Is this... Oh, it's blue-white Lotus Control, right? That's what it is. Temp Lockdown. That's pretty rough. All right. Well, another Nykthos. Okay, well, I definitely do not want to animate this. So we'll plus Karn on nothing. And then I probably do need to play something here. So let's tap this for mana. Then let's play Nykthos, keep the Nykthos, and then play the Tortoise. Trigger. All right, put Layer into play. And then over to them. So I can go grab Haywire my next turn if I want to. So yeah, it's got to be blue-white Lotus Control. Sunken Citadel, choosing white. So they can Shark for 3. Oh wait, no, Lotus Field's back online. So they can Shark for 1, 2, so 5. Is it worth it to attack with this Tortoise if they can Shark it? Alternatively, I can do what? I only have 4 mana right now, so just not really enough to do anything with. I can't even play the Cavalier. I could just play a second Tortoise. How about I play the Tortoise and see if they counter it and then make a decision from there? All right, so play second Tortoise. So if they Shark, Karn's dead regardless. So it's probably best to just go grab Haywire Might this turn. Yeah, let's do that. Minus Karn, grab Haywire. And then I'm not going to attack into a potential Shark, so we'll just pass. I assume Stage copies Lotus Field now? Yeah. So they are passing without doing anything. Okay. So the Nykthos does actually make... Oh, I can activate this for 0, right? So this is 4. Tap this, play Cavalier, bunch of mana. Discontinuity. All right. Well, can't do anything about that. Pathway. I do have the Storm of Festival in my graveyard. So this is... All right, let's just Wolf Willow here. Wolf Willow here. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8. Not enough. Well, play Haywire. See if this resolves. Deluge. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 after that. All right, so Haywire resolves. So let's go ahead and go to combat. Swing with the Tortoises. Trigger, trigger. Put a forest into play. Second trigger. Put a forest into play. All right, and I should do this now before they get to untap the Lotus Fields. Yeah, I should do this now before they untap their Lotus Fields. So is there any reason not to wait to their upkeep? If I wait to their upkeep, they have more instant speed ways of like casting Deluge or something. But on the other hand, if they have like Otawara, I don't know. All right, activate this, blow up temp lockdown. All right, so we're done here. Nykthos is offline again, but that's fine. All right, they have a total of 7 mana and they're being taxed by the statue. So they're 1 short of Farewell. Verdict, kill all of our guys. Yep. So let's see. Lair of the Hydra, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So activate, go to combat, attack with the Lair, and then hold this Beside You, because not only is there no reason to play it right now, but we also need it for other enchantments that we may need to kill. Thankfully, they're at 3. All right, no actions from them. All right, play Oath of Nissa, trigger, Cavalier. There's many things they could have. They could have Wandering Emperor, or just like some other way. It doesn't feel great to dump all of my mana into the Lair, only to maybe have it die. So let's just play Cavalier. Obviously, if they don't have anything, then Lair attacking them here just kills them, but they have 6 cards in their hand. I doubt they have nothing. All right, put this into play. Over to them. Trigger the statue. Cast Memory Deluge. Very well. So even if they have Farewell, they have to spend all their mana to cast it, and then they're dead. So Farewell doesn't bail them out of this. Cleanup step. Discards Horned Lock Whale. All right, so let's make Lair of the Hydra 2/2. So animate this. Go to combat. Swing with both of these. It is Wandering Emperor. All right, so I should have made this bigger. So now they kill the Cavalier off and gain enough life that this isn't killing them. So they go to 2, and then I get to play another Cavalier on the second main. Trigger this, put Forest into play, and back over to them. So they're at 1. They have to deal with multiple creatures and statue, and I also have Storm and Cityscape Leveler in the graveyard. All right, Farewell finally. Yep, Farewell. Everything dies, but I get to keep Lair. But they have a Samurai token. Well, that's rough. That's really, really rough. All right, activate this. X is 3. Combat. Swing with this. So yeah, I needed to pump my Hydra more last turn. So unfortunate. Teferi. Any instant speed removal or flash creature or like Wandering Emperor or anything. Well, Castle Ardenvale. Oy. I guess I have to Beside You this. All right, let's just Beside You that. Castle Ardenvale, make a token. And they still have 10 mana up after that. It's ridiculous. So basically I punted this game by not having my Lair become bigger. All right, animate Hydra, go to combat, attack you. Yeah, all right, I'm not beating an active Teferi in play with them already being 4 cards ahead of me. So let's just go to the next game. Control, you don't board anything. All right, on the play, this is fine. Keep land, elf, go. Tap Hallowed Fountain. All right, play this, go to combat, all of Storm Giants, and then this gets countered by Censor if we don't draw land, which we didn't. Oh man, okay, so Tortoise gets countered by fewer things than Karn does. So I think I just play the Tortoise. All right, Tortoise resolves. Trigger. I milled over Lair the Hydra. All right, get the Lair and go. Get Lost on the Tortoise. Castle Ardenvale, Temp Lockdown, eats the map tokens too. And if we don't draw land here, we're boned. And we didn't draw land, so we're dead. Because now we're going to be too far behind. I guess I could have attacked them with a 1/1 Lair. Whatever. Tap land. What does this become? A 2/3 with when it attacks, create a map. All right, play an elf. Thespian Stage. Activate this thing. Sure. Take 2 from this. They have a map token. They map. They got a land. So we can play Karn, which is probably the best bet. Play Karn and grab... Man, Darksteel Citadel isn't even good because they can just Farewell it. Although, I guess I'm not doing anything else. All right, so Karn minus... So whatever I grab, I can't grab anything else because this creature is going to animate and attack Karn to 1. So yeah, I do need to grab Citadel and just play it. Because I need to have the mana for Cavalier next turn. So Island, so not the land that they found. They didn't bother to even animate this to hit Karn, which I find surprising. The next best card to get is actually probably the Cauldron. All right, let's just minus this right now. If they want a discontinuity, that's fine. Yeah, discontinuity, sure, whatever. Teferi, yeah. Plays the Citadel finally. And then Teferi animates, or untaps rather. So if they untap this, I assumed they were going to untap this. They're untapping Thespian Stage. Well, now I really don't know what to do. Well, plus Karn with no target. They almost certainly have a counter spell. Although this is white, so maybe not. Well, they don't have certain kinds of counter spells. They'll still probably have counters. So let's just play Cavalier. It resolved amazingly. All right, put Layer into play. And nothing else to do, so pass. So are they going to copy our Nykthos maybe so that they can Nykthos for White Mon or something? No, they're just going to make another 2/3 flyer land. Sure. Teferi plus draw a card. Plays another stage. So I have to assume they'll kill Karn this turn, right? They have to have a way of killing Cavalier and then they can attack into Karn. Farewell, sure. And then they untap some more lands so that they can hold up counter spells, sure. So I assume I'm going to have to minus this because just keeping Karn in play is not really helping at this point. All right, so land. Probably get Haywire Might and then blow this up at the end of their turn. So minus Karn, grab Haywire. Let's play Haywire. All right, let's play Kiora, untap a land, play Elf, and then still have enough mana open to activate Haywire Might at instant speed. So over to them. Stage copies that again, sure. Teferi plus, Supreme Verdict, so it doesn't even matter if I pop this. Yeah, Strict Proctor, my ETB triggers don't even work now. Fantastic. And Teferi's 2 turns away from ulting, and I'm nowhere near being able to kill it. I do have to Cityscape it to death. So if I Blossoming Tortoise, I can pay for it if I preemptively untap a land. So tap, 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 untap this, cast the Tortoise, trigger, so let's pay the ability. And we didn't hit a land anyway. All right, over to them. Make a token, sure. Teferi plus, we're on the ult now. And considering they have 7 cards in hand, activate Hall. Hall attacks Kiora, this attacks Kiora. Yeah, sure, Kiora dies. What am I gonna do? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I would have to chump in order to keep Kiora alive anyway, so may as well just Kiora dies, whatever. And then Teferi untap stuff. They have to have literally 0 interaction here or we lose. All right, there's 0 chance I'm channeling this, so play that. Karn can Needle Teferi. If I play Kiora right now, then Nykthos is 1 mana to generate 3. Kiora untaps it. Then we go to 4, 5, so we're still short, so it has to be Karn. All right, let's go grab Pithing Needle. Cast Needle. Name Teferi hero. And then I'm not going to chump the Hall, so I may as well attack. Trigger. All right, we got a Forest back, and then it's over to them. So they're animating this, and they're going to double block. That's fine. Yep, kill your land. Activate this thing. All right, Karn dies. Map reveals discontinuity on top. How in the world do they not have an answer to Pithing Needle? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm 1 short of leveling here. Problem is, if I play a Planeswalker, then it just dies to the Hall. So I can play Karn and then have between 3 and 4 mana open. So, oh yeah, I can just Nykthos and then have 8 for Cityscape Leveler. So what am I doing? So I want to say that I should blow up Teferi, but they've revealed the top card as Discontinuity, and yeah, I should just kill Teferi. Like, I should just do that, even though I have Needle on it. So play a new Nykthos, and then cast Leveler, trigger, blow up Teferi. Because if they ever find an answer for this Needle, we just lose on the spot. So let's just make sure this is dead. All right, Leveler here. I assume they just discount in our upkeep. Get lost the Leveler. All right. Map copies the creature land. So now we miss a turn because they're going to discontinuity us. They can also just not do anything and wait for us to cast or activate something and then do it. All right, we take some damage, make another map. Maps the Strict Proctor, revealing Memory Deluge. All right, play a land. I don't know, let's activate Leveler and then it just dies. But what else am I going to do? Really? They're letting me attack? I guess they can just still do it with the trigger on the stack, right? Yeah. Uh-huh. They're letting me kill their Strict Proctor. Okay. Is the thinking it doesn't matter, like they're ahead on the board anyway? Flash in Lock Whale. Okay, yeah, so they're going to deal lethal here. So they're going to hit us down to 7, then discontinuity on our turn, and then hit it, and then lethal us. Or they just have lethal right now. Oh, they actually have lethal right now. All right, well, so be it. God, that match was miserable. All right, round 5. On the play, this is fine. Keep. All right, land, elf, pass. Urborg, so probably Rakdos mid. Yeah, Thoughtseize. What would I take if I were them? Probably Karn. Yeah, they took Karn. Yeah, let's just run out Pelucranos. Then over to them. Blood Ties, Ooh, Kiora, you say. So I go tap, tap, Wolf Willow on here, and then Nykthos. All right, yeah, so Wolf Willow here. Then this taps for 5. Then we play Kiora. Minus here, untap Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. Play Storm. All right, Cavalier and Lair. So trigger, draw a card from Kiora. All right, they've conceded, obviously. Rakdos, you don't side anything. Run it back. Game 2, this is fine. Keep this. Eye of the Eye Tyrant. Duress. So they're going to just take Storm, presumably. Yep. All right, play Elf. Go. Fatal Push the Elf. Plays Blood Crypt. Tapped. All right, well, we're just drawing lands. Over to them. If they play Fable, I probably have to Besage you it. All right, they didn't, and we're just drawing lands. All right, well, back over to them. Haunted Ridge. Still not doing anything. Huh. All right, play Lair. Go. If they animate Hive, I'll shoot it with Besage you so that they can't exile Storm out of our graveyard. Blightstep Pathway. Yep. Animate Hive. Being a combat, kill that. Get an untapped Swamp. And Needles. Karn, presumably. Yep, Karn. Well, we just drew Karn, so... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, all right, so let's just animate this. Go to combat. Swing. Another land. All right, well, let's play Cavalier. Trigger. Put Nykthos into play. We can make 4 with this, so I may as well play Karn, even if I can't activate it. All right, over to them. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Even if they kill Cavalier, I can still level her on the needle, and then we're just going to win from there. Extinction Event, killing Cavalier off. All right. Plays another land. All right, so tap, 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 tap. Leveler, blow up needle, then resolve the leveler. Then let's minus. I'm going to grab Cauldron. It's the most, like, value play I can get. Back over to them. Stomp on Karn to put it to 1 counter. They do need to find an answer to Cityscape. So one thing to note, if you are a Rakdos Midrange player, you can't have a hand that's just full of answers because eventually the Nykthos player will just top deck and kill you. Let's blow up this Power Stone. Combat. Bitter Triumph. Very well. So I've got 8 mana right now, so I could Karn for a 4-drop, or I could just burst back Troll plus Cavalier. That seems pretty good. So tap, 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 tap. Cast Burst, Cavalier, and Troll. Play the Troll, and over to them. Fable the Mirror Breaker. Yep, they're super dead. Let's play Elf, let's play Cavalier, and then with its trigger on the stack, activate Nykthos, in case we had another Nykthos. All right, we did not. Doesn't matter. All right, minus Karn. Let's go grab the leveler that's in our sideboard. Actually, if I grab Woodcaller, I can untap Nykthos, make a bunch more mana, and flash Storm back. Yeah, let's do that. So Woodcaller, play Woodcaller on the prototype. Trigger, target Nykthos. So then activate this. Flashback, Storm the Festival. Cavalier, and another Nykthos. All right, so Cavalier and Nykthos. Legend rule the Nykthos. Trigger on the stack, activate Nykthos. Resolve Cavalier. Put another land into play. Flashback Storm again. All right, this one was less good. So here, let's just put in... If I put in Forest Wolf Willow, I can Karn for what? That's 2, 3, 4, 7. All right, Lair, Wolf Willow. Put the Wolf Willow here. Then tap this, play Karn. Go to combat, swing with the Troll. All right, minus Karn. Grab Haywire. Cast Haywire. Kill this. All right, so 3 and 2 that time. I'm still not seeing a reason to change anything here. We've only played against the Discover deck once. The Tortoises have been okay every time we've drawn them. I don't particularly feel like I'm missing anything by not playing the 4th Oath or the 2nd Pelucranos. Maybe the 4th Oath. I need to test more. All right, let's jump into another one. All right, League 3, match number 1 on the draw. Huh. All right, this is capable. Den of the Bugbear. Voldaren. So probably Convoke. Oh, they're also running Gigantha. Yeah, it's Convoke. All right, play this, play this. We're about to ramp, like, absolutely insane nutso next turn. So we do have a turn 3 Storm the Festival. Attack with Voldaren, it's fine, no blocks. Plays Thalia. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess I'm just going to play the Elves. And if we happen to draw another land, then... No, actually, we do not get to Storm if we draw another land. This is more mana anyway, so let's just do that. All right, no attacks, pass to them. Shocks in Sacred Foundry, plays Ornithopter. Does Convoke usually play Thalia? Huh. All right, we take a bunch of damage. No blocks on any of that. So we're at 8. We could play Cavalier. That'd be the best blocker here. It blocks this. Yeah, I guess we just play Cavalier. All right, Cavalier. Trigger. Yeah, put that into play. And then I can't play anything because of Thalia, so back to them. Gleeful on the Blood token. All right, I can Storm. It's probably correct. All right, Storm, Troll, and Wolf Willow. And then attach Wolf Willow here. All right, back over to them. Plays this dude, and they can tap a ton of things to pump that up. And they can pay for Gleeful Demolition. So they can activate this 3 times a turn. Interesting. So bottom, bottom. Not really sure why they're doing it now. Is this instance... Oh, it is activate only as a sorcery. Okay. So next turn, it's big enough that it can actually attack through Cavalier. All right, I pretty much have to find Nykthos, right? So Oath of Nissa, trigger. There's Nykthos. So Nykthos, and activating it right now is 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11. All right, so Nykthos, exactly enough to pay for Storm, so let's Storm. Kiora, and more Devotion, probably, plus a blocker. All right, so okay to that. So let's untap Nykthos, then let's activate Nykthos, spending this, and we need to tap one of our Elves. So let's play another Oath, trigger, another Kiora, sure. Grab Kiora, and then I've got nothing to do from the graveyard, so I may as well activate Wolf, or cast Wolf Willowhaven on this. And then let's see. So this can block this guy. What if they play Bushwhacker, right? So let's say they find another one of these guys and they Bushwhack this turn. And then every single creature is 2 power except Ornithopter, right? How much blocking do I need to do in that case? So it's block here and then block the next 4 most powerful creatures. So here, here, and here, and here. And then I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it doesn't matter if I activate Wolf Willow, even if, yeah, because I would die anyway. Oh, wait, no, I have 5 blockers, so it does matter. All right, activate Wolf Willow, and then we'll just pass. So if he attacks, I block with Cavalier, and then Cavalier dies, and I get back Karn, and then I think I can still go off, because I'll have, what's my Devotion count? 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not quite, but it does let me Karn into, like, a Leveler and kill this, or Filigree Silex. I actually don't have to block this, right? But I should. All right, so Cavalier blocks, damage, get Karn back, plays another land, Giganta to hand. So I think I can win. So Nykthos, play Karn. So the problem is it's 10 Devotion and Thalia's taxing me. So if I grab Chain Veil, then, so let's see, Kiora untaps this. I activate it. I go up to 13 mana. So I have 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 mana. So Chain Veil, I'm down to 15. Activate, I'm down to 11. Kiora untaps the Chain Veil. All right, I should have enough, especially because I have the second Kiora. So let's activate, grabbing the Chain Veil. So Kiora untaps. Oh, wait, no, I have to untap Chain Veil, right? Oh, yeah, that is actually an issue, right? No, because the Chain Veil makes Kiora activatable again. All right, so activate, untap Nykthos, activate Nykthos. So cast Chain Veil, activate Chain Veil. So then untap Chain Veil, then activate Chain Veil again. So minus Karn, and grab Leveler, or just Statue. No, I have the second Kiora, so it's fine. So Leveler, activate this. I should have another Karn activation, right? So target nothing, then activate Nykthos. All right, so they've conceded here. All right, versus Convoke, I think I want Silex on the draw to kill their token spam. Other than that, I don't think I care about anything. So the only question is, would I rather cut Tortoise, Leveler, or Oath? I think I want fewer Oath. The fact that they're playing Thalia makes me really not want Oath of Nissa. Leveler is also really expensive. I'm going to cut Oath. All right, run that. All right, this hand's great. Needle Verge into Voldaren Epicure. All right, play an Elf. Attacks with Voldaren, obviously no blocks. Gleeful on the Blood token. All right, so let's tap this and play... Yeah, let's just play it. Let's just play the Troll. Back over to them. I was considering, like, should I play Elf plus Oath of Nissa, but I just need blockers. 2 mana, Resolute, and then they can Convoke this field. All right, Knight Errant, what are they getting? Warden Venerated. All right. Okay, I definitely need to ramp now. So let's play Oath, trigger that. I'm going to play 2 Elves right now. So yeah, let's grab Karn, then play Elf, play another Elf, over to them. Another Resolute Reinforcements. So Loxodon, pumps a bunch of guys. Oh, they're attacking? Sure, snap block this. Trigger, put this on the forest. All right, so Karning for... I can Karn for Silex and kill all their tokens, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So Karn, Filigree, Silex, blow all the tokens up. They're left with this, 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 and this. Then Karn dies on the backswing and we take 5 going to 3. The alternative is to just Storm and see what we hit. Another alternative is to play Wolf Willow and Tortoise or something like that. It's probably better to just get most of this stuff off the board. Also, by getting rid of a lot of their creatures, it prevents them from wardening or having other Convoke stuff. All right, so 2 here, this. Play Karn, minus, grab, where is it? Oh, wait, no. I boarded it in for this matchup. Oh my god. I forgot that I did that. Well, woof. Yeah, I forgot that I did that. Well, if that's not a viable option, then what am I doing instead? Is this just straight up lethal on the board then if I don't have a blocker in play? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17. It's almost dead. All right, so spot removal is not going to help me on a follow-up turn. So even if I grab like a boat, that doesn't really help. So the best bet is probably what, Haywire Might, so I can block and gain some life at least. Or maybe it's just Restorative Burst. Or maybe it's just grab a combo piece in case I can go off on another turn. I don't know. I'm going to grab Woodcaller. All right, let's put this here and over to them. Completely forgot that I sided in Filigree Silex. All right, if they have the Bushwhacker dude, then we're dead. All right, they have the Bushwhacker dude. Okay, let's put this back, take out Leveler. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, we only have a Nykthos, and yeah, okay, mull that. It's not great either. Man, this hand's super slow. Super, super slow. But I think it's better than... Is it better than going to 5? It's so bad. Going to 5 usually means you're just going to lose. All right, I'll keep this and bin a Forest. Thraben, all right. Can't do anything. Pass to them. Plays Thalia. Well, there goes playing Kiora. They didn't attack. Well, I can't imagine that it's better to hold off playing Kiora just to draw a card next turn, or 2 turns later, actually. So let's just play Old Growth Troll. All right, no attacks from them and no Convokes or anything. Huh. All right, play the Tortoise. Trigger. Milled, no lands. We milled Silex over. I'm going to attack them. The only way I see that going in any way wrong is if they have the Bushwhacker next turn to Bushwhack Thalia up to 3 power, but other than that, it seems fine. All right, are we convoking? Giant Killer, just regularly. Convoking out, locks it on. All right, we need to find something really good really fast. Ugh. So this dude can tap stuff. I can't attack into this 4/4. Therefore, and it costs more because of Thalia. So let's just Kiora. Then let's untap Nykthos. And then I guess we just pass. Hope to find something next turn. So they can tap one of our guys down. We can make a layer really big and then have 2 blockers. Warden of the Inner Sky. You can activate twice. Activates it. Oh, it can hit artifacts too, right? Taps itself. So Giant Killer's still open, which is really frustrating, but whatever. All right, we need to find Storm or Karn or something. All right, there's the Storm. So activate this. It's probably better to untap this now in case we had a second Kiora. And then I have to pay 7 for this because of Thalia. So cast Storm. All right, there's Karn and there's Oath of Nissa. So let's do that. Karn, Oath. Actually, does it? What if I grab another Kiora? Then I get even more mana, right? No, but I also have a second Nykthos in my hand anyway. All right, let's grab Karn plus Oath. Trigger the Oath. All right. Maybe I should have just grabbed the second Kiora. All right, so I can Karn for what? Cityscape Leveler is one option. First of all, I'm going to activate Nykthos regardless, so let's just do that. So that's 7, and then I can Nykthos again, and then it'll be 6, so 13. Flashing back Storm basically takes all my mana. So it's either Storm or activate Karn. So if I activate Karn, I'm trying to think, can I actually win here? I don't think I can. I think the Thalia and the lack of more devotion is keeping me from winning. So if I Chain Veil, I have to play the other Nykthos. I Nykthos, I go down to 6, then up, so 6, 9, 11, 12, 13. Chain Veil down to 8, Chain Veil again down to 4. Then Kiora can untap this and I can grab another thing. I have 4 mana, then I go down to 3, up to 9. Karn grabs Ancestral Statue, play that down to 5. Kiora bounces back to my hand. Replay Kiora, activate Nykthos. I have exactly enough mana to do all that. But then what? Because then I'm stuck. So then Kiora gets multiple activations, but it only gets 2. All right. So minus, so grab Chain Veil. So let's play new Nykthos. Keep the new Nykthos. Activate, cast Chain Veil. Activate Chain Veil. Yes, I don't have the mana to Chain Veil. I mean, I can do that once. Activate Nykthos, have 7 mana, but then it's not enough to do everything else. So I do need to untap Nykthos. Activate Nykthos, activate Karn. So Statue is 6, and that's 2. Yeah, all right. So grab Statue, and then I'm out of activations. So Statue, trigger, pick up Kiora, replay Kiora, then untap Nykthos, then activate Nykthos again. All right, and then we've got one more Kiora activation, right? So if I activate Kiora again, I can untap Nykthos, and then I want to chain... I do need to Chain Veil, yeah. So target the Chain Veil, activate Chain Veil. So plus this on the clue. Why not? Then, man. Yeah, I do need to Chain Veil again. So tap the Chain Veil, and then I'm out of activations, right? Yeah, so then activate Chain Veil, minus on Nykthos, then activate here, 7 mana. I'm 1 short, aren't I? Yeah. So I can grab the boat, and then I can boat the Giant Killer. Or I can grab Restorative Burst, and then burst. So Karn dies, I burst That takes all but 1 mana. I burst and I get back Troll and Karn, and then try to go off next turn. So minus, grabbing Cauldron, then burst, get Karn back, and then the Troll, right? Kiora dies here because this is big enough to kill it. So actually Nykthos is the better pick, or is it Troll? It is probably Nykthos. All right, grab Nykthos. All right, and then this last mana can't do anything, so then we fizzle this, right? I'm out of activations, yeah, so fizzle that, and then they'll end step tap something, I don't know what, probably Troll. Yeah, tap Troll, and then it's back over to them. Kiora dies from this dude, tapping the statue down, okay. So they're not attacking other than with this dude because they're activating him. They put it on top, whatever it is, and then this thing plus the elephant, actually everything in play can attack, right? Because I can't block any of it. So they should just attack with everything, or they could attack with just this guy and then activate it again, I guess. Can't block. Kiora dies. Plays Epicure. All right. So play Elf. Activate Nykthos. Is it better to just Storm here than play Karn? Probably. Yeah, let's do that. Nykthos. Keep the new one. Nykthos. Storm. Pelucranos and Cavalier. I could also hit another Nykthos. So I'm definitely grabbing Cavalier as one of them. If I grab the other Nykthos, then that leaves me with how much? I activate the Nykthos. I have 1 floating, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I have 13 mana left over, which will allow me to flash back another Storm if I hit it. It also lets me play Karn and have enough mana left for Cityscape Leveler. All right, so let's grab Cavalier Nykthos. So let's grab both of those, Legend Rule this one, and then activate this while this triggers on the stack. Oh, did I miscount? I thought I had more. Oh no, I have 13 with these lands, right? Okay, so resolve Cavalier, total brick. All right, play Karn, minus. All right, so let's grab Leveler, kill this thing, cast this, trigger, kill this dude, and then over to them. We also have to win with less than 4 minutes on the clock. Forge Devil to kill Elvish Mystic, sure. And then Convoke something, another Loxodon. Man, it sucks because in paper I would just show a loop here and win, but it's going to take too long on Moto, so that being the case, let's go to combat. I assume they'll tap this. So attempt to go to combat. We'll see if they tap the leveler. Yeah, so tap the leveler. No attacks. So we minus Karn. Use the ability. Grab another leveler. Then activate this. Leveler. Blow up Giant Killer. Resolve this leveler. Play this. And then we'll just fizzle this because I don't have enough time. So over to them. Oh, I guess I should have activated Chain Veil and plus Karn, but whatever. I just don't have time left. Knight Errant. Just finds 1 Thraben Inspector. All right. Forge Devil. Can't kill anything on my board, right? Can it hit Planeswalkers? No, just creatures. All right. So plus, get rid of this clue. Go to combat. Swing with the levelers. Triggers. Kill off just the biggest things on the board. So Thalia and one of these guys. They do have to block one of them. All right, jump there. They're at 2. So play this. Turtle. Trigger. Get back. Forest, activate Nykthos, Chain Veil, plus Karn, or I guess minus, whatever. Just grab a boat. Now let's just grab God Pharaoh statue and take them off of being able to cast anything. All right, this puts them to 1, and then they basically can't cast anything. So this should be fine. Let's grab whatever. I don't have time. Go to combat, swing with these dudes. Swing, swing, swing. All the tramplers. Trigger, blow up the biggest toughness. All right, 20 power of trample, and you have to stop all of it. All right, game. Whew, on round 2. So that's an example of where like big differences with Moto and paper, because in paper I had the combo loop, so I could have just done that. But obviously on Moto it takes too many clicks. There's not enough time to go through it all. All right, on the play for round 2. This is fine. Lair, Elf, pass. Needle Verge. All right, so Convoke again. Maybe not. All right, well, Wolf Willow. No plays, so that tells me it's probably Stomp, I guess. All right, play Troll and pass. Or Resolute, I guess. One of those two. This makes me think that it's not Convoke, but who knows. They did nothing. All right. Turn 1 Torch, turn 2 nothing. But they're a Boros. Wedding Announcement. Okay. Just play Cavalier. Play Cavalier. Trigger. Land into play. Put Combat. Swing. And we managed to bin Leveler, so they seem extraordinarily dead. Just does nothing. Wedding Announcement trigger. All right. Wolf Willow. Activate. Activate. Unearth Leveler. Go to combat. Attack with everything. Leveler trigger. Blow up. Wedding Announcement. Jump block Cavalier. Then they take 12 and go to 4. And then Leveler gets exiled. End of turn. Secure the Wastes X is 2. Alright, I officially have no idea what I'm playing against. Sacred Foundry shocks in, goes to 2. Indomitable Creativity. Oh, wow. Really? That's what it is? It's Boros Creativity. Yeah, all right, sure. So the only thing is really like, do I want to bring in Silex and main it or not? Yes, I'll do that and I'll take Leveler out. All right, game 2 on the play. This is way too slow. We have absolutely no ramp at all. So let's mull that. All right, that's fine. Putting back, I guess I could have also mained Haywire Might. All right, let's put back a Forest. Lair, Elf, go. Yeah, you know what? I should have mained Haywire instead of Silex. All right, so Kiora, untap a land, Oath. Let's grab... Well, I'm inclined to say Nykthos. I don't really have much else going on. So I think actually the Polukranos might be more valuable in terms of being able to draw some more cards off this Kiora. It's a tough one. So next turn I'm playing Troll, and then I don't have that much more mana left over. All right, let's just grab Nykthos. I guess like we have to find Nykthos regardless. So we're really just swapping one card for a different card if we don't take it. All right, Mountain. Kills our dude. All right, play the Troll. Draw with Kiora. Well, can't do anything else, so over to them. I guess my game plan right now is just Nykthos, the Lair, and attack them for a whole bunch. Fable the Mirrorbreaker. Ooh, Karn. All right, so Nykthos, activate, and tap, activate, let's play Karn. Let's grab the boat and kill the Shaman. So minus, grab Sky Sovereign, cast this, trigger, kill your guy, and then combat, swing with the Troll. And then next turn we can probably just straight up kill them. We're going to have plenty of mana with Nykthos. We can animate this Lair and animate Sky Sovereign with Karn. So we're getting in for at least 9 here, plus whatever we can animate the Lair into. Or we can just Karn for like God Pharaoh statue or something. Invasion of Gobakon, we don't have Jack in our hand, so that doesn't do anything. The Tortoise, you say. All right, I'm probably just grabbing statue. So before that, let's activate this, play the Tortoise, trigger the Tortoise, nothing. All right, untap Nykthos. So activate this again, 7 mana minus here. Let's grab statue, cast statue, create a 2/2. Sure. What does this thing do? End step, put a +1 counter on each creature, untap them. So I can activate this as a 1/1. That doesn't help. So let's crew this here. No, actually it does, because this can kill that. All right, so activate this. So X is currently 1. That's fine. Go to combat. Swing with everything. Boat trigger. Kill the token. All right, so I actually should not have Silex, or I should have Haywire Might in addition. So the only question is, do I want to bring Silex back out? So if you add mana in such a way that you have exactly 6, you can Karn, then put Silex into play and be protected. I know it technically works the same way with Haywire Might, but that's not exactly true, because if you have to generate the mana via Nykthos and then you can't hold 1 mana up, then it's better to have Haywire main this side. So let's do that. All right, game 3. We have no ramp. That's a mull. Even though we have Nykthos and like all the payoffs, we're just going to be way too slow if we keep this. So mull. All right, this is fine. Keep, and I'm putting back... I'm inclined to say one of the Karns, but that might not be... Or it's either that or one of the Forests. I'm going to put a Karn back. There are certain combinations where there's certain like sequences that might play out where we either need to hit a land every turn, including on turn 3, or where we might need specific color combinations, such as if we want to play Troll on turn 2. And I don't think we need the second Karn. I think the first Karn is good enough to protect us. Inspiring Vantage into Volcanic Spike, kill our guy. Yep, they did draw a card with it. Or if we draw like that, double Elves. So Elf, Elf. Over to them. 3 mana, so I assume they're going to flash in some kind of token thing. So the only question is, do we play Karn or Troll? Even if I play Karn, I can't do anything with it. So it's probably better to just play the Troll. Gets me more mana next turn to do whatever I want with Karn. End of turn, make a Knight. 4th land, they can't kill us until they hit 5 mana, and they need multiple tokens. Unless they swap to a different kill condition in game 2, but I doubt it. They're going to attack with the Knight. Block? I don't see how this goes wrong. All right, they're going to kill it. Oh, this has the exile clause on it. That's unfortunate. It does get rid of their token, though. All right, land. So this is 6 mana with Karn, or I can just play the Troll and then 5 mana. So it's better to Karn so that I have enough mana to cast Filigree Silex. All right, minus Filigree, play Filigree, and over to them. Get Lost on Karn, sure. Tapped Den of the Bugbear. Okay, so Old Growth Troll, Nykthos, play Polukranos, and then I guess I may as well map the Polukranos. Map. Get Lost on the Polukranos, sure. Oh, and that fizzles the map. All right, map on the Troll. Found a Nykthos. Nothing to do with it right now, though, so just pass. They're also completely out of cards. All they've got is a Den of the Bugbear and the Virtue of Loyalty in exile. I presume our top decks are better than theirs, so they're just going to cast this, right? Yeah, that's fine. Another Troll. All right, well, play the Troll. Can't even really do anything else, right? So there's no reason to activate Nykthos here. Actually, there is, I guess. So I'm making 8 mana. There's nothing I can mill over that matters. Yeah, so let's just map here. Okay, play land, map here, another land. Okay, go to combat. Swing with these dudes. Volcanic Spider dude, sure. Plays Wedding Announcement. Very well. So then they'll stack it and they make it basically a 2-2. All right, man, another land. All right, well, combat, attack with the trolls. What's the condition on this? You have to attack with 2+ to draw, otherwise you make a 1-1. No actions from them, back to us. Rather, this triggers, sure. I could just blow this up on my turn, I guess. So let's see, if I do that, they have what? Den of the Bugbear activation is the only blocker, and then they're dead, unless they have some other instant speed spell. All right, so let's just Nykthos and cast Cavalier. There's the potential that we mill over like a Cityscape Leveler or something, so should do this pre-combat. Trigger, bricked, but hit Storm the Festival. All right, so if I Nykthos here, I activate it, and I have enough for Storm, so let's do that. So Nykthos, the new one, Nykthos, Flashback Storm, another Cavalier, and a Tortoise, or Oath of Nissa. So I have 4 mana left over. Cavalier also might hit me more stuff. It depends. It's almost certainly Cavalier, and then I think the Oath, actually. Let's do that. Let's do the Cavalier trigger first. So resolve this. We did hit Nykthos, so Nykthos, then the Oath trigger resolves, and there's another Storm. Haywire Might. All right, well, let's grab that. So activate Nykthos, a bunch of mana, Storm. All right, there's Karn and Kiora, so that's the game. Babamf. We have another Kiora. Yeah, so we have the loop. So minus, grabbing the Burst. Kiora untaps Nykthos. Nykthos for a bunch of mana. Burst, get back Karn and Kiora. New Kiora. And then at this point, we have a very long loop to execute. All right, untap Nykthos, new Karn. All right, minus this. Actually, let's just Nykthos right now. Chain Veil makes this loop way faster, so let's just grab Chain Veil. Activate Chain Veil, minus Karn. Grab the Burst out of the exile. All right, so we've got 1 activation on Kiora. So let's untap Chain Veil. Let's activate Chain Veil. Let's untap Chain Veil. Let's activate Chain Veil. Then let's untap Nykthos. Then tap Nykthos. Cauldron. Get Karn and Kiora back. So new Kiora. And untap this. I forget how many activations I have now. So Chain Veil a bunch of times. Chain Veil. Chain Veil. All right. 10 gajillion mana. So plus on nothing. Plus on nothing. Minus. Grab the Burst. Do I still have activations on Karn? I do. All right. Done. How many more? I can still keep activating. So Burst. Let's get back Kiora and I guess the Turtle or Pelucranos, whatever. It doesn't matter. All right, final. Untap the Nykthos. Then play the new Kiora. Play Pelucranos. Trigger to draw a card. So then this one. All right, that should be enough loops, probably. So let's minus Karn. Let's grab the Burst. Let's plus Karn on nothing. Let's plus Karn on nothing. Let's minus Karn. Or I guess we're out of activations. All right, untap this. Activate. Minus. Grab Stonebrain. Cast Stonebrain. Stonebrain our opponent. Name Indomitable Creativity. All right, eat all of these. All right, untap this. Activate. So tap this one. And then we'll burst back both the Kioras. Play the new Kiora. It has about 10 bajillion activations available. Activate. All right, plus Karn. Minus Karn. Get back. Burst. Tap this. Make a bajillion mana. And tap this. Make a bajillion mana. All right. This one. Activate. We are going to run out of time, so let's just make sure that we've got it going what we need to get going. So minus Karn, or I guess this one. Activate. Minus Karn. Let's go grab a statue. Where is it? Cast statue. Play Kiora. Play Karn. Let's grab Leveler. Leveler. Let's blow up. Wedding Announcement. Trigger. Draw. All right, Cavalier. Draw. Cavalier trigger resolves. Put land into play. Minus. Grab another Leveler. Leveler. Blow up. Virtue. Let's pop this. I don't even know at this point. It doesn't matter. Let's grab it. Just max this out. Play Haywire Might. Why not? All right, let's just fizzle this mana because we're going to run out of time. So attack with everything we can attack with. All right, so we've won. Only match 2. On to round number 3. Oh, I'm going to need a long break after this one. Another thing, FYI, to anyone who's playing against Nykthos on Moto, If they ever get to the point where they can loop kill you, unless they literally have like 2 minutes left on the clock, there's no reason not to just concede, because even if they technically can't kill you outright via Stonebrain loops, they can still put so much into play that you're going to lose anyway. And if your opponent has lethal power on the board, has killed all of your most important permanents, and has taxing effects in like the God Pharaoh statue, you're going to lose. Round 3 on the draw. This is a kind of a risky hand. Again, we have to hit something with Oath, and if the Llanowar Elves dies, or the Elvish Mystic dies, then we're also behind. I'm inclined to mull this. It doesn't even have like that great of a curve, even if we find and get Troll on curve. All right, mull that. This is also bad, but I'm not going to toss this one. So we'll bin one of the 2 Nykthoses. Spire Bluff Canal. Sleight of Hand. All right, Forest, go. I assume this is Phoenix, but I'm not sure. Ledger Shredder. Probably still Phoenix. All right, well, back over to them. Free the Fae. Mill 4, then put an instant or sorcery. Gets opt back. All right, it's definitely Phoenix. They bottomed that opt, and then they Ledger Shredder. All right. If I want to Kiora into the Elf, I have to trigger this again. That sucks. I can't afford not to, though. All right. Yeah, Ledger Shredder trigger. Discards Hauled Storm Giants. Treasure Cruise. Now the Elf's going to die. Yep, Lightning Axe. Discard Phoenix. And if they play any other spell... Oh, 2 Phoenixes. Fantastic. All right, we're dead. So Kiora dies here, and then they have 9 power in play, and then we can't really do anything. I think the only possible out I could have is to immediately rip an untapped green source off the top so I can play Pelucranos to block. I'm pretty sure that's the only out I have. Of course it's... All right. Well, Pelucranos it is. Back over to them. Consider surveilling away a land. Another Free the Fae. Bins opt. Mills over a bunch of stuff. Treasure Cruise. Oh, they also have Lightning Axe on top of all of that. All right, we're not winning. So let's just concede here. Unfortunately, against Phoenix, there's really nothing to bring in. So we just run back the same thing. All right, on the play for game 2. This is, oh man, it's another 1-lander with an Elf against Phoenix. And everything else in the hand is also really expensive, so that even if we hit the second land off the Oath, we're still not being able to do anything. All right, that's a mull. And now we have no lands. Okay. Well, I'm not chucking this. So keep, put back Leveler, and I don't even know. Storm. I just need stuff I can cast. So Lair, Oath. All right, grab a Cavalier. Over to them. Spire Bluff, back to us. Land, can't do anything, back to them. Otherworldly Gaze. Gazed away, land, consider. All right, well, we're going to run out Kiora and hope that this gets past a Spell Pierce. Nope. Back to them. Sleight of hand. All right, let's try to resolve this Tortoise. Tortoise resolves. We put a land into play. All right, back to them. Flashes back Gaze. Bins 3 cards. Treasure Cruise. Consider. Bins opt. All right. Lightning Axe, our guy, gets Phoenix into the graveyard. Phoenix comes back. So I think we get Cavalier past this now. So yeah, Cavalier, trigger, put Lair into play, and then over to them. All right, if they attack, I still have to block. Like, you know, yeah, they can spend removal to burn our guy, and then we just have it die and come back and get something else back, like the Storm, for example. Yeah, Fire Impulse, kill this, trigger, put Storm on top of our deck. All right, let's see the counter, which I assume they have. Spell Pierce, sure. Back over to them. Sleight of hand. Maybe I'm just supposed to not block, because then it takes double removal to kill our Cavalier off. I don't know. Treasure Cruise, able to eat everything except the Phoenix. Land, no other spells. Not getting their Phoenix back. All right, well, play another Oath. So let's get the Oath trigger. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, let's just grab a Forest, honestly. Forest, Wolf Willow. I don't even want to animate a Lair in case it gets killed, so let's just pass. Free the Fae, mill 4 cards, get Sleight of Hand, cast Sleight of Hand. All right, third spell equals the Phoenix comes back. Nope. All right, I'm 1 short of flashing back, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm 1 short. Although I can make Lair really big, right? All right, so tap this. All right, animate. 7/7 Hydra. If they want to spend 2 removal spells to kill this, whatever. Combat. Fiery Impulse. Lightning Axe. Discarding another Phoenix, of course. Plays this dude. All right, if they're playing this dude, they just don't have any spells. Sure. All right, I have to play Llanowar Elves this turn, so let's go this. Animate this. X is 6. Done. Go to combat. Swing. Galvanic Iteration. And now they're going to double burn it. Yeah, of course. All right, sure. Second main, play an elf. Go. All right, we get attacked. We go to 16. All right, there's a land. We can Flashback Storm. Flashback Storm. Do you have a counterspell? Yep, Stroke. All right, back to them. Plays a tap land. Take 1 from the pick lock. Flashbacks Galvanic. And how bad is this for us? If it's double Treasure Cruise, we're just Temporal Trespass. Sure. Double turns in a row. Cool. All right, turn number 1. Take another one here. Turn number 2. Plays a land. Karn off the top. All right, so hopefully they don't have a counter. All right, so minus instantly. The only question is, am I grabbing Tormod's Crypt or something else? So I have 6 mana remaining, so I could play Statue. They do have a lot of mana though, right? So spell number 1, spell number 2, spell number 3. They can potentially even change spells to get the Phoenixes back. So the only real question is, am I grabbing Tormod's Crypt to stop these Phoenixes from reanimating, or am I getting something else? I think it's probably better to grab Cauldron and Cauldron back some other threats rather than try to deal with whatever it is they're doing. So let's grab the Cauldron and let's burst back Kiora and the Tortoise. All right, they do not have a counter, so over to them. So at minimum, Karn goes to 2 counters. At worst, they get to reanimate both Phoenixes. Oh, just cast a Phoenix, sure. All right, Karn's dead, so we can't get the burst back from Exile anymore. So Karn dies, we go to 16, then it's back to us. Well, we actually have a whole bunch of nothing, eh? I guess I get to reanimate Lair of the Hydras. So tap this, tap this, tap this. Play Blossoming Tortoise. Trigger. Get back Lair. Then let's just say Nykthos. Play Kiora. Oh wait, I have a Storm Festival in my graveyard, right? All right, untap Nykthos. Nykthos. Flash this back. Okay. Troll Karn. Trigger, draw a card. So minus Karn. Let's get the Cauldron back so that when Karn dies, it doesn't matter because we can just get the Cauldron. And then now we can't do anything, so now it's back to them. All right, so on to game 3. Again, there's nothing we can really board in this matchup, so just everything stays the same. We run it back. Game 3 on the draw. No ramp, which is actually not as bad against Phoenix in particular because they will keep a bunch of burn to kill your early drops. So that being the case, this hand actually isn't too bad. Obviously, we're not doing anything until turn 3, but it does have just like one threat after another to jam. I'm going to keep. Phoenix is one of the few matchups where that actually matters because they have so much like 1 mana burn to kill your guys that it actually doesn't make that much of a difference whether you have a guy on turn 1 or not, because oftentimes it's just going to die anyway. All right, 2 mana, Thing in the Ice. That's a problem. Consider. I assume they're going to be able to flip this next turn, which means that anything I play now is just kind of irrelevant. All right, let's just Haven. Opt down to 2 counters. All right, 4 mana. They almost certainly can flip this. Fire Impulse your own dude. Yeah, so they're going to flip it now. Treasure Cruise, it flips. So at the very least on our turn, we can go Kiora into Old Growth Troll. So that's something. All right, so tap this, play Kiora, untap this one, then play Troll, draw a card, play this, play Llanowar Elves, and over to them, and then we can just chump block this Thing in the Ice and put this back on a land. Consider. Surveil's Hull into the graveyard. All right, Galvanic Iteration. I assume they have like double removal right now. That's why they're doing that. Yeah, Lightning Axe killing both of our guys and then getting Phoenix back into play, which allows them to kill Kiora and put us to 10 and have lethal on the board. At least we get our Troll back. All right, so we've got 6 mana. There's nothing I can grab with Karn that matters here. So the issue is I'd really like to play a Troll to be able to just chump this without issue, but I can't. So I guess I just play Cavalier. All right, trigger Nykthos? No. All right, Lair the Hydra. Can't do anything else. Assuming this doesn't just die, I have to block this Phoenix so it doesn't go away. So I still have a blocker next turn. Another Phoenix. All right, so now I'm forced to chump the Thing in the Ice. All right, block here. What do I want to put back, if anything? I guess Kiora's technically free because it untaps this land. But then I still need a way to block both Thing in the Ice and at least 1 Phoenix. Yeah, I guess let's put Kiora back on top. So tap this, play Kiora. Then we will play a Troll to trigger the Kiora to draw a card. Alternatively, it's what? 4, 3 mana with Karn. That's not good enough. Yeah, so it's play Troll. Draw. Nykthos is excellent. So play Nykthos. That's what I wanted to see. I do have to untap this in order to activate it, but that's fine. So tap Nykthos. All right. So what can I do with that? I can Karn and then have 6 mana left over. So that allows me to do what? Karn, grabbing boat one of the Phoenixes, and then they can still get it back next turn possibly. Or what else? Because I need a flying blocker for at least 1 Phoenix or a way to kill one of them. I can't untap this with Woodcaller because I just played it. So if I untap it, it doesn't have haste anymore, right? Woodcaller doesn't give haste, right? Oh no, it does give it haste. So, but doing that doesn't even really matter, right? So let's say I go Woodcaller, untap Nykthos, activate it again. Then the only things left in my hand are just the Tortoises, which don't get me out of this either. All right, 100% I have to play Karn and not the Tortoises. So Karn for sure, and I have to minus it. So the only question is, what am I getting? If I grab Restorative Burst, that puts me to 8 life, and then I can chump block the Awoken Horror, but if they have any way of killing Old Growth Troll, then that means I lose. All right, so what are my potential options? Option number 1, this doesn't have reach, right? So Transmog 1 doesn't matter because I have to Transmog a Phoenix, and then I'm still dead. None of this matters. I can't cast Leveler. If I get Chain Veil, I can't activate it. If I grab Haywire, I can't even activate it, and I just die to the Phoenixes. So option 1 is, it's basically either burst, gain some life, and I guess I can gain life and put an elf into play, right? So I can go burst for elf, Cavalier, put an elf into play, and then I have multiple blockers for this. Then they attack with the Phoenixes, Karn dies, and then I'm left with Cavalier next turn. The alternative is I go Sky Sovereign, play it, kill one of the Phoenixes. If they have any removal for this, I lose. If they have any 3 spells that they can cast to get Phoenix back, I lose. So the better bet is to grab Burst. All right, so let's grab Burst. And then let's burst an Elf and Cavalier. And then play an Elf. All right, over to them. Again, any 2 removal spells that kill both of these guys and we're just dead. Or if they have like a 3rd Phoenix to bin plus 3 spells, then we're dead. And regardless of what happens, Karn's dying, even if we don't lose. Treasure Cruise, okay. Plays a tap land, so they only have 1 mana available. So 1 Phoenix at Karn, 1 Phoenix at us, and they're attacking Kiora with Thing in the Ice, sure. All right, block here. Yeah, Spike Field Hazard the Troll before damage so that it doesn't come back. Okay, so Troll's basically free via Nykthos and triggers this. So let's tap this, play the Troll, trigger, draw with Kiora, okay. If I play the Tortoise first, I can still activate Nykthos, right? I play the Tortoise, and then it's 1 more mana to activate Nykthos. Yeah, so Tortoise, so trigger the Tortoise, mill, get back a Boseiju, I guess. So then activate this, 11 mana, Kiora untaps Nykthos. So then we will play, I can play both of these and then still activate Nykthos. Yeah, so Tortoise, trigger, get a forest back, then Cavalier. All right, trigger on the stack. Let's activate Nykthos again, just in case we had another Nykthos. So then Cavalier mills, puts this into play. So we've got Leveler in the graveyard, and that's it. So let's play another Cavalier, then trigger, we draw with Kiora, then this Cavalier. All right, let's put Lair into play. Have I played a land this turn? I don't actually remember. All right, I have not. So keep the Nykthos, and then they're just straight up dead if I animate this Lair, right? Which one's the Summoning Sick Lair? Newly controlled, so this one is not newly controlled. So it's this one. So if I play Kiora, I've already activated this Kiora, so if I play the new Kiora and then untap this Lair of the Hydra, then I can just one-shot kill them right now. So new Kiora, right? Actually, no, that might not actually be true. How much do I get? I have this untapped and 10 mana floating, so 11, and then I can activate Nykthos, and Nykthos is 12, 14. Oh yeah, that is lethal. All right, so actually they're at 24, right? Let's just make sure. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 20, 22, 25. Yeah, it's lethal. All right. New Kiora. Keep this one. And then it's this second Hydra, right? It's this one. So minus, untap this one. So then tap the Nykthos. Activate. X is 24. All right. Now let's just spend the rest of it. Why not? Go to combat. Swing. What a game. All right, on to round 4. All right, round number 4 on the draw. All right, this hand's great. Let's keep this. Basic Plains. No play. All right. Play this, play Elf, over to them. Field of Ruin. All right, so it's not humans. All right, Kiora, untap a land, play Elf, over to them. Get lost on Kiora. So presumably control if they're running Field of Ruin. So then they can temp lockdown. Yeah, eat all of this. I could Boseiju this. That's not even like as good as even just playing it as a land. All right, well, it's better if I play Kiora now. Over to them. All right, tap this, Wolf Willow here. The only reason I can see for them to pause here is if they have another Get Lost, in which case they can Get Lost Kiora before I untap the land. Cycle Shark Typhoon for 0. Yeah, all right, so tap, untap, tap this, play Karn. All right, so what's the thing to get now? I think just Pestilent Cauldron. Yeah, all right, grab that. Over to them. This is the best thing to have if I play Cavalier and it gets countered. And I can also just grab anything else I want next turn. So if this dies, then I can burst it back. If it doesn't die, I can just grab something else. So they probably have a counter spell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, tap this, untap this, play Cavalier, see if this resolves. It does. All right. I assume they would have countered that 100% if they had a counter. So draw a card, trigger the Cavalier, Well, there's Nykthos. It is going to get blown up by field, but what are you going to do? Activate Nykthos. I could burst here, but there's nothing really great to burst. So the alternative is to do what? Well, I could burst and then I could just Karn the burst back. Yeah, let's do that. So burst. Actually, I haven't activated Kiora yet, right? No, I have. Okay, burst. Let's get Kiora and Lair. I guess they just don't have a counter because otherwise they would be countering this stuff. All right, minus. Let's get burst back. Back over to them. All right, field, killing our Nykthos. Cycle Shark Typhoon again for 0. Tapped Hall. All right, so now I can burst Nykthos, but then I can't activate it, right? No, I can. Tap, untap this, tap this, tap this. Restorative Burst, grabbing Nykthos and one of the other lands. All right, play Nykthos, play the Elf. So should be enough for Storm. Yeah, exactly enough. So cast Storm. All right, another Nykthos that I can't even activate right now, so it's better to just grab Wolf Willow plus Oath of Nissa. Let's put this here. And then trigger the Oath. All right, grab another Cavalier. And then I'm not attacking when they could potentially flash in Wandering Emperor. So plus this on nothing. And then just pass to them. Flashes an Emperor. Yep. Make a Samurai. Puts another Samurai token into play. Another Nykthos. Holy crap. All right. So we're about to go off really hard. So let's tap this, tap this, tap this. Cast the second Cavalier. Do they have a counterspell this time? Memory Deluge. Sure. All right. Triggers. So draw with Kiora. And then while this is still on the stack, activate. So resolve Cavalier, put this into play. Untap Nykthos, play Llanowar Elves, minus Karn, grab the Cauldron. And our devotion is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're not quite there. So activate. I can get there just off Karn, right? I think I can. So let's just Nykthos again. No, let's not Nykthos again. Let's Storm. All right, flashback Storm. Let's see if this resolves. All right, so Cavalier and Tortoise. All right, triggers. This one. So we draw a card with Kiora. Then this one resolves. Get back a forest. And then before this resolves, activate Nykthos. Then resolve this one. Put Lair into play. All right, Restorative Burst. Get back Karn. All right, well, if they don't have a counterspell, they should really just concede at this point. All right, play Karn. Minus. Let's grab Chain Veil. Then I'll play another Kiora. New Kiora is kept around. Minus, untap Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. Play Chain Veil. Activate Chain Veil. Minus Karn. Let's just Stonebrain them and see everything they're working with. Stonebrain. They should definitely concede in response to this. Nope. Teferi, Hero. Take this and this. Their hand is Farewell, Dig, Shark, Field of Ruin. Okay. Rest of their deck, pretty standard stuff. All right. Untap Chain Veil. Activate Chain Veil. Plus this on nothing. Minus this here. Activate the Chain Veil. Activate this, targeting Nykthos. Minus Karn. Let's grab Pestilent Cauldron. Then activate Nykthos. Then burst. Get Karn. Get Kiora. New Kiora. And so the very, very long loop commences. All right, I'm just going to Stonebrain the Farewell out of their hand. All right, let's Stonebrain Shark Typhoon out of their hand. So I'm just going to strip any possible way that they have of winning the game out of their deck. So take Shark Typhoon. I'm pretty sure they just like really can't win with anything else now. So, all right, let's strip Supreme Verdict out of their deck. So let's see, what else do they have? That's basically it, right? Once I do that, they have nothing else. I mean, basically. All right, take Supreme Verdict away. All right, I'm going to just go to combat at this point. So they have no actual threats left in their deck other than Emperor and Hall. And their only removal left is March of Otherworldly Light. So they're dead. Swing. We'll get them down to near lethal next turn. Sure, Hall Storm Giants, that's fine. Blocks Cavalier, that's fine. Let's get Troll back. Let's be careful not to accidentally mill ourselves, so don't play any more of these Cavaliers. Let's just needle the stupid Hall and then hit them. All right, attack with all this stuff. Plays the Wandering Emperor, sure, whatever. So eats one of our dudes, that's fine. They're at 27. This should still be enough to kill them, I think. Yeah, all right. So 7 minutes left on the clock for the next games. It's control, don't change anything. All right, game 2, we got 7 minutes. No lands, that's a mult. All right, that's fine. Keep this and put back Leveler. Tap land. Play this, play Elf, pass. March our Elf, sure. All right, land goat. All right, play Kiora. 8 resolves, over to them. No actions at all. No counterspell, no removal, nothing. Tapped Hallowed Fountain, okay. All right, let's just play as much mana as we can. Play Tortoise. They're responding to that. Tishana, really? Really? Okay. Well, we actually can't do anything now? That sucks. All right, over to them. Is it just Kiora? Is it just this Kiora or is it all Kioras? If an ability of an artifact creature planeswalker is counted this way, that permanent loses all abilities for as long. Okay, so it's just this one. It's not other ones. It's artifacts, creatures, or walkers, so not lands. All right, they put us to 17, and we've drawn a Nykthos. All right, well, let's play Tortoise. It resolves, trigger. All right, we bricked over to them. Memory Deluge. It's for as long as you control this, right? So I can block this and then unlock Kiora. All right, let's play the Troll before combat. Oh, it loses its ability. It loses its abilities. Oh, it's not that I just can't activate it. It just straight up loses its abilities. Well, that's good to know. All right, let's attack with the Tortoise. Even if they wander it, I don't care. I just want to get a trigger. Maybe that's not right. I don't know. They're not going to block with this, so unless they have Shark or Wandering Emperor, although they could have either. All right, yeah. All right, find me a land, Tortoise. It was a Nykthos, of course. All right, over to them. So yeah, should not have attacked with the Tortoise. So 4/5. I do have enough for Cavalier next turn. Makes a Samurai. So the fact they're losing Emperor means I assume they have another Emperor, because otherwise they would just plus it. All right, activate, play Cavalier, trigger Cavalier. All right, Forest, play Oath of Nissa, trigger. All right, new Kiora, and then over to them, not attacking anymore. Memory Deluge from the yard, plays Farmland, rip, okay. All right, so I guess we try to resolve this new Kiora here. So let's Nykthos, play new Kiora. All right, so the new Kiora can be activated. So let's attempt to untap Nykthos. I assume they'll shoot it in response. Again with the Shauna? Are you friggin' kidding me? All right. Man, that's frustrating. All right, let's play the new Nykthos, I guess. I guess let's play this Troll ahead of time. Why not? So activate. Can't flash the Storm back, but whatever. Hopefully the first one's good enough. All right, Karn and Oath of Nissa. Trigger Oath, and they can kill it with, yeah, the Oath trigger on the stack. So frustrating. All right, Oath of Nissa. Oh, there's another Kiora, but it doesn't even really matter at this point. I guess I Besage you this Rip, or do I just play Tortoise? No, I Besage you the Rip, right? All right, Besage you this. Let's map on the Cavalier. Reveals Wolf Willow. Do I want to put it in the graveyard? Yes. Map here. Besage you in hand, okay. 1, 2, so it's a 1/1. All right, go to combat. Swing, swing. Double blocking here, that's fine. So kill both of these, and then this comes back on this. Teferi, yep. Tucks the Troll, sure. Wandering Emperor, yeah. Eats the Cavalier, very well. At least I can layer attack this. All right, actually, let's just make the Troll token to ensure that I get this in. Activate this. All right, go to combat. The Troll attacks Teferi, this attacks Emperor. So this hits Teferi, this hits the Emperor. So if they want to trade here, at least it unlocks Kiora. If they don't trade here, then we kill both of them. The last card in their hand is seriously March. Are you kidding me? All right, sure. Opponent has literally everything. So now we can't get our layer into this Teferi. We only have 2 minutes left on the clock anyway, so we're going to lose. So they have field plus a blocker, so there's no way. This doesn't even draw cards. They're just straight up attacking us. Yeah. Well, Karn's a good draw. I don't know what we can do with it, though. All right, play Karn. Let's see if this resolves. All right, I honestly just have to get Pithing Needle to stop Teferi, because otherwise we're just going to die. So, where is it? Teferi, Hero. And then this just gets killed by Tishana. Field, pop a thing. All right, let's make sure we can kill this to keep Nykthos around. And if they want to get a land, then they have to switch up what they just scried. All right, so Tishana attacks Karn. Karn dies. Even if I somehow pull ahead in this matchup, I only have a minute left, so I'm going to lose the time regardless. 1/1 scried. Maybe I should have just Karned for, like, Sky Sovereign and then tried to just Sky Sovereign this. All right, so Karn dies. It would have given them one extra turn to draw a card. Farewell, eats everything. Sure, whatever. Oh, and that gets rid of Pithing Needle, so then Teferi's back online. All right, well, we drew nothing, so that's it. Oh, we actually have a third game? It doesn't matter. We can't win in a minute. The only way I could possibly think that we could win is, like, Troll Beatdown with them having absolutely no interaction. I don't think I would even win in that case. All right, that's fine. Keep. Play this, go. Plays a tap land. All right. Play Kiora, untap, play Elf, go. So we actually have turn 3 Karn if it doesn't get countered. Shocks this in. Rest in peace, that's fine. Oh, never mind. Tap, 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 tap. Untap this. All right. 20 seconds. We're not going to win. Go to combat because I don't have time to wait around. Swing. Shark Typhoon. Yeah, that's fine. All right, play this. And then I literally don't have time to play Karn and get anything, so we just pass. Verdict. All right, we can't win anymore. That's the game. We literally would win this game if it's not on Moto. If that's a game in paper, we win. Oh, well. On to the 5th and final round. All right, round 5. 5th and final round of League number 3. We're on the draw. I will keep this. We have 2 1-drop Elves and 2 Oaths. Sacred Foundry, so some kind of aggro deck. All right, so Boros Convoke. Play this. Play an Elf. Plays Thraben Inspector. Plays another Thraben Inspector. And then he can tap all 3 of these guys. Oh, sorry. 2 clues and 1 Thraben. And then hit us, sure. All right, Oath of Nissa, trigger. All right, grab a forest. Then we're going to play Oath again in case I layer the Hydra. Not Kiora. Then play this, then play the Elf, and over to them. Next turn, we play Cavalier, and then after that, go off. Plays Thalia. That's really unfortunate. Taps these guys. Attacks with everything. No blocks. All right, well, we're still going to play Cavalier. Trigger, get this into play, and then back to them. All right, Convokes in Knight Errant, revealing. Did they brick on it? I guess they bricked on it. All right, so activate this thing. Back to us. All right, so Elf, Nykthos. I could actually play Storm, or I could just play Cavalier and get even more devotion into play. Actually, if I play Kiora now, that goes off, right? Yeah, so Kiora, it costs more, but it's fine. So Kiora, untap Nykthos, activate. So Storm or Cavalier. Actually, if I Cavalier, do I still have enough? This is 11 mana. I'm 1 short unless I find a land off the Cavalier. So let's just play Storm. All right, Troll, Blossoming Tortoise. So triggers, draw from Kiora, then resolve the Tortoise, grab a forest, and then we're 1 short of being able to play Cavalier. All right, so Elf, and then I'm just going to fizzle this mana and pass to them. All right, we should be able to, if not outright win, at least de facto win next turn. Epicure, activate the Inner Sky Dude, cracks the clue to draw, convoking Smite or Venerated Loxodon, sure. All right, activate Nykthos. Actually, no. So play Cavalier, and then we'll Cavalier trigger on the stack, activate Nykthos. All right, draw with Kiora, activate the... All right, so they're conceding from this position. That's fine. Versus Convoke, maybe this? Nah, it's fine. We'll just leave it alone. All right, this hand's fine. Vantage into Warden, play Elf, over to them. Plays Forge Devil. Yeah, these guys are really obnoxious post-game or post-board, because now they just have a thing that advances their board that kills your board, and it doesn't cost them anything. Yeah, this gets bigger. Take 2 from here. All right, Oath of Nissa. Is there any reason for me to pick Beseiju? I guess there is. All right, take that, play land, go. If I play Kiora next turn, I think it actually can just die to the board. I assume they're going to advance their board more, so then this thing activates these 3 and gets another counter. Yeah, so Kiora actually will literally die next turn if I play it. So all playing it does is it absorbs 7 damage, cracks the clue. So it's 3, 4, 5, 6, and potentially more. All right, well, I'm going to do it now for sure. So Kiora, untap this, play Elf, over to them. Ornithopter. How are they just now playing these? If they had 2 Ornithopters. All right, how boned are we here? First of all, is everything at us? All right, everything is at us. How much damage is this? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Lethal? If we block here, do we survive? Even if we do, I think we're still dead next turn anyway, right? Yeah, we're at 1. All right, I can play Cavalier, but then we're dead, so let's just go to the next game. All right, run it back. That's fine, keep that. All right, play an Elf. Hope they don't have Forge Devil. Pass to them. They do not, in fact, have a Forge Devil. All right, so Kiora, untap this. Play Oath of Nissa. Cavalier is the pick. Yeah, so take Cavalier. There's maybe an argument to take a land, especially since we have to Nykthos this, but all right, attacking us and not Kiora. Sure, we're at 19. Nothing else. Well, we drew a land anyway, so tap this, untap this, play Cavalier, Resolute Reinforcements, sure. All right, trigger, draw with Kiora, then Cavalier, trigger, get forced into play, and over to them. I presume we can go absolutely nuts on mana next turn. We have double Nykthos with a Kiora untap, so yeah, our mana is crazy next turn. Knight Errant, grabbing, Thraben, Resolute. And the Thraben allows them to tap the clue, Thraben, and Knight with this dude. All right, but they just didn't. Sure. So I do have to Nykthos first. So Nykthos, untap this, play Cavalier, comes in, trigger, draw a card, trigger on the stack, activate this, then resolve this Cavalier. We bricked, but we did put Storm in the graveyard. All right, so let's Storm, or do I just get as much stuff into play as possible? Yeah, probably that. So Troll, draw a card. Ooh, another Kiora. Wow. Yeah, this turn's going to be insane. So Tortoise, trigger, get a forest back. So play a new Nykthos. All right, they've just conceded the match. Well, 4-1. So the Tortoises are okay. I think the main thing that I don't like about them is that they don't trigger Kiora. So whereas when you have Kiora, these other big creatures are like good draws because they at least cantrip off the Kiora. The Tortoise doesn't cantrip. And like the Tortoise is like the card that if you're an empty board or you have a bunch of mana but no action, the Tortoise is the card that does the least to actually get you back into the game, other than maybe sometimes reanimating a layer of the Hydra. But other than that, doesn't trigger Kiora. It's not a good, it doesn't draw a card there, which is very important. It also is only a 3/3, which is not very good either. Dies to a bunch of removal. It's not good at attacking or blocking. So honestly, I feel like, so basically the Tortoise is good in matchups where if this was Polukranos instead, like the stats don't matter at all. So basically matchups where the board is totally irrelevant. So things like Lotus Field, blue-white control, like that kind of stuff. But even there, I'm not even sure about that because the drawing off of Kiora is relevant. So let's cut the Tortoises and let's add in a second Polukranos and the fourth Oath. Sideboard-wise, the only sideboard cards that feel bad are, let's see. It's possible that having both Woodcaller and Statue are redundant. Like, both of the cards kind of do the same thing. So maybe you don't want both of them. Transmog Wand feels kind of bad, although there are situations where it might be relevant, like Thing in the Ice and whatnot. Boat, surprisingly, has not come up that often, but although I do think I have to keep it. And then what else? Filigree Silex honestly feels like some matches you want two of them, so you can have one in the main and one in the side. Everything else I think is fine. So the only thing I'm thinking about right now is whether I'd want to cut one of these three cards and put in a second Silex. But other than that, I think this is basically fine. All right, I'm going to call it here for today. So somehow, even though we only played 3 leagues, it's been 8 hours. I'll come back tomorrow with more testing. I'll test this tortoiseless version next and see if I like that one version better. Still no real verdict on the Discover decks. We only played against one Discover deck out of the 3 leagues, and it didn't even ever cast a Discover card. So we'll have to see about that. Anyways, if you showed up for the stream today, I hope you enjoyed yourself, and I will see you next time. All right, back for the second day of leagues. So still testing. We got rid of the Tortoise last time. The Tortoise was fine, but I don't think that it was ultimately that good, and I do prefer the second Polukranos and Oath of Nissa over that, so we're going to be testing this version. I've also cut the Transmogrifying Wand for Aetherflux Reservoir just for the purposes of Moto, because in particular, some of those previous games showed that sometimes we have the combo, but we can't actually execute the Stonebrain loop fast enough, whereas Reservoir will allow us to just straight up kill our opponent in a more timely manner. So we don't have to either Stonebrain loop them or just dump a bunch of, big bombs into play. We can just play Reservoir and kill them much faster. So this here is only for the purposes of Moto. Do not recommend this in paper, because if you ever get to the point where you can actually kill your opponent with Reservoir, you can also kill your opponent with the Stonebrain. Again, just a difference for Moto's sake. But without further ado, let's jump into the first league of the day. So this will be league number 4 in total. All right, match 1, we're on the plate. Hand's fine, we'll keep this. All right, so Forest Elf, pass to them. Then next turn we can go Kiora, untap, play Oath of Nissa, and then if all that survives, Polukranos next turn. And our opponent is playing a Karuga deck, so they're either Fires or Discover. All right, so Nykthos, cast Kiora, untap this, play Oath. I don't want Leveler at this. Do I want Leveler? I do want another land so that I have a land drop, because I'm not going to play the second Nykthos. What does my math work out to the next turn after Polukranos is in play? Yeah, I'm going to take Forest. Right, over to them. All right. Island. So this is Treasure mana if it is Discover. So let's tap these. Wolf Willow. Then we make 4 mana. Play Polukranos. Yeah, because I can't play Polukranos and still have the mana for this anyway. So may as well do this. Tap, untap. I guess I would have made more mana with just Nykthos, right? Yeah. That was dumb on my part, because this makes 2, this makes 4, but it costs 2. No, so they are the same. I'm out of the extra mana to use this, though, right? 4, and then I'll have 1 floating, so that doesn't work, so I may as well activate Nykthos now. So, Polukranos, trigger, draw with Kiora. All right, play Troll. Trigger, draw with Kiora. Storm the Festival. All right, well, let's see if we're dead. Yep, there's the treasure. Are we dead? Shock. Looks like it. There's Appraiser. All right, I haven't actually seen this deck play out, so let's just see what happens. So you make a copy... Make a copy. Yeah, make a copy. Cascade again. Hits Eldritch Evolution. Evolution hits the dinosaur. Cascades into the Glasspool Mimic. Becomes a dinosaur. Finds Appraiser. So they just keep cascading, putting more and more of these into play, and then eventually they'll evolution into a haste and kill us. We do get to see basically their whole deck, right? So, I mean, there's nothing in here that's really different than normal. I'm so confused. Did they somehow brick? How did they brick? All right, well, we do have to essentially win this turn. So, so tap, Wolf Willow here. Tap this, Nykthos, untap this Nykthos. Do it now because if we storm into another Kiora, I want to have used this ability already. All right, storm. Well, there's another Nykthos. So we'll grab Karn and we'll just add to the devotion count, I guess. I should be able to win from here, right? What's my devotion? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's pretty close. Minus. Yeah, I can win from here. So Chain Veil, activate this. So then we go Chain Veil, activate. We can minus Karn again. Oh, wait, no, we shouldn't do that yet. So then untap this, activate this. I haven't even played the other Nykthos yet, right? Yeah. So let's just play this new one. Keep this, Nykthos, untap this, activate. All right, so minus Karn. And now let's grab Statue. Then we'll untap Nykthos. Then we'll tap Nykthos again. Then we can play Statue. So resolve this trigger, put Kiora back in my hand, and replay Kiora. I think I have another activation on Karn, right? So, all right. So I've lost track of how many activations I have on Kiora, but it's a lot. So minus this, use the ability, grab Burst, then plus this on nothing. Then we'll untap the Nykthos, activate this. I've just utterly lost track of how many Kiora activations I have. All right. I do need to end with killing Kiora off, so I think I have 2 more. So untap this, activate, then untap the Nykthos, minus Karn. I don't even know. It doesn't matter at this point. Let's just grab Reservoir. Then we burst these 2 back. Then we'll play Reservoir. We'll play Kiora. Triggers the Reservoir, always yield to this. And now we can Nykthos, minus here, Nykthos, here, Nykthos. And now at this point, we just have enough spells to kill them. So trigger, Karn resolves. Let's play Oath of Nissa, trigger. All right, play Elf, trigger, and then just Reservoir shoot them. Bam. All right. I don't know how in the world they bricked, but just a good teacher of don't concede before you have to. So let's see. The only way I can stop them is to have main deck Stonebring / Damping Sphere in order to prevent them from going off. There's also the potential to God Pharaoh's statue main. Like, there is the possibility that I manage to get to it in time. Far more of a possibility than having Karn into it. So let's see. Leveler's useless for the most part. I don't like having nothing in the sideboard that I can Karn for, though. But basically, both of these are too slow main deck. So the only option would be to have Damping Sphere in the sideboard, but Damping Sphere is the most mana-efficient one. So let's see. What's the next card? Polukranos can come out. And then the only real question after that is, do I want to cut Polukranos, one of the Oaths, or just not have all 3 of these here? And if so, which one do I put back? I'm going to say not Polukranos. I'm going to try this. Okay, well, we've got turn 1 Oath, which can't find any of our artifacts. Turn 2 Wolf Willow, that's way too slow still. I don't think I can afford to keep this hand, so yeah, let's mull this. Well, we have double ramp, so I'm keeping this, and I'm going to put back Nykthos or Forest. I'll put back Nykthos. All right, try them. So play this, play Elf, over to them. Beseiju doesn't really have any effect on anything that they're doing, so that's not viable. Leyline Binding or Elf, sure. I guess I can Beseiju that, but I don't even want to. All right, yeah. So Wolf Willow. Like, I don't want to give them lands if I don't have to, and I don't have to. Sacred Foundry. And they're shocking it in. All right, if I play Karn, does Karning for anything here matter? It would if I had something in the board, but I don't. Yeah, none of these cards matter at all, so it's better to just get Kiora online for next turn. And I don't see any reason to hold Beseiju up either. Oh, they actually have a counterspell? Huh. All right, well, back to them. All right, are we dead? 4th land? No, somehow we're not dead. All right, let's just get the troll out, and then we'll try to storm next turn. Makes a treasure. Makes another treasure. Oh, do they just have the dinosaur and not the appraiser? What does this card actually do if you cast it? Deal 5 to any target, look at the top 5. So they just don't have it. All right. 4, 5, 6, 7. Torrential Gear Hulk, and they're going to flashback Magma Opus and tap our stuff down. That's obnoxious. So I guess Karning for Tormod's Crypt is a viable plan. So they'll tap down Nykthos and Wolf Willow Haven, and then we just can't do anything. Well, we can't do anything. Back to them. I guess I can Beseiju this Gear Hulk, so it's not entirely useless to have Beseiju. So I guess this is a way to switch plans. Like, if your opponent's going to bring in Hate for your Discover combo, then you can switch to the Gear Hulk plan. Why would they switch plans against me, though? Against Nykthos? Don't you just want to I always have the plan every game? Greater Tanuki. All right, well, I do kind of have to win right now. Maybe not. So let's see. They have Karuga, right? How much mana do I make? 4, 5, 6, 7. So Karning for anything on this board is pointless. Alternatively, I Storm, or alternatively, I play Cavalier. Let's play Cavalier and try... So if I play Cavalier, I don't have enough mana to activate Nykthos. Yeah. I think it's better to have a guaranteed creature that I can at least bump with the Gear Hulk rather than gambling on Storm. All right, so let's go tap Nykthos, tap this one, Cavalier, trigger, forced into play. All right, back over to them. So I'll just bump it into the Torrential Gear Hulk. If this dies, I guess I'll put Kiora back. Oh well, Eldritch the Gear Hulk. So they finally found it. I assume this won't brick, but who knows. Finds another evolution. Evolution's the Tanuki. All right, so Appraiser. They've already been through 2 evolutions, right? Although we are just dead the moment they evolution for haste. So evolution, hit Appraiser. Yeah, all right, so we'll grab this thing. Then we're taking 21 trample, so we can't survive. All right, well, what are you going to do? So that game kind of demonstrated why it's a problem not to have something that you can Karn for, because they bricked on it for a while. So I think we put Statue back in the sideboard because a lot of times you'll have the mana for it the turn after you play Karn, whereas these are better like on the go to stop them from the beginning. Although the fact that they also have a Gear Hulk plan means that you can't completely stop their game plan. Because even if you like Stonebrain, I guess what's the best card to Stonebrain? Is it Evolution? Yeah, it's Evolution's probably the best name. All right, let's run this. Yeah, this is fine. Keep. The problem is we're 1 turn slower than they are, so even on the play. So I'm going to play Kiora now, and then, like, yeah. All right, Forest, play Kiora, untap this. Oath. Need to hit Nykthos probably is the best thing to hit right here. All right, Nykthos it is. Over to them. See, the issue is if they just go, like, land, discard a treasure, untap, play a 3rd land, Cascade dude, then we lose. So on my turn, I have Nykthos, Karn with 1 mana available after untapping a land with Kiora, and that's the issue. Leyline Binding, I assume they'll take Kiora. Yeah. Well, at least they're not on turn 3. But we drew Damping Sphere, and it conflicts with Nykthos, of course. Well, I don't have the mana for Statue next turn, so let's just play Troll and pass. Bounce our Troll back. Ugh. So now I kind of have to play the Damping Sphere, don't I? Because otherwise they can just untap and win the game. Yeah, it's unfortunate. All right, so let's play the Troll. Then let's float a mana here. New Nykthos. Play Damping Sphere. All right, back to them. That's also a problem with any sort of permanent-based answer like Damping Sphere, which is they just do have bounce spells and leyline bindings that they can use to just get rid of them anyway. So the Nykthos doesn't tap for any additional mana under the Damping Sphere, so I only have 4 mana. So let's just play Karn, I guess. Let me think about this. What am I even grabbing with Karn? Am I just grabbing Haywire Might to kill this thing? Potentially Tormod's Crypt? I don't have the mana for Statue. I would grab Statue if I did. I guess I could grab Darksteel Citadel and play that. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, Karn, minus immediately. Grab Citadel. Where is it? Combat. I guess we'll attack with this Troll. Why not? Make a treasure. Sure. They can't activate it, thanks to Karn, thankfully. Hallowed Fountain. All right, so we've got another Nykthos. I can technically play this and the Statue, which seems pretty good, actually. Because I think the major way I lose this game is just they find a way to, like, bounce Damping Sphere and then just go off. Or they just get to 6 mana and play, like, Torrential Gear Hulk or something. I don't know. What can they do on 4? I don't think anything. I mean, they have interaction, but they don't have, like, a threat that they can flash in. All right, let's just go to combat and attack with the Troll first before anything else. See if they respond to this. All right, they did not. So let's minus. Let's grab the Statue. Let's tap this. Let's play new Nykthos. And then let's play the Statue. All right, they didn't respond to that either. All right, I think we got them kind of in a vice here. They've got 5 mana. They're being taxed, and they have multiple stacks pieces that they can't cascade through. All right, tap to Breeding Pool. If they have a way to get rid of this, it's going to be with either a bounce spell or leyline binding, in which case it doesn't matter if it's a creature anyway. So let's just animate it with Karn. Yeah, so animate this, go to combat. This is lethal, so they do have to do something. Nope. Wow. All right. Beat Discover. All right, round number 2. This hand's fine. We'll keep this. We are on the draw. Cavern of Souls, naming human. All right, play the elf and go. So the only question is it better to play Kiora first or Troll first? Another Cavern. So the main difference is that if I don't play Troll now, I don't have a blocker. But if I play Troll now and they have Brutal Cathar, then it's way worse than playing it after Kiora. All right, never mind. I'm going to play Kiora and play this elf. That just took all the thinking out of it. So I can play Troll and Nykthos next, and Storm next turn, right? Red and white. Thalia. Creatures and non-basics enter tapped. Ugh. Attacking me, sure. Oh, that's awful. I do have to play Nykthos. So Troll, Nykthos. Even if I untap something, I can't activate Nykthos. I could untap the Troll just to have a blocker. Yeah. All right. So Troll, trigger to draw. Okay. So yeah, let's play Nykthos. Let's untap Troll and over to them. Fourth land into what? Thalia. Attacks with Thalia into us. I mean, I will snap block that. Give me more mana? Sure. Death trigger. Troll comes back. Enchant this forest. Ooh, leveler. So let's see. Nykthos currently makes 3, 4, 5, 6. So 10. I have 12 mana. So I can play one or the other, but not both. Although it depends on... So I make 6 on the first one. Untap, Storm the Festival. So, okay, so this is activate, untap it. And then I have these two here. And then I have to spend the Nykthos mana plus one of these. So I'll have one untapped forest and Nykthos untapped via Kiora. Storm. And if I storm into a forest, and I can activate again, or if I storm into a Kiora, I can activate again. Depends on what else I hit, though, because I would need to hit an additional 2 Devotion with it as well. So it's basically, do I want the guaranteed leveler to blow up one of these things, or do I want Storm? I think I just want the guaranteed leveler, right? So activate, untap this, because you don't know what you're going to hit off Storm. Like, I imagine it's pretty hard to beat leveler. Trigger, shoot that. It's warded. That's fine. We can pay it. So that dies. Then the leveler comes into play untapped because it's dead. And then we get to draw off Kiora. Ooh, another troll, you say. Play troll. All right, they've scooped it up. So sideboard games against aggro pretty much stays the same. There's like maybe an argument to bring in Filigree Silex, but I don't think that's even that good. I think Filigree Silex only is in here for like Convoke and just any token decks, basically. Like Creativity and Convoke is what it's mainly here for. So run it back. All right, no lands is a mult. This is a keep. And putting back... Man, I don't want to put back anything. But in this hand, I think it's probably... So I can't put back any of my green sources, and I obviously don't want to put back Nykthos. So the only question is, do I want a second troll or do I want Karn? I'm going to put back Karn. There's a number of reasons. I get a lot more mana out of the second troll. It's also another blocker. Also, there's the potential for Karn to not even be fast enough, especially on the draw, especially against the deck that has Thalia in it to tax it. So I think you're usually better off keeping the configuration of cards that's going to generate the most mana and then finding a payoff later. Yeah, there's Thalia immediately. So we'll just play the troll. And the next turn I can go Nykthos into Cavalier. They had a little bit of a slow start, eh? They had no 1-drop. What is this thing? Whenever you attack with one or more non-gnomes, put a +1 counter on this guy, then create X gnomes that are tapped and attacking, where X is the number of +1 counters on it. All right, Elf, Nykthos, Cavalier, trigger, put Lair into play. I'm not going to attack here because if they untap and they play like, let's say Brutal Cathar or something, let's say I attack with the troll and they like Brutal Cathar or the Cavalier, I want them to not have any good attacks. And I can overwhelm them on the board the longer the game. Yeah, okay. So we won. On to round 3. All right, we're on the play for round 3. This hand's fine. All right, play an elf and pass. Hive the Eye Tyrant, so probably Rakdos mid. Thoughtseize. If I'm them, I take what? Karn? No, they took Troll. So maybe they just have an answer for Karn, like a second Thoughtseize or something. Well, we can't do anything else, so we'll just attack with this elf and then try to untap with Karn next turn. Blackleaf Cliffs. Yeah, all right, so they do have a second Thoughtseize, so Karn goes away. And Duress to take our Storm the Festival. All right, top decks it is, and we're top decking lands, so attack with the elf. Here's Fable. Yeah, Fable. All right, top decking another land. Pass the turn. This card's Blood Tithe. Attacks with this. Obviously, we're not blocking it. Another Fable. All right, time to draw anything. Well, I mean, technically that is a thing. All right, play Kiora. Over to them. So one of them flips, the other one rummages. They rummage away 2 lands. 4 mana, activate Hive, so now they can take Storm out of the graveyard. Oh, they also get to kill Kiora off if I don't block, right? Everything's at Kiora, so I do have to block. Oh, and they're using the treasures to kill our guy. This is just ridiculous. All right, Cavalier. Trigger, bricked on Cavalier. Back over to them. So that flips over. Mutavault. And Sheoldred, of course. This is just so absurd. Whatever. We're still not out of this. All right, let's just auto-yield to this. All right, I guess I can Beseiju one of their Kiki-Jikis, so that's what I'm going to do. Or I could Beseiju the Hive. I'm just going to hit a Kiki-Jiki, though. Copy the Shaman token. Sure. Is there any reason to do this now? There isn't. I should wait for the Hive. I should wait to see if they activate Hive. Graveyard Trespasser. Sure. Okay. Eating one of our dudes. Copy the Trespasser. Apparently I should have killed one of these Kiki-Jikis. Yep. Is this actually just lethal on the board? All this goes off. They get 2 triggers here. So I'm down to 11. And then if I block this, I'm still dead. Yeah, whatever. I mean, Rakdos, you don't board in anything, so run it back. Matchup gets a little worse. They board an Extinction Event, go blank, that kind of thing. All right, on the play for game 2. This is fine. So lay our Elf over to them. Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Duress. I assume they take Storm. No, they took Oath. It's never good when they take the cheaper card. Well, we can't do anything, so attack with this Elf. Swamp and nothing. All right, well, let's attack with the Elf. I guess I could have animated a Hydra, but it's whatever. All right, play Nykthos, go. My thinking is if they have a removal spell, I don't want them to kill the Hydra and then also be able to kill the Elf on another turn. I would just rather not expose the Hydra to any removal. Kolaghan's Command, we discard and they kill one of our guys. Let's ditch the second Nykthos, I think, or is it just Leveler? No, let's ditch Nykthos. We drew another Nykthos anyway. All right, whatever. Animate this. All right, hit him for a whole 2 damage. Blood Tithe Harvester, sure. Another land and another Blood Tithe. All right, time to draw actual things. Back to them. So now we're getting clocked for 6 a turn. We still can't even do anything, right? Like, even if I draw another land, I still can't do anything until the next turn after that. So the best draws are what? Cavalier or just another land, I guess. Cracks the Blood, discarding Soken's on. Okay, so we're dead. Yeah, now we're down to 12. We're literally... Oh, we drew Karn. Fantastic. There's actual nothing I can do here. We take 10 damage next turn and then 2 from Shieldred, and we just lose. That was incredibly frustrating. All right, well, on to round number 4. I think counterspells and hand disruption are some of the worst play patterns in the whole game, but I don't know that you could actually get rid of those effects. I think they more just have to be reevaluated in how they work. I'm far more lenient towards those type of effects when they're conditional in some way. So things like Mana Leak, right? Well, eventually you can pay for it. You know, if the game your opponent does actually have to attempt to kill you in a reasonable rate, like a reasonable amount of time, or else eventually the Mana Leak just doesn't counter stuff anymore. Or maybe if your opponent isn't pressuring you, you can just sandbag your threats and then eventually deploy them when you have enough mana. In the case of hand disruption, it's more like, you know, stuff like Duress, Inquisition of Kozilek. When there's some kind of condition on it, I think it's much more frustrating when it doesn't have any condition and you have the thought of like, well, what was I supposed to do? Like, there's literally nothing you can play or any kind of deck building that you could have done to get around that. This hand's a bit awkward in that it doesn't have a forest for old growth troll, but other than that, it's fine. So we keep Seer Step Pathway. All right, so Rakdos Goblins it is. Oh my god, that makes Elf so bad in this matchup if they just play Chain Whirler, which they have because they're Rakdos. All right, so we've got... Really? They're going to attack here? All right, well, I'm not blocking. There is an argument to block, but I think it's better not to. Battlecry Goblin. Yeah, I guess I just got to deploy Old Growth Troll, right? Normally, it'd probably be better to go Wolf Willow into Elf Oath of Nissa, but if they just untap and Chain Whirler and kill both Elves, then it's so bad. So let's just get the Old Growth Troll out here so we can at least block them. Blood Crypt. They actually do have the mana to do the Chain Whirler Death Touch thing via... There's Chain Whirler off the top. All right, we got 1 turn to try to do something. Firebrand. Presumably that's not going to shoot this. Oh, I guess it is. All right. Even though you've got Chain Whirler on top, they just want to slow us down. I guess that makes sense. If there's a somewhat decent chance that this dies next turn, which means I really want to get a forest into play. So let's play Oath. Come on, forest. No. Well, I'm not playing Elf into this board, so the only question is, do I play like Nykthos and Wolfwillow Haven something, or do I just play another Oath of Nissa to try to find forest? I mean, if they have the Death Touch thing, they have it. Let's just play... Yeah, all right, let's play Nykthos and let's Haven this. Over to them. So if Troll doesn't die, then we have even more mana next turn. Skirk off the top. I don't understand why Moto doesn't track certain things that you should know. Like, your opponent has a top card revealed, they draw it, and it just doesn't track that. So let's see. They can sack and haste their team with the Battlecry Goblin. There's Call the Death Dweller. Oh, this is so awkward too, because we have to block, and then they can pump stuff using the Battlecry Goblin by sacking things. All right, they're just choosing not to attack. So they can play Chain Whirler, kill it, and then bring it back with this. So there's no way that we can have any sort of a defense against them. So, man, I don't think I can even do anything to not lose here. Besage you to shuffle their deck, although they don't have to even do that. All right, well, let's just activate Nykthos and then Kiora. I'm 100% untapping this, so let's just get that out of the way. Then we can play another Oath. All right, what do we hit? Nothing. Well, I'm not taking an Elf that's just going to die anyway, so play this. Yeah, I think I'm just screwed. All right. Well, can't do anything, so over to them. Second Death Touch thing off the top, too. So we just lose now, right? Like, they go... Oh, another Battlecry Goblin. Cool. I think one of the things that frustrates me so much with their modern card design is no safety valves ever. So creatures, you can activate them infinite times as long as you've got the mana. So activated abilities. Triggers that trigger on your goblins dying happens infinite amount of times, not limited to a certain amount. It doesn't matter. There's no way I can block where I don't lose. So, all right, let's just animate this thing, whatever. All right, just block the highest power. And then they can, sack both of these to give another pump, and that is 3, 7, 9, 11, 13, 17. Yeah, it's 17 exactly if they just sack the Battlecry Goblins. Oh, is it 18? Okay. Regardless, it's lethal. Goblins. I'm not bringing in Filigree for this, so yeah, we're just going to run the same thing. I guess maybe maybe Boat is better main than Leveler, just for the purposes of speed. All right, let's do that. No 1-drop, no Wolf Willow Haven, that's a mall. Oh man, it just continues to be frustrating. I can't go to 5. All right, I'll keep and then put back Besage, I guess. All right, Lair go. Black Cleave into Skirk. All right, well, I'm not playing this Oath, I'm playing Wolf Willow. So, over to them. Plays Battlecry Goblin. Okay. So I guess first things first, we'll play Oath of Nissa in case I find something I want to play more than this Troll. All right, take Karn. Play this. Play the Troll. Over to them. Runed Velt. All right, they don't have as explosive draw as they did last game. So Nykthos, activate, play Cavalier, trigger, put a Forest into play. Yeah, no attacks, just pass turn. Never assume that they can't kill you. Just don't attack if it's not to your advantage. I've made that mistake before. I've passed the turn with multiple blockers and a flipped Perlukranos in play, with them only having 3 creatures, and they've done 40 damage through that. So this triggers when it dies, right? So they can sack this at any time with Skirk to deal 2. Okay. So Nykthos, generate 8 mana. I'm 100% playing Karn, so the only question is what am I getting with it? Probably Burst. So this actually would be the time when having a Boat in my sideboard would be good. I actually do have 8 mana, right? I haven't played the land yet, so I've got 8 mana, so I can Leveler to kill probably Skirk Prospector, because they have multiple Battlecry... Oh, man. Or do I just kill Runedvelt? I don't know. Maybe I just kill Runedvelt. Yeah, minus. Let's just go grab Leveler and kill Runedvelt. There's an argument to grabbing Statue, but I think I'm just going to grab Leveler. All right, trigger this, shoot Runedvelt. All right, Runedvelt triggers, they exile what? Battlecry... Another Battlecry Goblin? All right, whatever. Obviously no attacks. All right, we should be good. I have triple blocks. They don't have that much mana. Sacks the Fireblade Charger, shooting Karn for 1. Okay. Plays Cacophony Scamp. This one is also when it dies. Okay. Oh, if they're just sacking to get Karn down so that I can't activate it again, then they must be in a really bad position. Chain Whirler to completely kill Karn off. Sacks the Chain Whirler. Can they reanimate it with their Death Toucher to kill our whole board? Even that isn't too bad. We get to retain the Old Growth Troll as mana, and then the Cavalier can put something back. So if they want to do that, they do have to sack one of their goblins. So it's this plus one of their goblins. Then they Death Touch recur this thing. All of our guys die. The Troll returns as a land. The Cavalier triggers and can put another Cavalier or Karn or whatever back on top. Yep, here it comes. It's Death Touched. These die. So the only question is, do I want to put something back? Playing another Cavalier here seems decent. Just play another one. Yeah, all right, let's put Cavalier back on top. Attach this. Then we take 4 from these Battlecry Goblins. All right, so I can still activate Nykthos after playing the Cavalier. So 2, 2, this one, cast Cavalier, trigger, Forest into play. Oh, I should have activated Nykthos in response to that in case I hit another Nykthos. All right, how much am I making? 8 mana, so I could bring back Cityscape Leveler. Alternatively, I Karn for Burst and Burst back Troll Karn. Or double Karn. Yeah, let's get that. Karn minus, grab the Cauldron, then Burst, Karn, Troll. All right, over to them. Gains us 4 life, so we're not as susceptible to dying. Puts threats back in our hands so we can keep going. Obviously, they can swing this into Karn to kill it, but that doesn't really matter. So the only question is, if we block one of these battle cries, do we have enough to survive? It looks like they're not playing anything else anyway. Yeah, so attack Karn, attack us. Man, because this has first strike, it's going to kill Karn before I deal damage to their Battlecry before their Battlecry Goblins deal damage, and then they can use the Power Stone to pump their team. Yeah, that's fine. So we are still taking a bunch of damage, but at least I'm getting one of these Battlecry Goblins off the field. So we're at 7. Okay, I think we just win now. So tap this, play Kiora. Then tap this and this. Play the Troll. Trigger Kiora to draw. Activate Nykthos. Generate 12 mana. I should be able to just straight up win here. Untap Nykthos. I'm making 12 at a time, so Karn Chainveil, I'm down. Karn Chainveil activate, I have 10 mana left. Cure untaps Chainveil, I have 6. Cure untaps Chainveil, I have 2. Cure untaps Nykthos. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, Karn minus, grab the Chainveil. Where is it? Chainveil, activate, untap, activate, minus here. I'm gonna go grab the statue. Then this untaps this, activate here. Karn plus the Power Stone. Then Cure with the last untap untaps Nykthos. Then we Nykthos again. Then we statue. It triggers. Yeah, all right, they've conceded to that. Yeah, this is fine. No elf, but we have ramp that's not susceptible to Chain Whirler and an actually good curve with Karn. All right, I'll keep. Blood Crypt into Fireblade Charger. Fine. All right, well, we drew an elf anyway, so play it. Go ahead. Rune Develop, and then we take 2 from this dude. All right. Ooh, boat. All right, I'm still going to play Pelucranos. Just slow down the damage here. So if they attack with this and I block it, they can kill my elf, but not Pelucranos. They are sacking it. Kills the elf, triggers the Rune Develop. They exile Touch of Moonglove, so they can't cast that via Rune Develop. Sacks the Rune Develop. Reveals Snoop. It's until end of turn, right? Next turn. So they can still cast the Snoop. Oh, call both of these back, sure. And then they can give this one Death Touch so that when they sack it, it just kills my Pelucranos off. Yeah. Reveals Battlecry Goblin. That's just absolutely disgusting. So Battlecry plus Snoop next turn, and the only thing I can do is play Wolf Willow. And I still don't have the mana to do anything. And so unless I draw land, I can't actually do anything to combat this. Because just playing Karn into their board does not help. All right, so Battlecry. Sure, swing. All right, Nykthos. So if I boat the Battlecry Goblin, that's the most damage off the board, right? And then we take 5. Yeah, I've just got to boat that. So play boat, target Battlecry. All right, they exiled Snoop. Plays Snoop. Reveal Den of the Bugbear on top. So we take another 5. So then I can play Cavalier and activate the boat and kill their Rundevelt or Snoop. I don't know. If I kill Rundevelt, it takes off. I'm exiling a land off the top of their deck, so they don't get a trigger from that. And then it leaves them with 4 power in play. Yeah, all right. Cavalier, trigger, put Forest into play, then crew this, go to combat, swing, shoot the Rundevelt. So I've got to survive 1 turn, basically. Like, it was either that or Snoop. I'm not sure which one I was supposed to hit. I feel like Rundevelt has a better potential to just kill me on the spot. Well, there's Fireblade Charger off the top. So we're de facto at 2 right now, because it's this damage plus both Fireblade Chargers being sacked. Sacks Fireblade to shoot us, and they can cast this one. Oh no, they've got Call the Death Dweller. Are we just dead now then? All right, they drew Call the Death Dweller, right? So we take 5 here, and then we're dead to this Fireblade Charger. Oh my god. Yeah, whatever. Okay, just nothing I could do there. So be it. If I'd killed Snoop instead, then they get to attack for 5, and then they just play Fireblade and then sack both of them, we would die anyway. Yeah. I guess I could have also, what else could I have done? Instead of playing Cavalier, I could have played Karn and minused for Haywire Might to block. I think we're still dead even then. All right, final round, we're on the play. So the problem is, even if the Oath of Nissa finds a land, then we're behind on the curve. So we need to draw a second land immediately, basically, to be on curve. And if our elf gets killed by removal, then it's really bad. So yeah, I'm going to mull this. All right, well, I guess I'm keeping this and tossing a forest back. Opponent mulls the 5. Nykthos oftentimes will have hands with 1 land Oath of Nissa, and a lot of the time those hands are traps, and you should just mull them. Forest, elf, pass. Watery Grave, sleight of hand. All right, well, we're playing something spicy, or just straight up blue-black control, who knows? Well, it's just Wolf Willow and attack with an elf. So we got Karn with 5 mana next turn. Thoughtseize, all right, they take one of our Karns. We drew another Karn, wow. All right, well, play Karn, minus. I'm going to grab Cauldron in case something goes wrong, I think. I don't think there's any reason for me to play a 1-drop here, or Crypt. So let's just grab this, and then attack with the elf. Plays Consider. Picklock Prankster in the graveyard. So I assume this is just blue-black control then. Fatal Push our dude. So we've got 4 mana. I don't want a Tormod's Crypt to keep them off Treasure Cruise. That just seems just like not a good use of mana. I think it's honestly best to just grab Citadel and play Elf and just like keep advancing my board. So use the ability. Let's go grab Citadel. Let's play Citadel. I am going to play this extra Karn here and see if they counter it. They did not. All right. So keep the new Karn minus this Karn. So this time I probably want to grab Statue. All right, let's grab Statue. Let's play Elf and then pass back to them. So against control, you just got to jam threats into their counter spells and removal over and over and over until something sticks. Picklock Prank. Oh, what? It's blue-black Phoenix. So it's Phoenix, but they don't have any red mana to actually cast the Phoenix. So they're just entirely bringing them back from the graveyard. So Treasure Cruise, sure. Yeah, so it's just Phoenix, but with no red mana. Maybe they have red mana in their deck, but probably not. So Phoenix with no red mana, entirely just reanimating them back with its ability, never actually casting them. I guess that's interesting. Bitter Triumph, our dude. If they have a fourth or third spell, I guess they didn't. All right, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Man, still one short of using the statue, eh? It's probably best to burst these Karns. No, it's definitely, yeah, and grab Tormod's Crypt to make sure these don't come back. So, minus, grab Tormod's Crypt. Where is it? Cast. Maybe I do just get Kiora in play. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get Kiora in play. If this resolves, then we have mana enough to cast Statue next turn. There's no reason to untap anything. Yeah, all right, so over to them. Play Dark Slick Shores. Thought sees us. Okay. If they don't have a counterspell, I assume they have to take Statue here. Otherwise, they're just like so out of the game. Yeah, so they take Statue. Plays that dude. All right, so I can burst 2 Karns back. And then what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, well, I'll just plus this on nothing. Play this. Tap, 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 tap. Burst. Get 2 Karns. And then just pass to them. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently in round 5 of a Pioneer League. We are playing Nykthos against apparently blue-black Phoenix. Attacking Karn to keep it from being activated again. Makes sense. All right, so I've got 3, 5, 7, 8, 9 mana. I can play Karn and grab the burst back and burst it again. Although Ledger Shredder is somewhat of an issue, so let's see. First things first, we're just going to play Karn. All right, minus Karn. So probably should just set up for next turn. Probably just grab Cityscape Leveler. And then we can just blow up this Ledger Shredder. I could play Boat right now, but then if they connive a non-land into their graveyard, then the Boat doesn't kill this. So yeah, let's just grab Leveler and then pass. Another Shredder. Okay, well, there's nothing that we're going to do in response to any of this, so we can F6 through the rest of this. I assume they're going to attack Karn down to just keep him from minusing again. Cavalier, you say. Cavalier, play, trigger, and then Nykthos, and I generate 3, 4, 5, and then I can untap with the Nykthos as well, if I hit a land. If I don't hit an untapped land, then I don't. All right, Cavalier. So stack this, so we draw with Kiora before doing anything else. All right, Wolful Haven, then trigger this. We did hit our untapped land. All right, so Nykthos, make 5 mana, untap the Nykthos, and then I can Nykthos up to 8. So yeah, let's just do that. This triggers Connive, but that's fine. Target Ledger Shredder. So they're forced to Connive both of them to the graveyard. They hit land, and then the second one, another land. All right, so kill off Ledger Shredder. Then that triggers Kiora to draw a card. I can plus shoot this Power Stone, and then we can just pass back to them, and we've got a much better board, a bajillion mana. They can never get these Phoenixes back because we can just crypt them. So we've pretty much won this. All right. Well, they're going to stubbornly play it out. I don't know. Go to combat. Paying Life, Bitter Triumph, our Leveler. Sure. All right. No attacks. Minus Karn. So I can grab the Boat, kill that. It's also possible that I just win here, but it's probably better to do so in a way that doesn't eat up the clock. So let's just grab this stuff. All right. So I don't want to have it connive. So we've got to do this. Boat, kill the Shredder. Then Nykthos, untap this. Wolf Willow. Actually, I should Wolf Willow this one. Activate Nykthos. All right, play Storm. Troll, Elf. Draw a card off the Troll. Drew into a Karn. I'm going to crypt them now just so that they can't use Treasure Cruise if they draw it. And over to them. Well, they drew a land. 5/9. All right. Karn plus on the Boat. Go to combat. Swing. Boat trigger. Okay, game 2 versus blue-black Phoenix. I don't think I change anything. Yeah, I'm not changing anything. Run it back. So conspicuously missing from this sideboard is Mightstone, Weakstone. That's like the one that I'm unsure about. All right, this is not capable, so mull this. This is more capable. I guess I put back one of these Besages and just hope to find more ramp. Yeah. All right. Toss a Besage back. Darkslick Shores. That is more ramp. Have I played all the Pauper decks? Yeah, all the Marathon streams are done. Fatal Push, Llanowar Elves. The Pauper decks, I believe, start releasing on YouTube in December. Ledger Shredder. Okay. So play this. Wolf Willow here. I can actually check the exact date. The first Pauper Marathon video releases December 19th. All right. Well, let's see. I wouldn't put it past them to have Field of Ruin in their deck, although I don't think they do. I also don't particularly have any reason to try to float any more mana this turn, so let's just Man, it just sucks. We got to play both of these into Ledger Shredder, but we just kind of have to. They might have Censor as well. Maybe I do just play around it. It's better if this is here for Kiora, though. All right, tap this. Wolf Willow here. Llanowar Elves. Triggers the Connive, but we can't not play our spells. And if this doesn't die somehow, then we have 5 mana next turn to cast Cavalier. Opt. On a different note, out of the 4 formats you marathoned, which one was your favorite and least favorite? My favorite was Pauper. My least favorite was... I know I started to get really burned out on Pioneer by the end, but I think that was because it was coming after so many of the modern games, so I think objectively Modern is the worst format. So they Thoughtseize Cavalier out, then Ledger Shredder hits us, we go to 16. So they know we have 2 Storms, neither of which we can cast unless we draw a land. 3 Storms. I don't think there's any reason to attack here. They might be playing Shark Typhoon, in which case I don't want to trade this Elf for that, so let's just pass. There's very, very little upside in dealing 1 damage to them, and a huge downside if they do have a way to kill it by us attacking with it. Treasure Cruise, okay. Well, we still have to find a 6th land and be able to jam Storms into their counters. All right, there we go. So let's see how many counter spells they got. Storm the Festival, Disdainful Stroke, sure. Back to them. Consider, Bins and Opt. Glad to hear that. Pauper's by far my favorite too, since it's the only one I can afford. Multiple decks on paper, not to mention the format's so diverse when you go to different stores to play. For me, because I was playing on Moto, it was more that the format isn't defined by like 1-card bombs for the most part. It doesn't have the crazy broken rares that are in other formats. A lot of the decks wind up being synergy decks, and a lot of the play patterns are better. The worst part of Pauper is Sticker Goblin, because it's utterly busted. All right, well, our Elf died, so we can't Storm anymore, so I guess I'm just playing Old Growth Troll. Not that that's really helping at this point. The other cards I have an issue with in Pauper are the fish, the big fish out of the Delver decks, and I don't think anything else after... No, the big fish out of the Delver decks, the Initiative/Monarch cards, but those aren't awful. I just don't like them. The Sticker Goblin is awful, though. So, yeah, unless we can draw a land into a Storm and they not have a counter spell, I don't see how we can not lose here, because we're going to die in 2 hits. Treasure Cruise again, still having mana open. Thoughtseize, all right. They take one of our Storms. We got 1 Storm remaining. Shredder hits us, we go to 4. Land off the top. And it's not only land off the top, it also has to be into a Cavalier to block with. Well, that's not going to do it. All right, we're dead. Game 3. Yeah, not changing anything. Run it back. This is rough. We don't have the 2nd, or the 3rd rather, green source for the Troll. If this Elf dies, which it's highly likely to, then we're down on mana. This hand is just like such a problem if we don't find more ramp spells. I don't think I can afford to throw it though. Like if we just draw lands, this hand gets better. All right, we'll keep. Forest into Elf. Obviously there's lots of ways this goes wrong though, but I'm not going to ship this hand. We've got turn 1 ramp with 2 lands, potential to play big bomb payoffs. All right, well, Fatal Push. All right, here's another Elf. Here's Nykthos. Over to them. 2nd land, no plays. All right, Lair. Can't play anything, so let's just attack them. Opponent op. Fatal Push. Yep, they kept it on top as well. Shipwreck Marsh. Thoughtseize. I assume they'll just take Old Growth Troll here because it's the only card we can actually play. And it enables Nykthos if we wind up playing it. All right. No. Oath of Nissa. All right, well, I'm going to take the land. So play Lair. Over to them. Sleight of Hand. Watery Grave, Shocked In, Sleight of Hand again. Why would you do that before slighting? All right, well, we can't do anything, and I'm not animating a layer and allowing it to be susceptible to removal, so we're just going to pass. Watery Grave tapped. Thoughtseize. I guess they just take Cavalier. Yep. And another card we can't play. Back over to them. Cling to Dust on one of their own cards to draw. Sure. Op. Kept it on top. Plays a tap land. If we ever just draw some lands, we can eventually do something. All right, play Kiora. Not that I expect this to survive. Counters it, sure. Back to them. Plays another tap land. All right. At least they're not drawing Treasure Cruise. Play Wolf Willow Haven. All right, over to them. 1 mana away from starting to cast these Storms. Bunch of mana. Is this Deluge? No, just flashback Cling to Dust on Kiora to draw a card, sure. Opt. They kept that on top as well. Shieldred. Okay. Consider. Plays another land. All right, finally we found land, although they have 2 cards, so let's see if they have a counter for this. Storm the Festival. They didn't have a counter for it, eh? Well, let's grab... I have no illusions that this Elf can survive, so let's just grab Kiora Forest. And then do I have any reason to untap a land? I do not. So back over to them. If this Kiora survives the round, we do get to leveler this next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nope, it's dead. Oh, and a Phoenix. Considers. Treasure Cruise. Oh my god. And this other Phoenix in here too. All right, so I pretty much, oh man, how much am I taking here? So 10 and then another 2. Actually, I can't even win even if I level her here because we're down to 6. So even if I level, I guess I can level her. No, it doesn't matter. If I level her Shieldred, we're dead. If I level her the Phoenix, they take us down to 3, and then the Shieldred puts us to 1, right? Okay, so if they have a counter spell, we lose. If they have a removal spell, we lose. So if we Storm, the only way we don't lose is if we hit multiple blockers, one of which has to be Cavalier or Pelucranos. If we level her, we blow up an Arclight Phoenix and then have this to block Shieldred. And if they have any removal, any counter spell, or any 3 other spells to bring one of the Phoenixes back, we're also dead. So we're not going to win. So the only possible out I have is that they don't have any of those things. So assuming they don't have any of those things, is it better to Storm or play Leveler? I think it's better to play Leveler. So tap, 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 tap. Play a new Nykthos. Play Leveler. Trigger, blow up a Phoenix. Mill a bunch of stuff over. And they can get anything back with this, right? Yeah, so they get Stroke, and then they just Stroke this. Yeah, we're dead. All right. Well, that was a very, very frustrating league. I don't think any of the problems were due to the deck, though. I don't think I'm changing anything. There also wasn't a single time where I wanted to fetch Transmog Wand and didn't have it. Have you made any changes since yesterday? So the only thing I did was I cut the Tortoises, so now we're playing the non-Tortoise version. So we've got the 4th Oath and the 2nd Pelucranos, and I've put Aetherflux Reservoir in the sideboard just for Moto because we don't have the time to do Stonebrain loops. I cut the Wand for it, but obviously if this was the paper version, this wouldn't be here and Wand would be. So yeah, that's going to be the end of league number 4. Have you run into any of the Discover Chain decks yet, and how do the matchups feel? I've run into 2 of them. One of them, they never cast a single card with Discover, so I don't even know what version they were on, although I assume it was Quintorius. The other one, well, I have run into Appraiser once, and it's basically if they just have it on turn 3, you lose the game, but sometimes they don't have it. One time they went off and then somehow didn't win, and then we were able to win on our turn, so who the heck knows what happened there. All right, we're on the play for league number 5, round 1. I can't keep this. I have no ramp other than turn 3 Kiora, but that's too slow even on the play, so we'll mull that. Oh, man. The only land in the hand's Nykthos. Mulligan again. All right, keep tossing back. I have to cost 2 cards back. Let's chuck a Forest, and I guess I'm going to chuck Wolf Willow. All right, let's do that. Play this, play Elf, go. Botanical Sanctum. All right, play Kiora. I'm just going to pass. I don't know what I'm playing against. There are 1 mana flash creatures. Like maybe it's Spant Spirits or something. I'm not going to swing Elf into this. Island. Is it just Lotus Field, probably? Because of the Sanctum here. All right, tap, tap, tap. Untap this. Play Cavalier. Yeah, it's probably Lotus Field. Draw, Cavalier trigger. Put Forest into play. We also been Storm, so that's good. All right. Well, if it is Lotus Field, we've got Karn, so we're good. It's Merfolk? What? Okay, well, how much does Nykthos make right now? It makes 5. So it's either Karn or Storm. So how much total mana do I have? Activate 5, 6, 7, 10 mana. I can play Storm, but I can't get it through the Merfolk Hexcatcher unless I play the other Nykthos. On the other hand, if I play Karn, so I have 10 mana total without playing the second Nykthos, or 11. Can Karn slam the door in their face? I guess if I get Statue into play. All right, so activate Nykthos. I don't feel particularly inclined to play the second Nykthos here. Let's just untap this, and let's just try to resolve Karn. Oh, they've got Tishana? Sure. So blinks our Kiora. Yep. I do just have the second Nykthos, so if I play the second Nykthos right now, that gives me down to 3 up to 8, 9, 10 mana, so I can't flashback Storm without it getting countered. I can play Karn, and then assuming they don't attempt to counter it because I have floating mana, do I have enough to play Boat after that? I think I do, if I Nykthos, right? So let's Nykthos first. So Nykthos, keep this one, activate Karn. They can technically counter it if they sack both their creatures, but then what's the point? All right, grab Boat, play Boat. Sure, pay for it, and then I guess they just sack this to counter it, right? So I can't pay for it. I'm not attacking with Cavalier because they can animate Mutavault. I don't want them hitting Karn. Although if all they did on their turn was animate Mutavault to hit Karn, that would be fine as well, but let's just not even give them the option. Another Mutavault plays... Whenever a non-token Merfolk becomes tapped, create a 1/1 hexproof Merfolk. Interesting. All right. Tap, tap, tap. Play Pelucranos. Trigger Kiora. Draw a card. So Nykthos. Untap Nykthos. Play Elf. It's free. So devotion count is 9. I could just grab Godpharaoh statue and just basically ruin their ability to play anything. So I got one payoff here in Storm, or I can... I don't think I can win here, right? 7, activate, go to 5, go up to 11, 12, 13, 14. Chain Veil, activate, go to 6, untap, activate, go to 2, untap Nykthos. Can I win here? So Chain Veil, go to 10, activate, go to 6, untap Chain Veil, activate, go to 2, untap Chain Veil, tap this, activate, go to 9 mana. Out of activations, activate Karn, grabbing Statue, play Statue, bounce Kiora back to my hand. How much mana do I have after that? I have 9. Statue enters the field. I have 5 mana. Kiora enters the field. I have exactly 2 left over to keep going. I think that's a win. All right. Minus Chain Veil, cast. I don't know why it doesn't auto-spend your mana, but whatever. Activate, untap here, activate. So plus on nothing, untap here, Nykthos. So I should have only 1 more Karn activation, right? Does it tell me how many I have? Yeah, I think I'm out, right? So, oh, then I don't have it. I wish there was a way to track how many more activations I have on this, because I don't think I have any more. I think I have 1 more, and I can go grab something without plussing, right? I activated Chain Veil twice, and so yeah, I should have 1 more ability. So if I grab Woodcaller, I can flash Storm back. If I play Statue, Kiora comes back, but then I don't have Karn in play anymore, right? So the best bet is to just try to Storm again, or Karn for Burst and just get things back. I think I'm winning regardless, so let's just take a path that doesn't take so long. All right, minus Karn. Let's just grab Woodcaller. So let's prototype this. Trigger, untap Nykthos. Then we tap Nykthos again. All right, flashback Storm. That is an awful Storm. Just terrible. All right, let's get a new Kiora and a land, I guess. All right, untap this. Untap this. I can just flip Pelucranos as well. That ought to be good, right? Should still have another activation here. Yeah, flip this over. And then nothing to do with this mana, so it fizzles, and then we'll just go to combat. All right, well, they're at 11, and our board's pretty friggin' big. So they technically can activate both Mutavaults and put 4 tokens into play. So tap, tap, triggers, plays Kumena. That's disgusting. So, oh, is this a combo here? No, it's not. They don't have infinite, but they do have the ability to draw a lot of cards and make a lot of tokens. All right, well, Oath of Nissa. Oh, wait, no, it is infinite, right? Because oh, no, because it doesn't trigger off tokens. Yeah. All right, grab a troll. Any order. Well, I'm not attacking with this, I guess, so... I guess I can just play this normally, right? Draw a card. What do we draw? Elf. 1 is it can't be blocked. 3, you draw. 5, you put a counter on everything. All right, I'm not attacking with Nykthos, so let's just go to combat and attack with these 2. It at least forces them to block with, like, at least 1, if not 2 creatures, and we gain some life. So I obviously messed up. I thought I had 1 more activation on Karn than I actually had, and so I wound up not being actually able to combo on that turn, so I could have played that differently so that I didn't lose my Karn. So then they just block here, and then they get to draw a card. Play an elf, and go. All right, I didn't activate Kiora this turn. Well, unless we can find a Karn to kill them with, I'm pretty sure we're going to lose this. If they ever find another Hex Catcher, we can't win anymore. Animates Mutavault. Animates Mutavault. Yep, so make 10 bajillion tokens. Oh, yeah. Cool. Sure. All right, Kiora dies. Yeah, we're not winning this, so let's just go to the next game. I don't particularly feel the need to sideboard anything, so let's just run it back. All right, this is fine. Obviously, we need to find another land, but otherwise we're good. All right, play an elf, go. Breeding Pool into Sinnoh Scout. Explorers Mutavault into their hand. All right, well, play the troll. Who knows, maybe I just troll beat down them this game. Glass Pool into Benthic Biomancer. All right, do I play Karn or do I just play more old growth trolls? If I do play Karn, it gets it past any counter spells, and what can I fetch out with it? Like boat or something? Although I can't even play the boat necessarily. I think the problem is there's just like not even anything really that good to get with it. Maybe Filigree Silex is okay, although that blows up my elf as well. I don't know. How good's an active Karn? I guess I can grab Darksteel Citadel with it. I do need more lands. All right, so yeah, grab Citadel and then pass. Like, if they don't have the Hex Catcher, then boat is pretty good. Mutavault, Kumena. Yep. All right, well, minus. We're definitely getting the boat. Blow up, Benthic. Yeah, draw a card with Kumena. Once again, there's no reason to... I guess if they want to kill Karn, they can make this unblockable, but that's just allowing them to attack with this for free for no real reason. Yeah, you know what? Let's hit them. I think this is going to be a race, and if they want to kill Karn, they can just make Kumena unblockable. So we've also got more stuff to follow it up with, including a Sky Sovereign that we can crew. So this here, not attacking with Kumena. Sure, Karn dies. Okay, well, the fact that they're didn't playing anything tells me it's either Coco or Tishana. So that being the case, let's play Troll. All right, Nykthos. Let's play Storm the Festival. Animate Mutavault. Okay. So they do have Hexcatcher. So they have to... So they're going to Kumena, draw with these guys, and then they're going to sack both of these dudes to counter this. So pay it, and then they'll sack Mutavault. Yeah, that's fine. So then crew this using this dude. Then we go to combat, swing, boat kills the Hexcatcher, and they take 10. I actually do have 10 mana to flashback Storm next turn. All right, so we win this game. Now we're on to game 3. I still don't think I board anything. Not keepable, Moldus. All right, is keepable, although it's a bit awkward. So what am I tossing? Turn 1 Elf. Assuming I don't hit another land, I want to be able to play Elf plus Oath of Nissa. So the card that's probably the most off curve and not as useful is Wolf Willow. All right, let's cut Wolf Willow. Seen lists running Treasure Vault over Citadel. Which do you think is better? I don't think there's any reason to need... There's no reason to ever need other colors besides green. So that part isn't relevant. So the only part that's relevant is potentially cracking it for treasures, which means you're spending your whole turn cracking it for treasures, which you have to weigh against the possibility of it getting blown up by artifact removal, whereas Citadel is indestructible. Although technically if I think about the artifact removal that's in the format, there's like the control there's like blue-white control that has Farewell and March of Otherworldly Light, both of which exile. All right, so flash in, take 2 here. Okay, what am I doing? If I play Kiora, they can counter it, but they do have to spend a guy to counter it, which I enjoy. I don't want to play Besage You because I maybe want to kill Mutavault with it. Alternatively, I play Elf Oath of Nissa. I'm going to play Kiora. I'm going to see if they counter this. And if they counter it by sacking either one of these guys, I'm happy with that trade. All right, so they are doing it. All right, back over to them. So the only times you'd sack a Treasure Vault is basically you just need the mana. Oh, that's so rough. And now they just have a free token every turn. Screw this card, seriously. I could blow it up. What am I doing if I don't blow it up is the problem. Like, so if I don't blow it up now with Besage You, it's just going to get completely out of hand. Oy. All right, play Elf. And Besage You, kill this thing. How have the games been? Hello? Frustrating. So back over to them. Again, like, why is there no safety valve on this? Doesn't cost mana, doesn't only trigger once per turn, just make bajillions of tokens. Stainful Stroke on top. Will they keep it or not? They will keep it. Okay. So they have Stroke. Swings here. Yep. Oh, and they've got Kumena. Jesus. So even playing Karn here, I mean, it's just going to get countered. Even if it doesn't get countered, I can't do anything with it. All right, Oath of Nissa, whatever. I assume they'll let this pass. Wow, that's just awful. If I don't play Karn now, they just stroke it anyway, so I guess I play it and just force them to lose a token, right? All right, grab an Elf, play Elf, Nykthos, play Karn, then they just have to sack one thing. There's nothing I could even play to get out of this, right? Because they have Stroke plus whatever other cards they have, so anything that I play that's expensive, which is basically anything in my deck that I could use to try to get out of this situation, is going to get stroked. All right, yeah, I'm not playing. There's no way I can win. I'm not playing it out. All right, on to round number 2. That felt so long. All right, we're on the play for round 2. This is fine. Lair, Elf, go. Hallowed Fountain tapped. Okay. Well, play the Troll. And if we don't draw more lands, then we're really screwed. Plains, presumably blue-white control. Well, I'm going to try to play Kiora. I'm amazed that resolved. All right, let's hit them for 5. Do they have Get Lost? Yeah, Get Lost, sure. Solve this ability. It's better to use a map token. So let's map. All right, there's more lands. Let's map. What's on top? Elvish Mystic. Put the revealed card in my graveyard. Yes. Go to combat. Swing. Thank you for the sub, Bonsai Shibe. Really enjoyed the Pioneer video with Soren today. Well, thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. Let's see. If I attack with the Troll, then they could next turn play land Wandering Emperor, exile it. So it's just basically a question of, like, do they have Wandering Emperor or not? If they have it, then it's, like, so much worse. But if I'm not attacking, I don't even have, like, a Nykthos or anything, so I may as well attack them. If I attack with the Elf and they have a Shark Typhoon token, I don't want to swing the Elf into that, so let's just attack with Old Growth Troll. So swing here. Do they have an answer to this? Shark Typhoon. So they do have Shark Typhoon. All right. They're blocking. Sure. 4 trample. Second main, we'll play Kiora and untap it so it can't die to Emperor. Over to them. Oh, it's the Lotus Field version. Okay. Tail's End, counter their Lotus Field. Okay, so I can play Cavalier here, although they can untap and play Farewell. If they untap and play Farewell, I lose everything except Kiora. So it doesn't kill walkers, so I could get Karn into play, and then Karn for, I don't know. Anything I Karn for, I'm not playing this turn, so... Right? I can only make 5 mana. Alright, so Wolfwillow here. Tap this, untap this, tap this, play Karn, minus. I'm gonna grab Citadel so that if they do sweep the board, I have a land drop next turn. And then let's just swing with these dudes. To Fairy. No, that's bad too. Another Lotus Field. So they sack these two, and then they untap both the Lotus Fields, and they have 7 mana untapped. So if they have discontinuity, they just stop our turn. Yep. Alright, are we getting disconted? No, we're not. Alright, Nykthos. They might just discount anything we play. So what would the best option be? It'd be to minus Karn and see if they respond to that. No, I guess the best option would be to attack them and see if they respond to that. Alright, go to combat. Alright, attack them. So if they discount here, then at least I haven't used any resources on anything. If they don't discount, then... Alright, Deluge. Do they just not have it? They must have something. Get lost, sure. So that dies. We make some tokens. This triggers. We get this back over here. Alright, we're still in combat steps, so let's see this white fizzle. Alright, so Nykthos makes 6 right now. So if let's see. I have not played a land yet, right? No, I have played a land. I played Nykthos. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's the best way to do this? I want to leave myself the option that if I don't storm off and kill them, that I can grab Damping Sphere and blow their mana apart. So step 1 is getting Cavalier into play. All right, so let's go ahead and activate Nykthos. Then let's untap this. Then let's play Cavalier. So draw first, trigger on the stack, activate Nykthos again. Go up to 9, then Cavalier resolves. All right, put land into play. So let's see. I could storm. What does storming do? Now let's play Troll. So 9, 11, 12, 13. If I go Karn, Chain Veil, down to 9, activate down to 5. So I can afford to play the Troll. All right, 6, 8, 9, 10. Karn, Chain Veil, activate. Kiora untaps Nykthos. Activate Nykthos again for 1, 4, 5, 8, 11, 12. But then I'm out of Karn activations. So that only works if I storm into something. So let's just go ahead and storm first and see what we hit. Actually, no, let's Karn for Damping Sphere in case we hit another Karn. Then let's storm. All right, another Kiora and Cavalier. So we get double draw triggers because we control 2 Kioras simultaneously. Keep this one, then put this one last. Draw, draw. Then this Cavalier resolves. Put a land into play. All right, so Kiora untap this. Activate, activate. Play another Troll. Trigger to draw. Activate Nykthos. 10 gajillion mana. Storm again. All right, another Nykthos and Troll. So, okay. And then we keep this one. Draw a card. So we've got 2 Karns in our graveyard already. So it's better to flashback Storm in case we... Yeah, all right. We also have 2 Nykthoses here. Okay, so the best move is probably flashback Storm before activating Nykthos. So flashback Storm. All right, Oath, Elf, trigger, yield, Oath of Nissa. All right, there's the last Karn. So now we win. So Nykthos, play the new Karn, then minus this one, grab the Chain Veil. Actually, I don't even need to do that. I could have just grabbed Reservoir and won immediately. Yeah. Actually, no, I don't know how many spells I've played. I've played a lot, though. Activate Chain Veil. All right, untap this. Chain Veil. Then activate this. Then Chain Veil. Kiora, untap Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. Minus Karn. All right, let's grab Reservoir. Cast Reservoir. All right, plus this on nothing. Plus this on nothing. Then we play a new Kiora. Trigger the Reservoir. How many spells is this? It should only be a few spells to get back up. How many times can I activate this? 4 times. All right, so untap the Chain Veil. Activate the Chain Veil. Then minus Karn. Grab the statue. Where is the statue? There it is. Minus here on Nykthos. Play Cavalier. Trigger. Cavalier triggers. Activate Nykthos. All right, play the statue. Trigger Reservoir, and then blast them. All right, that was game 1, amazingly. It's blue-white Lotus Control. I don't side in anything here. Run it back. Again, as a reminder for anyone who's just joining these games, the only reason Reservoir is in this deck is because of Moto. You don't have the time to go through all the clicks necessary to stone brain your opponent out of the game, so you have to have a way that kills them faster, and Reservoir is the best version of that. All right, this hand is fine. So, like how Tron often will keep hands that are just Tron with no payoff and just try to find the payoff. With Nykthos, you got to keep hands that are just ramp with no payoff. Oh, hey, Devotion, what the heck happened to the deck? It has, presumably, at least I've heard, a bad matchup against the Discover decks. Although, in all these leagues, we've only played against Discover twice, and we've beat it both times, so I need a bigger sample size. Hall of Storm Giants. Okay. Get Lost our dude. Sure. Alright, play some more dudes. Over to them. Lotus Field, and they have the protection for it. So, yeah, I'm not really sure what to do at this point. They can untap and Farewell. Like, they can do a million things, so maybe it's better to just... Like, if they have Farewell, we're not winning this game. So, I'm just thinking, like, is it worth it to crack these map tokens? Alright, so, Troll. Let's crack a map and see what happens. Alright, rather than exposing this elf to also getting swept, let's just map this. Storm the Festival entered the revealed card zone. Do not put it in the graveyard. Back to them. Hope you don't mind me asking, but what decks do you own IRL? Do you play your LGS often? Well, I used to play at my LGS often, but the game has become awful due to their various card designs, so I haven't played at my LGS in at least 2 months. I've actually lost track of how long it's been. What decks do I own in IRL? I would have to look at all of the decks. I can play a lot, I can build a lot of decks, and there's a lot of decks that I could build if I was willing to spend a little bit to get the rest of the cards. Give me until this league is done and I can come back around to that question. Alright, so I can cast Storm the Festival, and then if they discount it, then... Alright, let's play Nykthos. Let's attack with the Troll and see if they discount. Laguna Breach. The owner of target attacking creature you don't control puts it on top or bottom of their library, which means that Nykthos isn't going to work anymore. Alright, well, sure. I don't really want a Troll, so I'm going to put it on the bottom. I could just cast Storm here, although they could counter it too, but if I play Pelucranos, it doesn't matter. So if I play Elf and then active... No. So Nykthos is not free right now. So yeah, let's just cast Storm. Alright, they did not have a counter. We also didn't hit anything of value. So let's go Oath, and then rather than Wolf Willowhaven, I really don't want to get blown out by Farewell, so let's just get another land. So put those into play, trigger the Oath. There's another Nykthos and there's Cityscape Leveler. So let's go Cityscape, and then play this Elf, and pass. Temp, Lockdown. Yeah, alright. Another Lotus Field. Alright, at least they only have one card left in their hand, although they do have this thing. What does it do? It enters tapped if you flash it in. Alright, I can just Besage you that, actually. Alright, so let's go Pelucranos. And then I guess I just Besage you it on their turn. Yeah, alright, so let's just pass. And then we'll Besage you it at the end of their turn. Plays a land. 6 mana. Plays the Lock Whale. Alright, end of turn, Besage you. Oath trigger. They get a land. Alright, grab Kiora. Play Kiora. Activate Nykthos. Untap Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. So, let's see. Let's go with Storm, and then I can still play Nykthos and activate it to Cityscape if I want to. So let's just flashback Storm. That is an atrocious Storm. Alright, well, literally 5 lands. Very well, deck. So, new Nykthos. Keep new Nykthos. Activate Leveler. Blow up Lock Whale. And then we will pay the ward. Then Leveler enters. We draw a card off Kiora. Alright, Oath. Grab Karn. And we're officially out of mana, so let's attack. Alright, 14, back to them. So the only thing that really gets them out of this is Farewell, I think. Lockdown, alright, take all this stuff. That doesn't really matter when I can just attack and blow it up with Leveler. So, oh, they're just going to show me that they don't have anything, so they're dead. Troll, activate Nykthos, animate the Hydra, go to combat, swing, Leveler trigger, blow this up. Alright, on to the third round. That's quite a lot of cards. Couldn't properly keep track of them, to be honest. Cards I have right now are just thrown into empty Dragon Shield boxes. I've got most of the staples. Most of the generic staples, rather. Alright, match 3, we're on the play. Which deck are you planning to bring to DreamHack? This one, Nykthos. Alright, this hand's obviously missing a curve, but otherwise it's fine. So, Elf and back to them. Alright, some kind of Boros deck. So, Convoke it is. Well, can't do anything, so I'm just going to pass, and I'm going to hold up Besage you for this blood token if they try to demolition it. Warden of the Inner Sky. Ornithopter. Activate, sure. Put one on the bottom. Do they only have one land? No, they do have another land. Alright, well, back to us. I'm not Besaging anything here. Okay, do I want Troll, or do I want Nykthos, or do I want Karn? I'm going to play Nykthos regardless. If I play Karn, they have to pop their blood immediately, or else lose it. I can plus it to 6, and then they can hit me for potentially 3 here, and then more if they can pump it more. Yeah, let's just get Troll out. Pops the blood. All right, how much mana do I have next turn? Play Beside You, activate this. That's 4, 5, 6 mana, right? I can cast Storm, or I can just play Cavalier. Warden, and they did nothing else, eh? Okay, so they almost certainly have Resolute Reinforcements, right? So play this. I'm one short of being able to play this and Nykthos, so if I... Alright, so I'm going to Nykthos regardless. It's probably better to just guarantee to hit more stuff than it is to Storm into not knowing what I'm going to hit. So let's cast Cavalier, trigger this. Wait, no, if it's Resolute, wouldn't they have done it main phase? Oh, they have Get Lost. Really? They're maining this now? Alright, well, trigger, can't put itself back. I'm obviously not grabbing the other Nykthos, so let's just put a Forest into play. Alright, I guess we're mapping this troll then. Map the troll. Reveal Karn. I do not want to draw another Karn, so I'm going to bin that. And map here. Another Karn, you say? Oh, wait, I meant to bin the first one. Oh, it's bin. Bin is yes. Okay. All right, yeah, put that back. Pass to them. So next turn I can go Pelucranos, Nykthos, cast Storm the Festival. Activates Warden. Puts it on the bottom. This is finally active. Puts Giganta in hand. Okay. So we take 4 here. Ooh, Kiora. All right, Kiora. How do I get rid of this, like, auto hold priority thing on Moto? I don't know why it happens. Play Pelucranos, trigger Kiora, card, untap this. So then activate this, make 8 mana, and then let's Storm. Okay, Troll, Oath. So trigger, let's make sure to draw first, then resolve Oath. Okay, I don't think I've even played a land this turn, so let's just grab this. Any order the rest of that. Play this. Play Wolfwillow Haven here. All right, and then I've activated Cure already, so then we just pass. All right, and I should just win next turn if I don't die here. All right, yeah, so they're just conceding on this board state. So on the draw, I want Filigree Silex against this deck, I believe, and cut Cityscape from the main, and we'll run that. This is fine. We'll definitely keep this. Needle Verge into Epicure, all right. Yeah, they bring in Forge Devil too, which is annoying, but what can you do? Just hope they don't have it. Attack, no blocks, lethal on that, okay. Well, let's play Pelucranos. Back over to them. Apparently they're stuck on 1 mana as well. So yeah, no attacks from them. Yeah, so they're just mana screwed. All right, Nykthos. So we can't play Storm yet. So let's play Oath of Nissa. Grab Cavalier. Play Elf. Yeah, all right, so they've conceded to that. And on to the next one. On the play for round 4. Keep this. This is a lot of ramp. We've got turn 3 Storm if none of our guys get interacted with. All right, Llanowar Elves. Over to them. Overgrown Tomb tapped. Ooh, that's sweet. All right, tap this, Wolfwillow. Tap this, Elf, Elf. Over to them. Cavern of Souls, Elf. All right, so Golgari Elves, Elvish Warmaster. All right, I think my ramp plan... Oh my god, and Nykthos. 6, Storm. All right, Karn and Pelucranos? Troll? Troll. What am I grabbing with Karn? Probably just Boat to boat them. All right, grab Boat. Over to them. Place another Overgrown Tomb into Dwinnen's Elite and make 2 Elf tokens. Jasper Sentinel. They can cord for 2. All right, how much Nykthos mana do I make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can also Karn for the Woodcaller. Can I play Woodcaller ahead of time? So I go Karn for Woodcaller, and then this is 4. Target Nykthos, activate it with the ability on the stack, untap it. That seems pretty good. And that lets me play Boat plus Storm the Festival. Because otherwise it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, I can, yeah, 12. Yeah. Minus Woodcaller, Prototype, trigger, targeting this, activate Nykthos, then resolve this ability, activate Nykthos again. All right, Boat. Actually, I guess I'm going to Storm regardless, so let's just see if I hit something else I want to, like, change what I'm doing. Storm the Festival. Another Karn and Cavalier is excellent. So Karn, Cavalier, trigger the Cavalier, and legend this out, put a Forest into play. So I have a total of 8 mana, so I could minus this Karn as well and get something else instead of Sky Sovereign, which could just be Statue, or I could just grab Cityscape Leveler and Cityscape their dudes. Yeah, that seems fine. Minus, grab Leveler, and then cast it. Trigger, blow the Warmaster up. All right, apparently they don't have Cord, so go combat, swing with this dude. All right. We won game 1. Game 2 against Elves, I don't think I bring in anything. Maybe the Boat. They are basically an aggro deck, right? Switch these out. All right, run that. This is fine. Courtyard on Elf. Plays Llanowar Elves. All right, play my own Elf. Overgrown Tomb tapped. And Dwinnen's Elite. All right. Okay, let's play Beside You. Let's play Kiora. Untap a land, play Oath, and I guess we're getting an elf. Back over to them. So they did nothing, which tells me they have Cord. All right, let's play Cavalier. So untap this. Cavalier. Trigger, always draw first. And then Cavalier, mill stuff over. All right, we hit Nykthos. Excellent. Back to them. All right, cording for what? Cording for Jasper Sentinel? What? Werefox Bodyguard. So it's Abzan Elves? Huh. So I assume Kiara's dying now? Sure. Well, we drew our Sky Sovereign. What a draw. Blow this up. Trigger the Cavalier. Get a land. Play Elf. Over to them. Jasper Sentinel. Okay. Coco. All right. Double Leaf Crown Visionary. All right. They still don't have any good attacks, so it'll come back to us. All right. They're just conceding from here. Well, on to round number 5. On the play for round 5. All right. This is fine. This is actually quite good. We have a lot of ramp into a Storm. So Lair into Elf. Darkboar Pathway. Thoughtseize. They immediately took our Wolfwillow Haven. No, did they like misclick or something? That seems way too fast to have actually made a decision. All right, so tap these, Wolfwillow on here, then tap this, play Oath of Nissa. All right, grab a forest, and then we can't do anything else, so fizzle this mana over to them. And assuming our elf survives, we have Cavalier next turn. Courier's Briefcase off of Mirix. Okay, so there's some kind of they're like Jund Transmogrify. Yeah, so this one, and then just play Cavalier. So we just gotta outspeed them. Play Elf over to them. Did we get Storm in the graveyard? No, but we have Storm in our hand. So Blooming Marsh. All right. Are we about to get Atraxa? Yeah. So Transmogrify into Atraxa. Let's take a look at their deck. So they're running their own Karns. All right, bunch of removal. Esika's Chariot, Bankbuster, Torch. All right. What'd they pick off of Atraxa? Chooses Chariot, Thoughtseize, Fable. All right, do this. Storm the Festival. All right, Karn, and how much mana am I going to have with Karn afterwards? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, potentially 7 if I put a land into play. So 1 short of being able to get Cityscape Leveler. I could Karn for Statue, and then they basically can't play anything except Thoughtseize. Although I'm sure they have a land in their hand. And then Cavalier can just block Atraxa. Potentially. If they have a 2 mana removal spell, then they can just blow up Cavalier. I feel like stacking them out here, if I can't just straight up kill Atraxa right now, it's better to stack them out here. So that being the case, I may as well get Oath. All right, let's do that. So trigger Oath. Ooh, Cityscape Leveler directly into our hand, eh? All right. Leveler, play land, tap, 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 minus, grab the statue, play the statue, over to them. And now even if they Thoughtseize this Cityscape Leveler, I can just unearth it next turn and kill Atraxa. And they are way, like, very, very taxed by the statue. So if they, for example, if they want to cast a Thoughtseize, it takes their whole turn to do that. Beseiju the statue. All right, well, it is what it is. How much mana do I have if I block with Cavalier? I have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I actually do still have enough if I block with it. Swings at Karn. All right, block here. So Cavalier dies. Let's get back. I'm going to say the statue, actually. Nah, that can't be right. Let's grab, let's just grab another Cavalier. Thoughtseize takes the Leveler. Plays another land. Torch the Karn. Sure. All right, so Nykthos 4. Unearth this. Go to combat. Swing, swing, swing. Trigger. Blow up Atraxa. And then get rid of this Power Stone and pass to them. Then the Cityscape Leveler goes away. Courier's Briefcase. So if they have another untapped land, they can do it again. No, they're not. All right. Well, okay. They've just conceded from here. So Jund Atraxa. Do I want Filigree Silex or Stonebrain in on the draw as well is kind of the issue. Probably Silex and then get rid of Pelucranos. All right, let's do that. This is fine. All right, Thoughtseize. Presumably they just take the Elf, or if they have removal for the Elf, they take Wolfwillow. They took Cavalier. That tells me their hand's probably pretty slow. Blooming Marsh, and then pass. All right, well, let's just put Troll into play. Back over to them. End of turn, Careful Cultivation, the Monk token. All right, well, they could have it. Doesn't look like they have it. All right, Fable the Mirror Breaker. Plays another land tapped. Probably have to Beseiju this Fable. Yeah, so Wolfwillow here. So let's just stop them in their draw step before they trigger the Fable. After your draw step, right? All right, draw step, Beseiju this. So they do not get to loot. They got it tapped as well. They're losing life, so it's, yeah, Bitter Triumph. Trigger this, put it on a land. All right, now they have attacks, so they attack with the Shaman, no blocks. They could put Giganta in their hand with this mana. If they've got nothing else to do, all right, well. All right, Giganta in hand, so they've got Giganta, 2 unknown cards. And I need to find something pretty good. Kiora is okay, but all right. Kiora, play this. I guess let's untap this to bluff that we're going to use the Hydra, when really I'm probably just going to sack this Troll to draw a card. So over to them. I could also make it a 2/2 to block this and then activate this to sack this. Will they attack? They will attack. All right. Are they attacking me or Kiora? Kiora, that's fine. I don't feel like exchanging this lair for this Shaman token, so that's fine. All right, Kiora's at 4. Another Fable. Yep. And then they're just going to spend all their mana to put Giganta into play? Sure. All right, well, we need to find some cards, so make a Troll. Trigger, draw a card. Another Elf. This is pretty bad. How big does the lair get right now? I guess I'm untapping a land, right? So it doesn't matter. All right, back over to them. And now they do get to loot with this. So their hand has been terrible up to this point, so I imagine they're ditching 2 cards. Land Thoughtseize, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's a 6/6 Hydra, so it can block Giganta. Careful Cultivation on the Giganta, so it can't block Giganta anymore. All right, if this attacks Kiora, I have to chump it. I guess I could double block with Troll plus Lair. Yeah, all right. Activate this. Oh, wait, no, it becomes a 5/5. All right, because this, or a 4/4 rather. No, a 5/5. Okay, yeah. All right, well, I'm going to go for it. Animate this, declare blocks, double block this thing. If they have removal, then we get blown the hell out. All right, so Mirix plays Chariot. Okay, time to draw something good. Othanissa, Cavalier. So 3 Cavalier, trigger. Let's draw off Kiora first. Storm Festival, awesome. Come on, let's hit Nykthos. No. So I've got 3 to 4 mana left over, so let's just put Hydra into play then. Okay, so is it worth it to untap an Elf? Activate Chariot, tapping the Fable that flips over plus a token. Attack with the Chariot, both Shamans, and a token. That's a bunch, so I could block Chariot, block a token, and then Kiora can potentially die, although I don't want to throw a bunch of stuff in front of their creatures anyway. So I'm going to say it's not worth it to untap. So let's pass. Just these 2 guys alone get to eat stuff for free. Oh, they're going to swing all? Sure. So we block these, and then everything else is attacking Kiora, right? All right, so Kiora is going to die, which is unfortunate. We at least get rid of these Shamans. Okay, so we've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana. So let's Storm. Well, at least it's another Kiora. So let's go Kiora plus another guy or another land. I think I probably have enough devotion. All right, Elf. And yeah, let's just pass. So they can make a Might token, plays another land. I think regardless of what they do, their attacks are not good here. Yeah, so no attacks from them. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 mana. I'm short on flashing back Storm if I play Troll first and don't hit a land. So let's just flashback Storm. Oh, wait. Actually, I have to untap this first, right? Yeah. All right. Flashback Storm. Well, we finally hit Nykthos at least. Attach this here. All right. Well, I can Nykthos and play this Troll to draw a card. Let's see what we got. Play Troll. Draw a card. Into Wolfwillow Haven. All right. Well, I think I actually am going to sack one of these Wolf Willows to make a Wolf, just to have more blockers in play. And then we'll fizzle the last of this mana and back to them. So we are both in top deck mode, although they get to keep making mites, I guess. And I guess they can end step make a copy of something. This is non-legendary, right? Yeah. So you can't copy Essica's Chariot. Okay. Well, they finally found Transmog. So, oh, Void Winnower? You can't cast even mana values, which means Karn's out and Storm's out. And Cityscape is out. Although I could unearth Cityscape, although didn't I? Yeah, I could unearth a Cityscape if I somehow put it in my graveyard, but I don't have a way of doing that. All right, well, a bunch of mana, play Cavalier. Hopefully we mill Cityscape over. Triggers. There's Karn, which I can't play. Another Nykthos. Did I mill Storm? It doesn't even matter if I did, right? Yeah. I mean, I guess I may as well put it into play, right? Why not? Can't cast Karn. You can't block with even mana values either, although I can double block with the Cavalier. So you can copy his Void Winnower because it's not legendary. So yeah. I've basically just got to block with Cavalier so I can loop Cavaliers until eventually I find Cityscape Leveler. All right. So fizzle this mana and back over to them. Actually, you know what? I could have made Lair huge, right? It doesn't even matter because they can just make a free chump blocker for it whenever they want, right? Yeah. So I can just make a gigantic Lair. But they basically have infinite blockers. So yeah, they make another Void Winnower. This actually has an even mana value, right? So I actually can't block with Lair. Ugh. Alright, so if they just attack with the copy, then I just chump with Cavalier and get another Cavalier back. Yeah, block here. So trigger, get back one of the Cavaliers that's in the graveyard. It's just the one, right? I don't have a fourth one yet. Yeah, okay, so grab Cavalier out of the graveyard. All right, well, play Cavalier, draw card, and then Cavalier trigger. Oh, well, I guess I put another Cavalier in the yard, so that's something. All right, Oath of Nissa, Old Growth Troll is a play. So grab this troll, any order these. So the only issue is what happens if I ever draw the cityscape, right? All right, play troll, draw a card. Filigree Silex, which I also can't play. All right, let's just make this layered huge and attack with it. Combat, swing here, and I probably need to get some amount of stuff in. I'm not sure. Yeah, all right, let's just attack with the layer. So it makes a copy of Void Winnower. At least, oh, really? I guess that makes sense. Yeah, all right, sure. I trade for one cat token, very well. At least that means they don't have a free attack unless they want to activate this on their turn. Yeah, so Courier's Briefcase, sure. Do they have the mana to activate this? They actually do. So draw 3. So they must have boarded out Atraxa. I'm going to not play this elf because the game, if I ever draw a leveler, I may need to actually wind up discarding it to hand size. So, and it's not really progressing my board state here anyway. I can't do anything else here. I can technically attack with multiple trolls. Does that even help? They get a free block of Winnower. They can even make a Winnower to block, so it's not really free at all. So therefore, I should just pass. I guess they technically don't even have to attack me, right? They can just keep waiting. But I assume they will, like, try to attack me at some point. Go blank us. Sure. All right, let's exile. Let's get rid of Filigree and Llanowar Elves. And now that makes it so I have to double block with the Cavaliers so that I can get one of them back. Actually, that doesn't even work, right? Because, yeah, so they just won't attack right now. So they technically never have to attack, right? Because we'll mill out before they do. All right, back over to them. I don't think attacking here makes any sense, right? They can crew their chariot and they have like 5 total blockers. Oh, yeah. So block. I do have to block this. I have to get another one of my Cavaliers into the graveyard. So block here and block here. I guess it doesn't really matter, right? It's a token that's going to die anyway. So, yeah, all right, just block there. So then it dies, and then the other one can get this one back. All right, back over to them. All right, so they're not doing anything. All right, we finally drew Leveler, so now we actually have to discard it. Makes a copy of Void Winnower. So I'm just going to, like, free chump this with the troll now, I guess. All right, block here. I actually just need to make trolls to draw cards, right? So let's just block with both the trolls. Torch one of them, sure. All right, we're going to get one troll out of this. So put this here. All right, make a troll so we can draw off Kiora. Then this eats the token, back to us. This troll basically cycles itself, so may as well cast it. Trigger, draw. All right, discard to hand size is the plan. So back over to them. Makes another might. Makes a copy of Void Winnower. Attacks with the Void Winnower. And all the mites, you say? Sure, block here, block here. Oh, these can't block, right? So I'm going to die to poison. Sure, whatever. All right, block with Old Growth Troll. Block one of these. Trigger this, put this here. Fable. All right, make a troll. We drew Beseiju. All right, let me think. So this is going to be hand size, so I can't use the Beseiju right now. All right, so, all right, let's discard the hand size. Makes a might. Copies Void Winnower. All right, discard Leveler. I'm going to stop them in their second main phase so I can channel Beseiju on the Reflection. Duress us, sure. Take Storm. All right, making another copy of Void Winnower and another Chariot. Okay. And then the Chariot can make a permanent token copy of the Void Winnower, right? So I can never actually get them all off the field. Oh, and Transmogrify our dude, sure. So we can only block with the Elves. So yeah, we're dead. Because the Chariot makes... Oh wait, is the Chariot not hasted? Kills one of our guys, okay. I'm pretty sure I can't survive this, right? So I have to block 2 mites, and I have to block the Void Winnowers, and I can't block anything else, and then we just take lethal? Yeah. All right. Well, it was a valiant effort, I think. Gotta win the sideboard games. So I think the Filigree Silex still makes sense. They do all of their stuff off of transmogrifying tokens, so we'll leave that here and then run this back the same way. Don't have a way to deal with Void Winnower if it does actually hit the field other than, again, milling over Cityscape and then reanimating it, or just, like, already having a Karn in play. Although, even if we already had a Karn in play, how would I even get rid of it then? All right, on the play. What do I got? All right, well, it's not great, but Tons of mana without a payoff. We got to keep it. Land Elf, over to them. Dark Boar Pathway. Fatal Push our guy. Well, back to them. Overgrown Tomb, Shocked In. All right, we may be getting turn 3'd here, so let's just play Troll. Yeah, make a Monk. And then if they just transmog into Void Winnower, we lose the game. Yep, awesome. This is just so stupid. All right, Oath of Nissa. I mean, I could get Karn, but to what end? Let's grab Lair. Activate, play another Troll, over to them. So the only possible way that I think I can get out of this at this point is to just have a ridiculous amount of mana and then make the Lair huge and hit them with it. Courier's Briefcase. They can attack and we can't actually block them. I mean, we can block them, but like, there's no point. So the problem is Lair next turn can't attack. Oh man, if I draw another Troll, I guess I can block with it. So no blocks. I can go to 9. That's fine. Oh, wow, I actually drew another Troll. All right. Well, Lair, play a Troll. Do I attack? And if so, with 1 or 2 creatures? I guess I can just not attack them and then I can triple block their Void Winnower. Yeah, let's just not attack. Because then I can start animating Lair next turn. Fable. All right. Activate. So this is an 11/11 Hydra or a 10/10 Hydra. All right. Make a really big Hydra. Combat. Swing. And then all I got to do is chump with 1 token. Cool. Discards land, torch the tower. Another Briefcase, so they get another chump blocker. And then next turn they get to flip Fable over. Karn that I can't play. All right, I don't think I have time. So let's just animate this. Oh, if I swing with these two, they get a free block here, and then this chumps, and they take 4. That's not even good. Yeah, whatever. Let's just hit with the Lair. All right, that flips over, and now I officially have to get in this turn. They duress the Karn out of our hand. That's fine. Cavalier, you say. Cavalier. Trigger. Do we hit Cityscape? Come on, Cityscape. Nope. If this dies, what can I get back? Another Troll? All right, so Nykthos. Make this huge. I've got to force them to block in some way. So animate this. Go to combat. So they chump here, and then they can make a copy of this thing. So I have to hold at least 1 guy back. Ah, come on. All right, this blocks here, or one of these blocks the Lair. Something has to block Lair. All right, block. Sure. All right, this returns on a land. I guess I should have left some mana open so that the Troll could be activated off this land. So now if they copy this, I have to block with both creatures. But what can you do? No, they're not doing anything. All right, well, so now they have a free block every single turn because of this reflection. I guess I can force them to use it as a blocker. I don't know. Activate Nykthos. Play Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. Make this really, really big. Go to combat. Swing with this. Besage it. All right, well, never mind. They did not end step the Void Winnower. Okay. Oath of Nissa. All right, Pelucranos. Get Pelucranos out. Flip it. All right, back over to them. Makes a copy of Void Winnower. Swing, block, trigger. This comes back. If I make a guy, it doesn't even matter. I can't get through their board. So yeah, I can make a Troll, but then what? Make a Troll. Then they have at least 3 blocks. All right, whatever. Let's make a Troll. Let's go to combat. Swing. I don't think it's going to get much better than this. Makes a copy of Void Winnower. We at least gain life off of this Pelucranos, so it's not a complete wash. And it spills into multiple Hydras, so we get some damage in. Not a lot, though. Oh, and they have removal spell for this thing, so I don't get any Hydra tokens. Awesome. All right, whatever. So damage. This thing comes back. Put it here. Play Elf. 15 seconds. Plays Fable. Does the token have trample? It does. Doesn't even matter. Both voids block 2 trolls. Jump here. Not enough damage. It's so ridiculous. All right. Doesn't matter. Can't deal enough damage. Wow. Well, that was a league. The only thoughts after that are I kind of wanted Mightstone Weakstone in the Merfolk matchup because it would have been a better way of killing Kumena. So this reservoir here that's not going to be here in the paper version can either be Transmog Wand or Mightstone Weakstone. I'm also still not convinced that I want Woodcaller. It feels like for the turns where you're comboing off with the Chainveil, statue just does what you want to do already. So this might be able to get cut as well. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. All right, we're back for league number 6. Let's go ahead and jump into it. All right, we're on the play for round 1. Only 1 land, but it's good enough. So land, elf, and over to them. They are a Gigantha deck. Well, they have turn 1 Fatal Push. Second land. I actually should have played Oath first because I'm going to play Oath anyway. So if it had been Lair of the Hydra. Yeah, so I should have played Oath first. All right, well, it doesn't matter, but that was a technical error. All right, pass the turn. So I'm guessing the Atraxa deck. They're just blowing out our guys. All right, I don't think a Troll against this deck is going to matter, so I'm just going to Wolf Willow and pass. It's probably far more important that I either, if I hit another land, get Cavalier out or just play Karn next turn. Dark Boar Pathway. Yeah, Fable. So rough. If they just have Atraxa, then we're dead, right? There's nothing I can Karn for that matters. So if they don't have it, I can Karn for Filigree Silex and blow their tokens up, but other than that, I think it's probably better to just ramp. So double Wolf Willows into Troll, go. Discards land, Courier's Briefcase. All right, so it's done to Atraxa, for sure. Yep. Oh, Essica's Chariot, sure. Karn does shut off their ability to crew that, but I don't think that matters. Let's just try to keep hitting more lands. So Cavalier, trigger, all right, Forest, then play Elf, and go. And then next turn I'll Karn for Filigree if they don't go off. I also do need to kill Kiki. Mana Confluence, all right. Puts Giganta in their hand. All right, Karn, minus. So getting Filigree here doesn't actually stop them because they can transmog the Reflection. But yeah, so that's kind of the issue, right? I have 4 mana left over. I can't really use it on anything. I could Needle Reflection. That doesn't seem like a great use of this. I could also just grab Cauldron to burst back some stuff, just in case they have a way to kill Karn off. Yeah, it's probably best to just grab Cauldron. Then we'll just pass it to them. So can't crew this. Have enough blockers that we can reasonably block their team. Put this here. Another land. Shocking it in. Do they just hard cast? Oh, they can actually hard cast no, they can't because they can't activate their treasure. So they're one off of being able to hard cast Atraxa. Giganta. Yeah, they must have thought. They must have not realized. So they have Atraxa in their hand. They just didn't realize they couldn't activate the treasure. All right, well, how do I deal with that? 3, 7, 8. So if I statue here, I can't play anything else. And then Karn can get killed by having multiple attacks go at it. I could grab Cityscape Leveler and blow up Giganta. Yeah, let's do that. 3, yeah, that's enough. All right, so activate Karn. So let's grab Leveler, blow up Giganta. All right, so they didn't have the land for Atraxa and they're too far behind. So yeah, Filigree Silex on the draw is the only way to get around them just going off on turn 3, and then Pelucranos is the worst card against them. So last time we did this, they just changed out Atraxa for Void Winnower, and that basically completely screws us. So I guess the way around that is to Stone Brain before they do that. But if they do it, there's just no getting around it. All right, well, submit. All right, on the draw, this hand's not great. Not only is it slow because we don't have any payoff cheaper than 5, but we have double Boseiju in our hand. Yeah, I'm going to bin this. All right, well, keep this and put back. All right, what's my curve? Land Elf, land Kiora. If Elf dies, then it's Wolf Willow, and then... So is Troll the worst card here? Now let's put Troll away. Blackleaf Cliffs. Oh, we're getting Thought Seized. Or Duressed. Whatever. Either way. All right, what's Duressed away now? Drew a Forest. All right, well, Forest into Elf. Over to them. Mana Confluence. Courier's Briefcase. All right, we might just die next turn. Yeah, Wolf Willow right here. And then over to them. Yeah, they have it. Awesome. All right, at least it's not Void Winnower, but we're still going to lose. So fairly standard stuff going on here with... What are they taking? Thoughtseize, Throat, Fable, Mutavault. All right, well, Nykthos, Wolf Willow here. So Karn's just going to die immediately. So what can I even get? So let's assume the Elf dies, because it's going to die. So I get to untap with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. So I can Karn for something that costs 6 or less, which on this board state doesn't do anything. Actually, anything I do grab is just going to get Thoughtseized away, right? Yeah, all right, we lose. So do I switch out Filigree now that I'm on the play? I don't think so. All right, just run this back. All right, that's fine. Keep this. Opponent mulls to 5. So Lair, play Elf, over to them. Blooming Marsh, Thoughtseize, takes Karn. All right, let's get Kiora out. I guess I'll untap and attack them, why not? Black, Duress, takes our Wolf Willow. All right, that's not so bad. Play a tap land. All right, so now we get to get Cavalier out. Ooh, we drew another Cavalier. Tap, 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 tap. Play Cavalier, trigger, draw off of Kiora, then Cavalier trigger, put land into play, play Oath of Nissa, no storms. Oath into another Kiora or a land. Let's get Kiora in case this one dies, or in case we have a huge mana turn. They just play a tap land and pass, eh? All right. Nykthos, untap this, cast another Cavalier, trigger, draw, ability on the stack, activate Nykthos again, then resolve this Cavalier. All right, another Nykthos. Keep the new one. Then play another Cavalier. Triggers again, draw a card. Activate Nykthos. All right, they concede. On to round 2. On the play for round number 2. Can't keep that. Well, I mean, that's not very good either, but I'm not going to 5. So keep this, throw back a forest. All right, layer, go. All right, so it's Lotus Field. All right, Wolf Willow here. Back to them. Sylvan Scrying. They go find Lotus Field. They play Lotus Field. Okay, just attacking for no reason. I think it's correct to hold up Beseiju in case they play Thespian Stage, so just pass. Yep, there's Thespian Stage. And they are very deliberately not doing anything with it. Oh man, so I either play Cavalier and advance my board, or I do nothing to just Beseiju this stupid Thespian Stage and put them to 4 mana anyway. Alright, let's just pass. The problem is if they don't do it, then what am I even doing? Odawara. Alright, man, I can't do this. I guess I can Karn for Damping Sphere, so it's fine. Alright, Karn, minus. Alright, grab Damping, play this, play Damping Sphere. Thespian Stage copies Lair of the Hydra, because otherwise they wouldn't have green mana. Sure. So now that's shut off until they just have any Beseiju or anything to get rid of Damping Sphere. Impulse, plays Botanical Sanctum, alright. So there's nothing that I can, like, I'm thinking if I can Stone Brain them, but their problem is they have potentially multiple things that I need to hit. So if I Stone Brain, let's say I name Hidden Strings, right? Well, they still have, like, Pour Over the Pages. If I name Emergent Ultimatum, well, they can still just cast their stuff eventually. So I feel like it's better to just grab God Pharaoh Statue and tax out their spells. All right, tap, 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 play Statue, over to them. This means at the very least they kind of have to deal with 2 different things, which they can do. But it potentially buys us more time. Another Thespian Stage. So if they Beseiju this, it unlocks the Lotus Fields. Oh, they're just animating Lair to kill our Karn. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Well, they don't have any colored mana, so they can't interact with anything that we're doing. All right, so let's go tap, 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 tap. Play Storm, because Nykthos isn't doing anything right now. Yeah, so Storm. Cavalier and Karn seem pretty good. All right, put these out. Trigger Cavalier. Put this into play. Then we get to play Elf, and then let's just race them. Animate the statue, go to combat, swing. Anything they have that can kill statue can kill it regardless of whether it's a creature or not, so may as well animate and attack them. All right, we win this game. Now we got to win on the draw. So I think I want to bring Stonebrain in, because it still gives us the maximum amount of chance of having the mana to Karn into Damping Sphere, and then this is potentially able to kill them with the right draw. I need Cityscape in the deck, so we'll cut 1 Pelucranos. Godfair Statue is also maybe a consideration. All right, let's run that. This is way too slow, so we're gonna mull that. All right, it is a Stone Brain, so I will keep this and put back, I think, one of the Oaths, because I don't think I can afford to even take a single turn to not play a land. So put back an Oath. Botanical Sanctum, back to us. All right, Lair, Oath of Nissa. All right, grab Kiora, and then over to them. They just don't have a second land? Okay, well, this is going to be real easy then. What can their hand possibly be that they kept a 7 card hand with no second land drop? All right, well, our opponent's not doing anything, so tap, Kiora, untap this, play the Stone Brain, play Elf, over to you. Plays an Island, plays Grazer, and now they're going to put Lotus Field into play. Okay, do I just Stone Brain Thespian Stage? That might be worth it. I can also Karn a Damping Sphere into play, and then they have no mana, really. Play Karn, minus, grab Damping Sphere, untap this, play Elf, play Damping Sphere, over to them. All right, well, they're sticking into this fight for some reason. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can play Leveler and just kill this and just start smacking them, or just grab a statue. Yeah, let's just make sure they can't do anything. Tap this, statue, play this. Yeah, well, I'm guessing their hand was probably like super nuts if they had the second land, but they didn't. Let's see. So we're on the draw and we don't have any ramp, but we do have Nykthos, Troll, double Storm the Festival. Our opponent is also a Kahira deck. So they're in all likelihood blue-white control. So I'm going to keep. Yeah, looks like it. They're blue-white. All right, play Oath. Trigger. I guess Lair. Yeah, sure. Lair. Back over to them. Plays a second land. All right, we play a second land, back to them. Plays a tap land. All right, we'll see if this troll resolves. The troll indeed resolves. We are now going to proceed to never ever attack with it in case the Wandering Emperor shows up. So Nykthos is 5 mana, so I'm short of being able to actually Nykthos off, right? Nykthos 4 plus Lair. So that being the case, I should just not play it. So in case they have Field of Ruin. So let's play that and pass over to them. Shark Typhoon for 2, sure. All right, land number 5. Hits us with the shark. We go to 18. All right, let's try to storm. Cast Storm. Change the equation, sure. All right, I am actually going to attack them now, because if they want to main phase a Wandering Emperor, then they're mostly shields down. All right, 16. Back to them. Land number 6, and then Shark hits us again. Of course. So Wandering +2 open. Yeah. I guess you just, like, it's just so frustrating to where you can just never attack in this matchup. But whatever, we still have enough to cast Storm. So cast Storm. All right, this one resolved, so we're going to hit Cavalier, and I'm not sure whether it's better to grab Troll or Oath. Oath is better if they sweep the board, but if they don't sweep the board, then Troll is better. All right, I'll grab Cavalier and Troll. So trigger the Cavalier, brick on the Cavalier. All right, so back to them. Pumps the Shark. Okay. Exile Supreme Verdict. So are they going to cast a really big March of Otherworldly Light? Really big March on the Cavalier, sure. Then they attack with the Shark. Hallowed Fountain, Shocked In, sure. All right, let's try to kill this Wandering Emperor. Go to combat, swing at the Wandering Emperor. A Gonjo our dude, sure. So triggers, he comes back, we get more mana. So let's see, if I play Forest first, how much do I have? So 3, 5, and then I can activate it with Cavalier's ability on the stack. All right, and then Nykthos for 7. So tap, 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 play Cavalier, trigger on the stack, activate Nykthos, resolve Cavalier's ability, brick on the second Cavalier, incredible. All right, well, Storm. Oh, okay, so if I Nykthos again, no, that doesn't work. So Kiora and a land. So if I untap the Nykthos and activate it, I'm making 8, which is not enough to do anything. Huh. All right, so fizzle this mana. Actually, no, so don't fizzle that. So let's untap the Old Growth Troll land and then fizzle the mana and back to them. And then I can hold up a Seiju if I need it. I don't think I'll need it for anything, though. Otherwise, I can maybe draw a card off of this. Opponent Memory Deluges. I do have 3 Storms in the graveyard, right? Yeah. Get Lost on Kiora, very well. Make a Samurai. Ooh, a Karn, you say. All right, Nykthos. What's the best thing to Karn for here? So I have a total of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and potentially 14 mana. So if I Karn, I can then cast anything I can get. So the best thing to get is probably God Pharaoh's statue on this board. Although anything that I do get, how much does that leave me with? So 3, 6, that leaves me with just enough to be able to activate this layer if they double attack Karn with their tokens. What's the alternative? It's Karn for Leveler. Leveler kills the Wandering Emperor. I feel like it's probably better to cut them off of mana. Right, so get Karn, 3, 6, 7, 8. Minus. Actually, I can grab Burst, right? If I burst Kiora back, how much mana do I have left after that? 3, 6, 8, 9, 10. Burst down to 5, Kiora. I'll have exactly enough if I play Boseiju. And then Kiora untaps the Nykthos. The Nykthos activates and generates 8 mana, which is not enough to flash back the other thing. Although I could grab 2 Kioras. Let's just grab Cauldron anyway, because it's the best insurance against just losing. So Karn, Kiora. So tap this, play Kiora. I should map. Oath of Nissa's on top. Nah, bin that. And then map here. Old Growth Troll's on top. Yeah, that's fine. All right, over to them. Plays Narset. Well, that just bricks Kiora. What are they getting? Make disappear. Sure. Yeah, so then they're going to double attack Karn. We just block their Samurai token, I guess. No, get lost on Karn. Sure. All right. Nykthos. Play Karn. Veto. All right. Yeah, veto. So they're tapped out now. So let's untap this. Then Nykthos again. Flashback Storm. Cavalier and Kiora. Very well. We don't actually get to draw because of Narset, but we do get to make a bunch of mana. All right, keep this Kiora. Then these triggers don't matter. And then Cavalier's trigger resolves. Put a land into play. Then untap Nykthos. Tap Nykthos. Flashback Storm the Festival. All right, there's Karn and there's another Nykthos. So we've got it. Legend this one. Minus. So let's grab Chain Veil. Play this Troll. I don't care that it's not going to draw me a card because we just Nykthos for a bajillion. So cast Chain Veil. Activate. And my devotion is 9, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, so that's good enough. Minus Karn. Let's grab Cauldron out of exile. Tap the Chain Veil. Activate the Chain Veil. Then minus on Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. Cast Burst on Kiora and Karn. Play the new Kiora. This untaps this. This taps here. How many activations do I have right now? I have 3 total activations. So untap this. Activate here. Then untap Chain Veil, activate Chain Veil, minus Karn. Let's go grab Reservoir, cast Reservoir, then cast Karn. Trigger this. 30, Karn enters the battlefield. Untap Chain Veil. Chain Veil. It's Karn. Grab Statue. Nykthos. Activate. Cast Statue. Triggers the Reservoir. Trigger this. Bounce itself. Cast Statue. All right. Death Star Laser your face. Sideboarding. It's blue-white control. We don't board anything. Run it back. We have no ramp at all. I don't know if I can get away with absolutely no ramp at all. But again, we are playing against blue-white, so maybe it's okay. Yeah, like the most important thing in this matchup is just jamming threats over and over. All right, well, that's at least some ramp. So lair, go. And an elf. All right, well, we're going to play Wolf Willow. It gets countered. Very well. Back to them. All right, well, let's see if Kiora makes it. It does not. Very well. Back to you, opponent. All right, 4 lands. So even if Karn resolves here, it can get killed by a Wandering Emperor, but I have to jam it anyway. All right, it doesn't matter. They're countering it regardless. All right, land number 5 is the last card in their hand to Fairy. No. Puts Kahira in their hand. So back to us. I think it's probably best to try to jam Cavalier into play on this turn. So tap this, play Nykthos, keep this, cast Cavalier. Gets around Veto. Doesn't get around that. Oh well, back to them. So Karn would have gotten through that, but who knows which spell they're going to have at any given time. All right, Kahira, they only have 1 card in their hand. So if I play Karn here, I can't minus it or it just dies. All right, so let's put this here and play Llanowar Elves, and then we'll just pass and try to like storm next turn or something. All right, Kahira attacks us. We take 3, go to 17. They're stopping us on our upkeep. Do they have removal for Elf? All right, so if I play Kiora and it resolves, then I untap this and I have 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Actually, no, I have only 5 mana after that. I could just play Karn after that, or I could just jam Storm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, let's just jam Storm. It resolved, so let's put Karn and Troll into play. And now I'm going to minus, and we're going to get Cauldron, I think. I guess, okay, let's assume this gets killed, and they attack Karn to death. What's the best thing to have in my hand? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have a lot of mana. Maybe Statue? All right, Statue. Back to them. All right, well, they have land number 6. All right, block. Is it going to be a Farewell? Yep, it's a Farewell. All right, well, play this. Play Kiora. Actually, all right, so what am I getting? Probably Cauldron. I could Stonebrain to Fairy out of their deck, but that doesn't seem that great. I could Needle to Fairy. All right, what's a minus? I could also just grab Darksteel Citadel to make sure I have mana for this. All right, let's grab Citadel. Then we'll play Kiora. I do not see a reason to take this down just to deal them 1 damage, so let's pass. All right, they found Teferi, a Gonjo, and they have... Okay, so that's good because it means they have no defense. So am I 1 short of killing Teferi, or am I exactly at it? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have exactly enough. All right, so tap, untap this, and then animate the Hydra. So X is 5, attack Teferi, then plus this on nothing, and over to them. All right, so they just have straight up nothing, so let's make sure we start getting some stuff on the board here. So I'm going to play the Statue, pretty much for sure. Minus this. So at this point, let's grab Leveler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Almost enough, and I can just blow up Rip next turn. Let's grab Leveler, play this, and back to them. They're just bricking on lands. All right, cast Cityscape, blow up Rip. Then we draw a card from this hitting the field. All right, over to them. 1 card that they're not playing. All right, Pelucranos, trigger draw, Oath of Nissa, grabbing Troll or Karn? I guess Troll. How do I lose this game? I play Karn, they counter it, they untap, they Farewell, kill everything. So let's get Karn instead. So activate this, tap Nykthos, cast Karn, minus. I think they just don't have anything actually, but can I win here or not? So let's assume, so I Nykthos again, I generate 5 mana. Yeah, I don't have it. So the best thing to grab is probably just Chain Veil, I guess. All right, activate Nykthos, make this Hydra animated, go to combat, swing here. I guess I may as well blow up this Power Stone. Yeah, I'm pretty confident they just have nothing. All right. Okay, 3 Fairy, but then they only get to untap 2 lands, and then they have a total of 2 mana to work with. All right, blue-white control down. On to the next round. Round 4, we're on the draw, and we're playing against a Giganta deck. This hand's fine. All right, so Boros Convoke it is. We actually have a really fast ramp start. We've got Elf into Kiora Elf into potentially turn 3 Cavalier, Thraben Inspector. Then they pump this Scry, put the card on top. The Gleeful Demolitions their token. All right. And they can also tap the tokens too. Yikes. All right. Well, so Kiora, tap a land, play Elf. All right. Back to them. Is Kiora just dead on the board though? It's almost dead, right? if they actually pump this thing with like another creature, then it is dead unless I throw an elf in front of the goblin. 4, 5. Oh yeah. So I have to throw this in front of one of these goblin tokens to have Kiora be at 1. But then I can't actually Cavalier because I have to untap it. Or I have to. It'll be at 1 counter, right? Yeah. It'll be at 1 counter, and then untapping a land is irrelevant anyway. Yeah. All right. It dies. Okay. So is it better to Cavalier or is it better to Wolfwillow, Elf, Pelucranos? I think it's probably Cavalier because Cavalier can maybe mill over Storm. Let's assume I hit Nykthos, right? Then the Nykthos is tapping for 5. Maybe it isn't the best. What's the alternative? Wolfwillow on here, tap this and this, play Pelucranos, tap, play Elf. Also, Pelucranos is not even big enough to block this, although Cavalier won't be big enough to block it either. All right, let's Cavalier. Trigger. We did mill over Storm, did not hit Nykthos. All right, play Elf. Over to them. So we're at 7 mana, 1 Storm in the graveyard. Warden puts it on top. So this is what I mean by no safety valves. You can activate it any number of times a turn. There's no limit on how big it can get. It gets both flying and vigilance, so you can never block it, nor can you attack into it anymore. Yep, just make Warden of the Inner Sky huge. I guess the correct move here is to block it and put Storm on top so I can potentially Storm into something. Because without having Nykthos in play, this is a problem. If I don't block it then and I don't draw anything, then my only play next turn is Pelucranos Wolfwillow. Like, yeah, let's block it. All right, so this dies, and we get Storm back, right? Or do I just get the other Cavalier back, and then Cavalier puts maybe Nykthos into play? I don't know. Either one looks at the same number of cards, right? Yeah, let's put Storm on top. I could also get Karn and sweep all these tokens off the board, although that leaves this thing around. Yeah, all right, let's get Storm. And it's even bigger. All right. Wolfwillow here. Then tap this, and this, and Storm. Well, we finally found Nykthos. No blockers, so we're dead, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. If they don't have a way of pumping anything, including this thing, then we're not dead. But otherwise, we're dead. All right, Nykthos, Karn, minus Karn. I guess I could have also plus to get rid of the blood token. Man, what do I even get here? Assuming I don't just die. Because the tempting option is Filigree Silex, but I don't think that even does it. Because even if we're not dead, we go to 1, and then they still have this thing that has flying. So the actual pick is probably Burst, so that we can get Kiora back. Yeah, all right, get Burst. All right, let's see if we're dead. Any 2... Oh, okay, well, we're dead anyway. All right, yeah. So pump their entire team, we lose. All right, so Leveler out, Filigree in. That's it. Submit. All right, round 2 on the play. All right, hand's fine. Keep this. So Lair, Elf, over to them. Plays Forge Devil. And all right, yep. All right, Wolfwillow. Thanks for the sub. Friendly, easy. Procure. So Thraben, then we take 1 from this guy, and then playing Karn here doesn't exactly feel great. I also mained Filigree, so I can't even grab that. All right, so yeah, we take 1 damage. So one option is to play Karn plus it, kill this clue token, and then he takes minimum 3. And assuming he survives, we can then minus and get the boat and boat something. The other option is Troll plus Oath of Nissa. So the only way this dies is if they have the Bushwhacker dude. All right, let's Oath. I feel like playing this out can go more wrong than just Oathing. So now the question is, do I want a second Troll or a second Karn? I think I have to lean towards the option that gives me more mana if I draw Nykthos. So let's get Troll, and then play Troll, Voldaren Epicure, Ornithopter. All right, here comes the Convoker. Yeah, so now there's no real opportunity to ever get Karn down on this board without him just dying. Really needed to draw Nykthos. All right, well... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can Karn for Filigree Silex, and then Filigree blows up these immediately, or I can put it on 1 and blow up all of these guys. That's an option. I feel like it's better to do that next turn, though. All right, let's just play Troll. We still have a reasonable block against this board, so pass back to them. All right, I can't grab Silex, right, because it's mained. So what am I grabbing instead? Boat, pops the blood, discarding Forge Devil, Mountain. All right, so we get attacked by the Ornithopters and go to 15, and they are very specifically... So this mon, I guess, is just Crack the Clue, draw card. No, Gleeful, the blood token. Okay, thank you, Storm the Festival. I have to play this to play that, so... Yeah, no chance we're playing Karn here. So Storm, what do we hit? Well, Troll Nykthos. All right, Troll Nykthos. And then we just keep passing. They Crack the Clue, plays Warden. That's going to get real big. we do have to deal with that. So it's only sorcery speed activation, right? So if they want to activate it, they have to do it now on their turn. How much mana do I have? This here is 11, 14, 15. So I can go Karn for Leveler and blow this up. They're also scrying to the top, which is... If they're scrying to the top, then it's almost certainly either Knight Errant or the Bushwhacker dude. Is it better to... All right, regardless, I'm going to Nykthos. And yeah, so if it's the Bushwhacker guy, I have 4 blocks, right? I block here, 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 and I take 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, and survive at 1. Yeah, all right. Karn minus, grabbing, this is a 3/4, so it has to be Leveler. Play Leveler, blow this guy up. All right, may as well play this land and then pass to them. It's not the Bushwhacker. All right, Epicure, we're at 12. So I assume these hit Karn now, right? So can't block. Karn goes to 1. Wait, what? Oh, they hit us with one of them? That makes no sense at all. All right, what am I Karning with? What am I Karning for then? I guess Cauldron, right? Or Statue? I don't know. Like, what ensures that we don't lose? So the only thing that kills us is the Bushwhacker, right? Like, that's it. That's the only thing that kills us. Yeah, all right, minus. So let's just grab the Statue. Then Nykthos. Let's flashback Storm. Kiora and Polukranos. Then we draw a card. I'm untapping Nykthos regardless, so let's just make sure this is untapped. Oath of Nissa. All right, another Kiora. That's fine. Is it correct to attack with Leveler? Probably. I mean, whether this blocks or hits something, it's the same, right? So I just kill Loxodon here. So activate this. Play the Statue. Flashes in Resolute Reinforcements. Sure. I'm going to flip Polukranos so I have a lifelinker to block with. And then fizzle the mana, attack with Leveler, blowing up Loxodon. And they go to 10 or 9. And they're very hamstrung on what they can play because of the Statue. So Blood Token, sure. Discarding a land. The most they can play is a 1-drop. So plays Sokenzon, all right. Oh, can they activate this? No, they don't have a second white source. All right, they concede. So, man, it's just always such a, like, do you have Silex main or not? I think it is correct to have it main, especially on the draw. So we'll run it back. All right, way too slow, obviously. So mull that. All right, well, going to 5's real bad. So yeah, toss back the second Nykthos. Epicure. All right, Elf on turn 1. Hope it doesn't die. Attacks with Epicure. No blocks. Oh, they're cracking their blood. Discarding Shephet Dunes. Maybe they just, like, only have a single 1-drop in their hand. So they're just saying, like, well, may as well see if we hit. Huh. Well, I guess I just play Kiora. Over to them. So it looks like we both have kind of clunky starts. That's what it looks like, at least. Another Epicure. Go to 17. 2 mana. Oh, convoking a dude. All right. Loxodon, Venerated. So awkward that I have to... Actually, wait. I can get 4 mana, so I go tap this, put Wolf Willow here, then tap this, untap this, tap this. Do I want to play Polukranos or Troll? Like, I don't care if the Troll trades here. That's fine. All right, Troll, draw a card, and then that last mana fizzles, and it's back to them. I'm just thinking, like, does the Polukranos blocking this matter? It's like, not really, and if they do have a removal spell that can kill either creature, then it's way better to have Old Growth Troll in play. Also, if they attack in with the Venerated Loxodon, then trading here is actually better for me because I get more mana. 3 mana. Bushwhacker dude? Yep, Bushwhacker dude it is. All right, that's not so bad. I get to trade for one of their guys. I assume they kill Kiora off. All right, this thing also has haste. I forgot about that. So these 3 will go at Kiora, and then these 2 will go at me, right? All right, block here. Death. Old Growth Troll comes back attached to this. Okay, so tap this for 3 mana. It's more mana efficient if I use Nykthos, right? Oh, I can also play this Elf first. So then Nykthos, 6 mana, then play Kiora. Then Kiora untaps this. And then I have to activate this before playing anything else. So Nykthos again. So I control and Storm. I don't see why I wouldn't Storm first. So let's just Storm first and see what happens, right? I've already activated that. So let's Storm. 2 mana remains. That is a terrible Storm. So if I put Forest Besage You into play, I'm 1 short of being able to play both of these guys. I'm going to have a ton of Devotion regardless, so the only question is putting Elves into play as blockers matter? Kind of. Let's just go Forest Lair. All right, so tap this, play Troll, draw a card, and we can't do anything else, so back to them. Warden. They only have 1 card left. Love your content, and I'm interested in why are you playing Devotion for DreamHack Atlanta. I went with Devotion to Green from my regional championship in Australia and felt like The deck was nearly unplayable with Boros Convoke and Phoenix. Now with the new Discover combo, I really think the deck is way too slow. The deck is fine against both Convoke and Phoenix. They're like 50-50 matchups. The Discover combo, I've only played 2 matches against, so I need more playtesting data, although just from what it looks like, it seems horrendous. So the question is a matter of how prevalent in the metagame is the Discover combo. Also, I believe there is a ban announcement before the tournament, so it could get banned. As for the other reasons, it's because I am the most familiar with this deck. I play it in paper. I have the most practice with it. And of the decks that I actually enjoy playing in Pioneer, there's not too many options, and I just have way more experience with this deck than any of the other ones. All right, so let's... I mean, we just win here, right? Like, there's no way we don't win this. Play Pelucranos, trigger a draw, another Pelucranos. All right, so Nykthos, make a bajillion mana, untap this. Nykthos again, I think. Storm. There's an argument to not tapping it, but it's fine. So we definitely need Karn, so let's grab Cavalier. So we actually just win on the spot right now. Draw, this resolves, put a land into play. We have 10 bajillion devotion, so we win. Minus Karn, grab Chain Veil, where is it? Chain Veil, activate, untap Chain Veil, activate, minus Karn. So let's grab Cauldron, kill their blood, untap Chain Veil, activate Hurrah, untap Nykthos. Nykthos for 10 gajillion mana. This can be activated again, right? Yeah. So minus Karn, go grab Reservoir. So then Reservoir. Actually, I shouldn't play that first. I should do this first to make sure that I have enough. Get Karn back, get Kiora back. I've activated this already. So play the new Kiora. Actually, no. So play the Reservoir. Play the new Kiora. Trigger the Reservoir. Then resolve this Kiora. Untap Nykthos. Activate. Play the Karn. Minus Karn. Get the Cauldron back. Untap the Chain Veil. Activate. Activate Chain Veil. Minus Karn. Grab Statue. Minus here. Nykthos. And tap this. Tap this. How much activations do I have left on this? All right, that should be enough. Statue. I mean, it was enough before, but this is super enough. Statue, trigger, bounce itself, statue, bounce itself, statue again, trigger, reservoir you. All right, what is the Discover combo actually? I am not knowledgeable in Pioneer whatsoever. All right, it is this. Where is it? So there's multiple versions of the deck. This is the one that everyone's talking about. So basically, you have Geological Appraiser in your deck. And it discovers for 3, meaning when it enters the battlefield, if you cast it, you go Cascade into a 3-drop and then cast that 3-drop. You only have these as your only 3-drops in the whole deck. So it's either Glasspole Mimic or Eldritch Evolution. If it's Glasspole Mimic, you copy Appraiser and it's a new Appraiser and you Cascade again. If it's Eldritch Evolution, you sack your Appraiser and you get Carnosaur, which is Discover 5. And the Carnosaur is going to hit one of these 3 cards here. So you chain them, putting a bunch of creatures into play. And then when you hit your last evolution, you evolution into Doomscar Titan instead. It gives all your creatures +1/0 and haste, and then you just overrun your opponent. And you have cards that don't break the mana value restriction on these. Cards like Bedeck Bedazzle, Consign to Oblivion, etc. that you can use to interact. And you've got all of these Strixhaven Izzet cards that you can discard from your hand for 2 mana to make a treasure token. So you go, ideally, turn 1 land, turn 2 land, end step of your opponent, discard one of these to make a treasure token. Turn 3, play land, sack the treasure, tap all your lands, play Appraiser, and then just this 1 card being cast wins you the game. So obviously, mono green has absolutely no interaction for this, and it's a turn 3 win, so green can't win before it does. All right, we are on the draw. This hand is not great, but it is capable. Dark Slick Shores, you say. All right, layer, go. All right, is this blue-black Control or is it blue-black Phoenix? So the Appraiser deck, people are guessing it'll be banned, maybe, because it's an extremely unfun play pattern, and it forces the whole format to warp around it, where every deck now has to be a deck that is either capable of winning by turn 3 so they can race it, or have instant speed interaction open at all times by turn 3 so that they can always kill the Appraiser. And it's a 1-card win con. You play 1 single creature and win the game if your opponent doesn't interact with you. So it's forcing players... Okay, so it's blue-black Phoenix. So it's forcing players to... Yeah, like certain decks are just completely unviable with the Appraiser deck in the format. All right, it does suck that we have to allow the Shredder to connive here, but we do have to Kiora into a Pelucranos. So Kiora, thankfully the only interaction they have here is Spell Pierce maybe, so we'll see. Fatal Push maybe could get rid of this as well. Does this resolve? It does. All right, untap this, tap this, play Pelucranos. They have 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard. Yeah, trigger, draw. All right, over to them. At least we can block one of their flyers. If they do have a way to get the Phoenixes back, then they get to kill Kiora regardless of what happens. So they shocked in a Watery Grave. Treasure Cruise draws 3. They had to exile one of their Phoenixes to do that, though. Thought sees us, triggering Connive. Presumably they'll take Cavalier. Oh, and they found another Phoenix to ditch. All right, do they have a last spell to get the Phoenixes back? Fatal Push on their guy, which doesn't kill it, but it does allow them to have a third spell to get the Phoenixes back. All right, so, yeah. So then Kiora's going to die. I guess we get to take one Phoenix with them. Yeah, may as well block a Phoenix. All right, Kiora's dead, which leaves us with basically nothing to do. This troll doesn't even draw us a card. I could flip this. The Shredder is eventually just going to outgrow it, though, anyway. So let's see. I can flip it. So yeah, I guess we'll just flip it. I have nothing else to really do. Go to combat. Swing. Have I played a land this turn? Yeah, I have. Okay. Any 2 spells, and this is actually big enough to block Pelucranos. Insane. Again, safety valves. Can this, like, stop at 3 counters? Does it really have to get bigger infinitely? Shieldred. All right. So we're extremely dead. Will they attack? They are attacking with Shredder, because I guess this guy's disposable. Is it correct to keep attacking with Pelucranos? Trading with the Shieldred is okay. Having them chump block and this gaining 6 life is also okay. I hate that I have to trigger Connive on this, but yeah, whatever. All right, go to attacks. Holding back seems like a losing proposition because this will just keep getting bigger. Yeah, block with the Phoenix. So here, play a Troll, play Elf. Conniving away what? It also gains them life off the Shieldred, but discards a land, trigger this. All right, resolve this, play land, play Elf. Back over to them. 14 with Shieldred. And they have 5 cards in hand, and we have no cards. So, you know, there's that. Opt, put it on top. Oh, also every card in their deck draws a card. So, you know, consider. Discards a 3rd Arclight. Shieldred is a very fun card. I think Shieldred is actually okay. It is obviously very powerful, but you know what it is? It's a 4-drop. It doesn't draw cards. It doesn't spew tokens onto the field. It's not a resource engine by itself. And we've drawn nothing. So we have to attack with this Pelucranos to not lose, but then we lose anyway. So even if I pump this Hydra to maximum power, they still just win on the backswing. I guess let me think about this. I go land, activate this Hydra up to as big as it can be. So 3, 6, 7, 8. So it's a 7/7 attack. They don't have to block it. They just take 7. Then I have this Pelucranos hanging back here. I have to block this. I de facto gain 6 life from these Phoenix tokens. All right, so I can survive, potentially. So there's no reason to attack with this lair right now, I don't think. All right, we'll just play a land and pass. The one play pattern with Shieldred that's bad is the fact that it punishes you for drawing cards, meaning if you don't have an answer to it, but you do have cards to draw you into an answer, you get punished for attempting to do that. All right, so block. I have to block here. And if they have Fatal Push to push their own guy, then we lose. Or Bitter Triumph to kill our guy so we don't gain any life. Yeah, either way. All right, Phoenix. We have nothing to sideboard. We just run back the same thing. Shieldred also causes enormous problems in lower power formats like Standard, where it's basically single-handedly invalidates aggro decks because no aggro deck can ever race it. All right, on the play for game 2. This hand has no ramp in it at all, so mull this. All right, this is capable. What am I throwing back? It's highly likely that something here is going to die, so probably one of the Elves. Keep the bombs, keep one of the Elves, keep Wolf Haven as our second ramp source. Oh, I should have played Lair first. Whatever. Island. Okay, slide a hand. Lair. So tap this, lay Wolf here, and then tap this, Wolf here. All right, solid ramp start. No black mana, but they do have counterspell mana. Presumably this is a counterspell, so let's play Storm. Yeah, Stroke, sure. Over to them. The thing is, if one of their counterspells is Make Disappear, and we play Cavalier after getting another land, then I have 2 open to pay for it. Ledger Shredder. And our Elf's gonna die? Yeah, all right. At least their shield's down and we can get Cavalier into play now. Bins, Phoenix. All right, da-da-da. Cavalier. There's Nykthos. Over to them. Do we have enough to flashback Storm next turn? Nykthos, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're 1 short. 5, 8, 9. Yeah, we're 1 short. No plays from them. All right. Wolf Willow here. I could animate Lair. I'm not going to do that because it feels like that's just bad. It just opens it up to getting killed. 4, 5, 3, 6, 9. Yeah, we're still short. I guess I should attack them with Cavalier, right? Yeah, let's do that. Swing. Like, why not attack them? We don't have anything to protect on blocks, and they're not going to kill us next turn anyway. Adventure mode of the fairy getting back what? Why is that not in the reveal zone? Anyway, they get Opt. Plays Opt. Puts it on top. Treasure Cruise, eating everything except Arclight Phoenix. Oh, and they connive another Arclight Phoenix. Cool, that's very cool. Another land. Consider. All right, so Phoenixes are online now, and they still have mana open. And they drew it. They didn't even surveil it. Okay, so the Phoenixes come back, and they'll attack with some, if not all of their creature. Well, presumably not all of them, because they need maybe something to hold back Hydra, although not if they have Fatal Push. They're just going to attack with everything. All right, well, we go to 11. All right, well, the Elf is free, so tap this, play Elf, activate Nykthos. So they obviously have a Fatal Push or something, because otherwise they wouldn't attack there if they could just die to this lair. So flashback Storm the Festival. Oh, right, yeah. Connive. Whatever. Okay, they discarded Thoughtseize. That's fine. Karn and Kiora. I don't really see a reason to pick the other ones. Let me think. I mean, either way, I have access to the same amount of things. Yeah, all right. Karn and Kiora. So the only question is, what am I Karning for? I have a total of 2 mana. Actually, no, I have more than that because I can untap this Wolf Willow Haven land. So I have 5 mana. I can grab Boat, Cauldron. So 5 total mana. Boat kills a Phoenix, and then, yeah, it kills a Phoenix. That's not great. The other option is Burst back Cavalier plus Pelucranos. All right, minus Karn. I think I'm going to get Burst and use it. Right, grab Burst, untap this land. There's an argument to wait because Karn's going to die, but I think it's better to just get these back now. Just spend my mana now. It also gains us more life. So we have 1 Cavalier to block, so they can pick off Karn. If they have a way to kill Cavalier, then they can actually kill both of our walkers, which would be really bad because then we don't draw any cards off of our big creatures coming into play. Fatal Push our Elf, okay. And opponent gets to untap with 7 cards in hand. But thankfully, they don't have that much mana to work with right now. Sleight of hand. Consider. Triggers Connive. Connives away another Ledger Shredder. Becomes a 5/7. And they surveilled Shieldred away. Okay. So the best card they could have is like Bitter Triumph to kill Cavalier. Kill Cavalier, attack. Both of our walkers die. The Cavalier can't get back anything good. And then we would just untap with a bunch of mana. If they can't kill Cavalier, then they're in a far worse position. Then they have to kill Karn off and allow us to untap with a Kiora. Another land. Thoughtseize. All right. Goodbye, Cavalier. I assume if they had a removal spell to kill this, it would have been a snap decision to play it. Like, I don't know what could be... If they have it, I don't know what could be so difficult. So, okay, they do have it. Then what the heck was the agonizing over that? All right, I guess I'm putting Cavalier back on top of my deck. So basically, they screwed up the order. They should have killed this first and then Thoughtseized me. All right, so both of our walkers die. All right, 4, 5, Cavalier. Trigger on the stack, Nykthos. Actually, let me think about this. If I hit a second Nykthos, so this first Nykthos is making 6 mana, right? So if I hit a second Nykthos and a Storm the Festival, I want to have activated this Nykthos. But if I just hit some other land, like a forest untapped, then I want to be able to hold the Nykthos to activate the Lair of the Hydra for 7, although even that's not great. I should go for the higher upside play of getting a Storm out. All right, resolve the ability. All right, it is just a forest, so we didn't hit a Storm either, unfortunately. Pelucranos, triggering Connive, but I can't not play Pelucranos, and I don't have enough mana to transform this even if I wanted to, so this card's Fatal Push. All right, so this mana fizzles, and then it's over to them. The cool thing is if they do kill this Cavalier, I then get to put Karn back on top of my deck, so that's something. The end. Exile target creature or planeswalker, and then Cranial extract all the rest of them out of the deck. Cool. And I can't even block this Ledger Shredder because it's actually bigger than basically every creature in the format right now. All right, all my Cavaliers are gone. Attacking with everything. All right, block a few. Is this bait so that they have a Fatal Push? I mean, I can't just not block. Yeah, sure. All right, so Pelucranos. Oh, we drew Karn. All right, we're 100% playing that. Actually, all they have is a blue open. How big is this Hydra if we just hit them? 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a 10/10. We're 1 short of killing them. 3, 7, down to 5 when we activate this. 8, 9, 10, 11. Green, 10, X is 10. Yeah, we're 1 short of killing them. Okay, so we're getting Karn, and then what are we doing with it? Activate. Actually, let's not activate that. Let's just activate Nykthos, play Karn. I mean, getting a Cityscape Leveler to blow this up would be fine, probably. So option number 1, grab Cityscape Leveler, blow up Ledger Shredder. Ledger Shredder connives, then they have the potential of getting back Arclight Phoenix next turn. They also have the potential of possibly getting another Arclight Phoenix into their graveyard and then having lethal. So how much mana do I have left? 2, 3, 4, 8. I have exactly enough to cast Leveler. If I don't cast Leveler, then the other option is to grab Pestilent Cauldron, burst my graveyard, get Kiora and like another Karn or something, play Kiora, and then at least one walker dies, if not both of them, and I'm at 10. I also just straight up die if they have any way to remove Polukranos from play, if I do that. All right, let's just grab Leveler. Leveler, blow this up, and they connive. So we're dead to removal spell plus 2 additional spells to bring Phoenix back, or binning a third Phoenix at plus 2 additional spells to bring them both back. They got rid of a removal spell. All right, resolve Leveler, obviously no attacks after that. I also had the option of flipping Polukranos, but then it's still a problem if they have a removal spell because I don't actually guarantee that I gain any life off of it. Plays a tapped Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Shieldred, okay. So no attacks, and then we go to... That was like terrible for them, right? Because now we just kill Shieldred. All right, so minus, grab the Cauldron, then let's play Elf. Let's tap this, tap Nykthos, burst, get back Kiora and Karn. All right, then tap this one for mana, then play Kiora, then untap Nykthos, and then don't want to let this fizzle out, so activate this, play a new Karn, keep the new Karn, minus the Karn. All right, let's just stack some out with the statue. Tap this, play the statue, then go to combat, swing here, trigger, blow up Shieldred. All right, we won. By the way, I'm not just salty about opponents' cards, it's also ridiculous that Leveler triggers on attack. Anyway, yeah, I mean, same deal, run back the same thing. All right, we don't have any ramp, but we do have decent enough threats with a Kiora. This hand's also really bad if they Thoughtseize Kiora out of it. I don't know. We've got Nykthos, we've got Selection. I'm going to keep. All right, tap land for our opponents. Oath of Nissa, trigger. They also have to beat us in 5 minutes. All right, let's just grab Karn. Hall of Storm Giants, plays Ledger Shredder. Excellent draw, Wolf Willowhaven. Over to them. Sleight of Hand. Thoughtseize, Connive. I don't know what they'll Thoughtseize here. Maybe Polukranos, because it's the only thing that can block their guy right now, and they do need to kill us in a timely manner. Takes Kiora, sure. Plays land. Oh, they have another Thoughtseize. Takes Karn. So they're just taking all of our, like, big payoffs, sure. Karn anyway? So grabbing the boat only works if they can't connive this. It's probably better to get more mana. They might also have kill spells. I don't really care if I take, like, 1 damage. All right, let's play the troll and just pass. All right, take 1 from the Ledger Shredder. We're at 18. So now they're representing counter spells. Well, Cavalier. So Nykthos. All right, play Cavalier. I'm amazed that resolved. As much as I don't want to let them connive, I think I have to, because it's better to play this than wait. So let's attack with the troll. Take damage. Man, what if they have Extinction Event, though? Yeah, screw it, whatever. Play Polukranos. Don't play Scared. Well, they've been to Phoenix. Bitter Triumph. Okay, they don't have Extinction Event. Otherwise, they wouldn't be casting removal. Plays a tap land. How are we 7 minutes ahead of them with all the clicking we do? All right, back to us. There is a Storm in the graveyard, so Nykthos. Could just flash Storm back, or I could play Karn. This doesn't get hit by Change the Equation. Statue does, which is probably what I'm going to get. Actually, let's back up. There's no way I'm not attacking with the troll, so let's just attack with the troll. Actually, I can just attack with both of these, and they have to block, right? Yeah, swing. Chump the Cavalier. Cool. All right, that's much better. All right, so tap this, tap Nykthos. Let's see if Karn resolves. It did. All right, let's try to put Statue into play. Fatal Push on our troll. Very well. It resolves. I guess they just have nothing. No counters, nothing. All right, our first 5-0 with the deck. So the only thing that I'm really thinking about right now is I think I want Statue for sure because it lets us combo on certain turns when we have Chain Veil loops, even if we don't have a second copy of either Walker. This guy doesn't feel particularly great. So the only question I have is, am I going to cut this guy? If I do cut him, then these 2 cards become Transmogrifying Wand and Mightstone Weakstone. If I don't cut him, then Reservoir is not in the paper version, so Reservoir is either Wand or Mightstone Weakstone. I'm not sure which one's better. The fact that Mightstone Weakstone can kill... So there's more creatures than usual that are problems. There's Shredder, Shieldred, Thing in the Ice, Kumena out of the Merfolk deck. So that's the only thing I'm really wondering about right now. I think I hardly ever use this guy, and I'm trying to think on the combo turns where this could be viable. Is it just better to have Statue, right? So if I'm ever in a turn when I have a bunch of mana and a Karn, but I don't have a Kiora, then I'm not Karning for this, because then I'm out of Karn mana. Or maybe I can, like, what is the one exception if I've got, like, Storm the Festival, and this is the only way to get enough mana to do it? So basically, for this to be good, I have to have Karn, and then some other, I have to have Nykthos, Karn, and some other payoff that isn't Karn, like a Storm the Festival that I'm going to ramp into. But if I had the mana to do that, like if I have the mana to go Karn plus this and activate Nykthos, then I should have the mana to just cast whatever other spell that is in the first place. So then the other option is I have a Karn, Nykthos, and Kiora, and I can start the Chain Veil loop, in which case the statue should just be good enough to win by itself anyway. So I'm thinking that this guy's not so great. So let me test a version without him and with Mightstone, Weakstone. So we'll test that version next time. So I'm going to shave this dude, and then we'll put a Mightstone, Weakstone in for the next time. All right, so I'm going to call it here, and then we'll pick up next time with the Mightstone, Weakstone version. All right, so we're back with the 7th league. I've done a little bit of sideboard changes. I cut the reservoir because I feel like it's hampering my ability to play this deck correctly. It's just making me basically use a cheat code for Moto when really I should be learning how to execute the regular combo faster using save targets and whatnot. Secondly, I do need the sideboard slots open so that I actually know what the heck I'm playing with and have all the options available for the purposes of practice. I also added Mightstone, Weakstone to the sideboard. And so the only thing I'm really debating right now is if I want Ancestral Statue. So the reason Ancestral Statue is here is because sometimes you can combo off when you only have one copy of Kiora, whereas it's way, way harder to do that if your combo engines is just Chain Veil and potentially Woodcaller. Because you need to be able to activate, if you only have one Kiora, you need to be able to activate it enough times that it kills itself. So you need to be able to activate it 7 times, which means you need Chain Veil activated 6 times beforehand, or at least with enough activations of Kiora that you can activate the Chain Veil enough times and then still have Nykthos untapped. So Statue lets you start Chain Veil comboing and then play the Statue, bounce Kiora back to your hand, replay it, and then have all of the activations of the Chain Veil that have already gone off. So that's why I like it. But from all of the other Nykthos lists that I've looked at, not even one of them is playing this in their sideboard, so maybe that's just not good. So yeah, warrants further testing. If this turns out not to be good, I'm just going to swap this for the wand. But anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and jump into the 7th league. No ramp, not keepable. All right, this hand is keepable, so the only question is what am I tossing? So I'm going turn 1, land, turn 2, land, Wolf Willow, turn 3, preferably play Kiora. So I definitely want Pelucranos and I want Cavalier. So I honestly think I chuck Karn. It really depends, though. All right, I'm going to chuck Karn. Temple Garden into Lunarch Veteran, so it's Amalia Combo. Would I consider Nykthos to ramp to be the Tron of Pioneer? Kind of, but it's not really comparable. Because Nykthos primarily wins with a combo. Tron wins with just playing giant threats. All right, 19. Prosperous Innkeeper. And the cat. All right, Wolf Willow, back to them. If I don't hit another land here, it's going to be fairly problematic to be able to race them. Wild Growth Walker. All right, so we could die next turn. Plays the cat. Gain a bunch of life. They only have 1 card left. All right, so tap this, play Kiora. Untap this, play Pelucranos. Trigger Kiora to draw a card. And back to them. If they've got Amalia, we lose. Swings with the cats. But this only comes back if you have a food, right? If they have Amalia, they win anyway, so I guess I may as well block. All right, we're at 13. Trail of Crumbs, so they can get it back anyway, sure. Sax gets the cat back, and then they draw some cards off the trail. Reveals Gilded Goose, okay. All right, so tap this, untap this, tap this, play Cavalier, draw with Kiora, resolve the Cavalier trigger. Really wanted to hit Nykthos, but did not, okay. I'm not going to play the second Pelucranos, obviously, so let's go Oath. I guess a Leveler blows this up. If they don't find it next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, let's take Leveler. Then Oath. All right, take a Cavalier. Play a land. Over to them. So lesson learned, do not block the cats. All right, they still don't have it. Yeah, so they're going to play Goose, and then it basically lets them crack the food for more. So yeah, we'll just take the 2 here. So we go to 10. Then they get to play Goose, and then they have to, and then they don't have enough mana to crack and use the trail, right? Yeah. Dina. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1. All right, we are on a fairly fast clock here. Goose. All right, so it's not viable to leveler this anymore because we're just going to die to Dina as well here. So, or I could leveler Dina, but then, yeah. So the only real question is, okay, so I could leveler and kill Dina, and then they have these 5 as attackers. They could attack with all of them, and then I block not the cats. So I would block like here, let's say, and take 3, go to 3. If I don't kill Dina, this can sack a creature. So the Dina, the Dina alone will kill us. So let's see. The only way that I win on the spot is I have to Cavalier. I have to tap this, untap it with Kiora. 4/5 Cavalier, get a Nykthos. So if I Cavalier and I don't find Nykthos, I lose the game. All right, let's just play Leveler then. So just to make sure, Leveler, I have 3 blockers. Block here, here, here. I can take 2 from the cats, go to 4. They also have 3 cards to dig for to find Amalia, right? Because they can use the goose to sack the food. That pays for the trail. So they've got their draw step, and then they look at 2 more cards with this trail of crumbs. Woof. Oh, I'm also giving them a power stone, so that also pays for it. So if they find Amalia, Coco, or Court of Calling, so let's assume they play 12 copies of that. So that's a 1 in 4 shot, but that's increased by having the trail dig. So whichever option I go with is a gamble. All right, I'm going to go for the higher upside play and play Cavalier. Cavalier, trigger, draw land, Cavalier, we hit Nykthos. All right, so Elf, then Nykthos. We don't have a Storm, though. So first things first is to play another Cavalier, because we could find Nykthos / Storm. All right, yeah, so play another Cavalier, and then we still have the mana to cast Leveler if we don't hit. Draw land, Cavalier resolves. All right, we just still didn't hit Storm, so we'll put Lair into play, and then cast Leveler, blow up Dina, then draw. All right, it's an Elf. I haven't played a land this turn, right? Okay, play Elf. There's no reason to attack them, so let's just pass. And all right, are we dead? Are we dead? Yeah, sack the food, trail, pay for it with the Power Stone. What do they hit? They found Amalia. So it is destroy all other creatures, right? So it will blow up the Wild Growth Walker as well. So they don't technically win on the spot, but they do blow our whole board up. All right, plays Amalia. Then this chain reaction goes off. Chain reaction. All right, so it's at 20 power, so now everything dies. So all these Cavalier triggers go off. So let's see, how much mana do I have next turn? So I play Pelucranos, draw a card, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, I probably want to put Cavalier on top, right? But I'm triggering all 3 of these. So what do I actually want to put on top in total? So I guess we can put a bunch of the other Cavaliers on top, right? So this Cavalier puts this Cavalier on top. Then this Cavalier I can't use because this is getting put on top, right? So then this Cavalier, I don't know, choose this Cavalier. And this Cavalier chooses Karn? Question mark? Troll? I don't know. So do I want to exile this one? No. So then do I want to exile this one? Yes. All right. How's the Discover meta for Nykthos? Don't know. We've only played Discover twice, and we've beaten it twice. So more testing required. All right. So they have a huge power Amalia, but they can't actually... Its power is exactly 20. Okay. So it doesn't get to trigger again. Or rather, it can still trigger to get more counters, but we can still kill it just straight up. All right. So I can play Cavalier first, right? So tap, 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 play Cavalier. So trigger, draw a card, and then with this ability on the stack, activate Nykthos in case we hit a second Nykthos. So then this ability resolves. We did not, but we did hit Storms. So then we, Kiora untaps the Nykthos. Then we cast Pelucranos, trigger the Kiora, and then we Nykthos again. Then I'll want to play another Kiora to get more mana before we go off again, right? Because I don't want to be out this Storm without having the second Kiora in play. So we'll play Kiora. Then we keep the new one. Then we untap this, activate it again. And I don't care if Amalia is in play because we can just block it, right? Like it doesn't have menace or anything. Yeah. Fiend Artisan's also huge. All right, Storm. All right, Elf, Nykthos. Keep the new one. Activate Nykthos again. Cast Storm. All right, Karn and Wolf Willow. So I'm going to have a remainder of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. So grab the Wolf Willow. Put the Wolf Willow here. So 6 mana remaining. I do need to kill something, but I can't without Leveler. So this would be an example of where the Transmog Wand would come in handy. I can't play and activate Chain Veil, so that's not doable. I can grab Woodcaller, right? What happens if I grab Woodcaller? I grab Woodcaller, I play it. I have enough to activate Nykthos, and then Nykthos adds 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And then that 13 can pay to Unearth Cityscape Leveler, which can attack and blow up, I guess, Fiend Artisan probably. All right, let's do that. So minus grabbing the Woodcaller. Then make sure I have a land to play. All right, tap this, prototype this, target Nykthos, then activate Unearth Cityscape Leveler, draw a card. Ooh, Troll, draw a card, Elf, then go to combat, So do I want to Besage you anything? I could Besage you their Trail of Crumbs. That doesn't seem that great, though. All right, go to combat. Attack with the leveler. Trigger. Blow up Fiend Artisan. All right, they're blocking because why not? You know, it doesn't matter, but sure, yeah, block. So then this gets exiled. Trail of Crumbs. So with Karn in play, I guess they can still Cauldron the food and then pay for it and get 2 cards with it. Okay. So yeah, maybe I was just supposed to Besage you their trail. So cat comes back. They can pay for 2 trails. Witch's Oven. They gain some life. This grows. We go to 5 because of the Cauldron Familiar. Overgrown Tomb. Tapped. Okay. All right, so back to us. So we win now. It's just a matter of time. So minus this. All right, grab Chain Veil. Nykthos. Chain Veil. Activate Chain Veil. Plus this here. Untap the Chain Veil. Activate the Chain Veil. Plus this here. Untap the Chain Veil. Activate the Chain Veil. Oh, minus Karn. Grab Cauldron. Untap Nykthos. Tap Nykthos. I believe I have another activation here. Yeah, Chain Veil. Chain Veil. Then tap this. All right, untap Nykthos. Burst. Grab Kiora. Grab Karn. No, just grab 2 Kioras. All right, so without Reservoir, it is going to take a little bit longer to kill them, but that could be detrimental to our clock, so I do need to speed up my actions here. Cast Kiora. All right, so now I've got to do this one and save targets here. Activate Kiora, untap Nykthos, tap Nykthos. All right, so now we make Lair Gigantic. Can I really not just say use everything? Nope. All right, click on this a whole bunch of times. All right, 110 power Lair. Go to combat. Swing. All right, so we won, but we only have 6 minutes left on the clock. Let's see. I don't think anything matters. Maybe I want the Stonebrain main instead of a Pelucranos or a Leveler just to strip Amalia out of their deck. That seems all right. Let's do that. No ramp, and it's awkward as heck. All right, mull this. All right, keep that. Put back a land. Shocks and Overgrown Tomb. Ghost. All right. Land, elf, pass. All right, so assuming all goes well here, we've got turn 3 Storm. Fatal Push our guy. All right, not all has gone well. Trail of Crumbs. Oh, I should have played Oath first. All right, let's grab a Seiju and then play Elf. Over to them. So Trail of Crumbs activation off of the Goose. What are they getting? Witch's Oven, sure. Plays the Oven. Plays Amalia. All right, so we potentially lose the game next turn. Well, I'm not going to do anything else. So Kiora and... I'm going to untap this just in case I want to use Beseiju. So, over to them. C-Note Scout, sure. Prosperous Innkeeper on top. And they kept it on top. Fiend Artisan. All right, so that can kill us next turn. Tax Kiora, that's fine. Do I need to use Beseiju? So, Fiend Artisan activates for 3, sacking a guy and grabbing Wild Growth Walker. And then they need... So if I blow up Witch's Oven right now, then they can't gain life. But if I blow up Witch's Oven, then they just goose and make a food now. So yeah, it doesn't matter. All right, well, tap this. I should actually Storm here, because if I hit Karn, I can stop Witch's Oven from going off. Is that even correct? Because if I do that, then Karn just dies. Yeah, that's actually not correct. I should just cast Cavalier. All right, draw. I drew Nykthos. All right, put this into play. Back to them. So it's 3 mana to go grab Wild Growth Walker, and then they still need to gain life or explore, right? Oh, right. They have Innkeeper. So that is exactly enough, right? It's 1, 2, 3. No, it isn't. It's 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, but then the Innkeeper just gains them the life. Gotcha. All right, well, let's just go to game 3. All right, on the play. Oof. No second land. All right, mull. All right, keep this. What do I put back? Not Pelucranos. So it's this, Wolf Willow, Kiora. Let's put back Karn. Plays the Goose. All right. Nykthos, Wolf Willow. Over to them. C-Note Scout explores into Temple Garden. Plays Amalia. All right. Well, tap this, play Kiora, untap this one, tap Elf, pass Fizzle the mana, play C-Note Scout, reveals Skyclave Apparition, and bins it. Another C-Note Scout, Trail of Crumbs, and bins it. All right, attacking Kiora, obviously, no blocks. Kiora goes to 3. Tap this, untap this, tap this, play Pelucranos, trigger, draw a card, float. Actually, no, I can just activate this, right? Yeah. Nykthos, Storm. That's a horrible Storm. All right, Oath of Nissa and Wolf Willow. So I put this here. This triggers, Cavalier. So I should have played another Nykthos and added more mana before, but what can you do? On the clock here. Blooming Marsh. Plays Archon of Emeria. We cannot go off with that in play. It also screws up what we're doing. All right, tap this, play Cavalier, trigger, draw a card, grab this thing. Let's transform this guy. All right, combat, swing, blocks here, sure. Let's untap this guy, back to them. This also kind of slows them down too, so maybe I can just beat them to death. Wild Growth Walker. All right, so now they just need to find anything that gains life, right? All right, go to combat, swing, block. Okay, so tap this, Karn, minus. We need to grab Leveler so we can kill this, so, and then let's untap this thing. So even if they do go off here, Fatal Push this thing very well. So they had a Fatal Push, so now if they just have the combo, they'll blow up all of our stuff. That sucks. That was our way of not losing to them having the combo. But they do need... Oh yeah, they can just make a clue with... Or make a food with the Gilded Goose, can't they? Alright, well, they didn't do that for some reason. So, tap, cast Cityscape, blow up Archon. Alright, let's play another Nykthos. And Nykthos, Cavalier. Actually, cancel. What can I grab with Karn? I need to kill their stuff, right? Yeah. Minus, grab the boat, play the boat, kill Amalia. All right, I don't have time to wait around, so go to combat, just swing with everything. Couldn't they have just won if they'd made... Oh, no, they couldn't have sacked the food because I had Karn in play. All right, these guys are all going to get killed. Then they're going to sack dudes to Dina to make Dina trade with this dude? Sure. All right, back over to them. Amalia, Goose. All right, does not matter at all. Plus here, go to combat, swing. This shoots this. This shoots this. All right, this should kill them. Boom. Oh my gosh, 23 seconds left on the clock. Whew. All right, round 2 on the play. This is, again, only one land, but I do think it's capable, especially because we're on the play. Versus a Giganta deck. So Giganta doesn't really tell you what it is. There's so many decks that play Giganta. So Rakdos Sack, Boats, Boros Convoke, sometimes BTL. All right, so probably Boros Convoke then, given that it's Sacred Foundry. All right, 100% Boros Convoke. Second land, no. All right, Oath of Nissa. Did not find another land. Well, we are still ramping though, so over to them. Agonjo, Warden, Gleeful, and then they can tap all of this to grow this guy. Oh no, all right, just Convoke this dude, sure. Reveals, oh man, they have the Bushwhacker next turn. All right, finally found another land. So if I play Kiora, then Kiora's just gonna die, right? So like that's the issue. If I play Kiora, she just dies, so I need to play Troll and Elf. All right, back to them. Thalia, all right. And then I assume they'll Convoke Loxodon. Yep, so there's the Loxodon. And then they can still tap all 3 of these guys on the Warden. They bottomed it. All right, so let's see. Kiora costs 4 mana, and then I can't play anything else. Or I just put Cavalier in play. That seems like the best bet. Play Cavalier. Brick, complete Brick. Did not hit Storm, did not hit Nykthos. That's just miserable. All right, back to them. Voldaren Epicure. So they're still missing a 3rd land for this guy, but once they find it, we're dead. Another Warden. And then just even these guys alone are huge, but, you know. They topped that one, so that's probably the 3rd land, and then they're just going to Bushwhack us next turn. All right, so they did all that. We still can't really even do anything. I guess I just play another Cavalier. Trigger. All right, we finally found Nykthos. Can't use it, so just back to them. All right, Needlevert, so there's land number 3. Here's the Bushwhacker dude. I assume we're just dead, right? So here, and I don't know. What's the next biggest thing after that? Is it just one of these guys? We're still dead though, right? We're still taking lethal? Yeah, all right, yeah. Okay. Silex in and Leveler out. All right, we're on the play for round 2, or game 2 of round 2. All right, that's fine. Keep Forest, Elf, pass. All right, yeah, of course it's Forge Devil. I figured as much. Oh, so frustrating. Now we can't even play any of these 3 drops. All right, Epicure, we take 1. We need to draw an untapped green source. Nope, can't do anything. Back to them. All right, taking 2 from here, go to 16, plays Warden, plays Epicure, then they can activate it. All right, well, we finally found something. All right, Pelucranos, back to them. So they can activate this at least twice, so Pelucranos blocks this at least. Raven Inspector, then convokes out Knight Errant, finds 1 Resolute Reinforcements, activates Warden. All right, so how much mana do we have? 4, 5. This is basically free, so play Oath. Trigger, all right, Kiora. So activate this, play Kiora, then untap Nykthos, then tap Nykthos. So I could Storm, or I could play... Well, no, if I play... I can't play the second Pelucranos because it's legendary, so I should just Storm, I guess. Yeah, all right, Storm. Cavalier and Elf. So trigger, draw a card off Kiora, and resolve Cavalier. We can't activate this Nykthos, so let's just play a Forest, and then back to them. All right, activates Warden, tops the card. Gleeful Demolition on the Blood. All right, I think we win. I don't think they can kill us this turn, and then on our turn, we can just win the game. Thraben, and they're going to activate their Warden a whole bunch of times. I guess I do have to chump this to keep Kiora alive, which potentially means that I don't have enough Devotion. So this attacks Kiora. Let's just double block, because it doesn't matter which one they kill. Okay, so they're just going to kill Polukranos? Yeah, that's fine. All right, so tap this, play Troll, trigger to draw. Then we activate Nykthos, then untap this. Then all of these are essentially free, so let's play the Troll, trigger to draw, play the Troll, trigger to draw, play Elf, activate. So Karn Chainveil activate puts me to 6 mana, and then I still win. Okay, that's fine. So Karn minus Chainveil, activate Chainveil. So then untap the Chainveil. It's minus Karn, grabbing the Cauldron. Yeah, all right, so they see that we have the win, they've conceded, and now we're going on to game 3. And again, I don't think I change anything. Just leave Filigree Salix in the main and then run it back. All right, this is fine. Advantage into Warden. Play Elf. Go. Thalia. Yeah, a little annoying, but okay. So take 1. Ugh, can't play Kiora on curve. All right, so let's play Oath. Well, there's Nykthos, so we're grabbing that. Play this. Over to them. Oh, wait, I already have a Nykthos. Oh, I should have just grabbed the Elf then. I must be more tired than I thought. Yeah, so if I'd played the Elf here... Yeah, that was stupid on my part. Yeah, that's actually going to cost me the game, isn't it? Because I'm going to be 1 mana behind now. All right, so Epicure, and what else? Shockland. Oh, they have a Convoke dude? Yeah. Okay, so... Yeah, Kiora just dies the moment I play it, so we'll play Polukranos, then pass back to them. So if I play Nykthos next turn, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm short of being able to Storm. Yeah, so not grabbing the Elf there is going to lose me the game. Oh, wait, no, I have 1, right? I can exactly Storm off. Nykthos, activate 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, I can cast Storm next turn. All right, activates Warden, tapping these guys. I'm not sure why they would tap this instead of Thalia. Oh, because they have a Ganjo. So they're going to try to bait us into blocking with Polukranos. Yeah, so no blocks. Gigantha in hand. So their hand's Gigantha, Ganjo, and one other unknown card. Ooh, Cavalier. All right, this, activate. Is it better to Storm here, or is it better to just cast Cavalier? All right, if I cast Kiora, that's 4 mana. I have 1 mana left. I untap Nykthos. I activate it again. Then I play Cavalier. Yeah, so let's play Kiora. Untap Nykthos. Then activate. Play Cavalier. Trigger these. Draw a card. And resolve Cavalier's ability. Put Lair into play. Cast this Elf. And then we'll pass to them. And then next turn we have a lot of mana. Triple Nykthos activations. All right, yeah, so there's a Ganjo. 4 mana. Are they just going to play Gigantha? Giant Killer on Polukranos. Sure. And then play Giant Killer. They bottomed the card off the scry for the Warden. They actually can't tap all 3 of these guys, because if they do, I can kill... All right, well, I can probably just kill them with Lair then, right? How much is the math on this? It's... Nykthos is 1, 4, 5, 6, 7. Untap. 8, 6, 13. Yeah, they're dead. All right. Nykthos. Tap. Nykthos. Lair the Hydra. Combat. Swing, swing. All right, so very close to punting that match based on a misplay earlier, but it worked out in the end. All right, so round 3, we're on the draw. This hand's fine. Steam Vents untapped tells me that it is probably Phoenix, but I can't just not play an Elf, even if it gets bolted. Yeah, all right, Spike Field Hazard, that's fine. Sleight of hand. All right, let's play this. Let's play Elf. Let's play another Elf. Back to them. All right, another one dies to Torch the Tower. Back to them. And another removal spell. Cool. All right, well, play Othanissa. Oh, come on. Just removal for everything? All right, back to them. Consider, yep. All right, now they get to Treasure Cruise and just refill their whole hand. This is so stupid. Why is this card legal? All right, play land, go. This fairy thing, and puts a Phoenix in the graveyard, sure. Gets Lightning Axe back. Plays this dude. I mean, I guess I can cast Karn if I'm willing to lose this Nykthos. I guess I probably should do that. All right, tap, play Nykthos, Karn. All right, we got a Tormod's Crypt so that this Phoenix can't kill us. Crypt, back over to them. 4 blue mana for Treasure Cruise. Yep. Sleight of hand. So then this attacks Karn. Karn goes to 2 counters. All right. Othanissa. All right. Grab a Forest. Play Forest. Do I want to use Karn and get rid of it? If I do use it, I would just grab Darksteel Citadel. So I'm never going to be able to use it really, because this is just going to stick around and keep pinging it. So I may as well use it, I guess. All right. Minus Karn. All right. Grab land and then pass. Opponent opts. Another one of these dudes puts a bunch of stuff in the graveyard. So the problem is you basically never want to spend this to stop Treasure Cruise, because they can just fill their graveyard up again anyway. And you absolutely need to prevent Phoenix from coming back. Casts Consider. All right, trigger on the stack, Crypt you. Take 1 from the Picklock. And then they're just holding 2 mana up instead of casting one of these. All right, so they've got some kind of counter. So that being the case, I'm going to play Kiora. All right, it resolves back to them. Ledger Shredder. Plays this dude, trigger Connive. Connive's a land. All right, we take 1. They're not even bothering to attack Kiora. Plays a tap land. All right, well, let's see if Storm the Festival resolves. I doubt it. Man, I have to freaking trigger the Ledger Shredder too. Yeah, all right. Well, I can't not do it. So put this here. Tap this, untap this, tap this, tap, Storm. Like, technically, I didn't have to cast the Wolfwillow Haven, but I should. All right, wow, that resolved. I'm amazed that resolved. Cavalier and Pelucranos. Wait, they have a Lightning Axe, right? Hang on. So double draw. So draw Kiora twice. Draw, draw. And then Cavalier resolves. Put land into play. And can't do anything else this turn, so back over to them. So Lightning Axe, Cavalier, and then they're going to spend another removal spell to kill it. Spike Field, so we don't get the trigger. Yeah. And that triggers Ledger Shredder, so they can potentially kill Kiora off on their turn. Oh, and Galvanic. So this thing again, they milled over Temporal Trespass, so now they can just grab this, and then they have enough to... They have enough to double turn, right? I think they do. Yeah, so Galvanic, and then they get 2 turns in a row. Oh, and Phoenix. Are we just going to lose now? I can't block, because Old Growth Troll. So double Trespass, and they get Phoenix back, so that is 3, 10, 11. Yeah, we're dead. We're actually dead. So I should have put Pelucranos into play, I guess. All right. It's Phoenix. Run back the same thing. All right, on the play. This is fine. Play Elf. Hope it doesn't die. Probably will. All right, Island. It's not dying. Do they have Spell Pierce? I'm going to play Kiora. All right, it resolved as well. So I guess they just have Opt or something. Consider. Surveils away, Sleight of Hand. Lava Guide Pathway. Kills one of our dudes. All right, Old Growth Troll. Draw a card. Untap a land. Play a Elf and pass. Consider. All right. Let's play Pelucranos. Trigger to draw. Drew Cavalier. All right. Play Elf. Go to combat. Attack with the Troll. All right. End step. They opt. They just cast an opt and nothing else. Shocks in Steam Vents. And then they're just passing. Okay. All right. What's the best thing to play here? Cavalier. Maybe. It depends on what counter spells they have. I think I'm going to play Karn. So this gets around Spell Pierce and change the equation. Galvanic Iteration. So they're going to like double pierce it, presumably. Yeah, double pierce. Sure. So no pay. All right, so in that case, I'm just going to attack with everything, and then I'm going to untap Pelucranos. Take that, untap this, just so Phoenix can't, like, come down and hit it or something, but they're at very low life anyway. Free the Fae, puts all this stuff in the graveyard. I don't think they have enough mana to recover from this position. Yeah, so game 3, run back exactly the same thing. This is fine, keep. All right, well, play Elf. Blue, op, so not dying yet. Plays Sleight of Hand. Not killing our Elf. All right, well... If they're not killing our Elf, then I'm going to slam this Troll immediately. Back over to them. They consider. And they kept the card. 3rd mana, kill our Elf. All right, play this, and then tap these. Put Wolfwillow Haven here. Tap this, play Oath of Nissa. All right, let's grab the Elf. Play Elf. And then attack with the Troll. And they didn't play anything else. Huh. Their hand just must be, like, really awkward if they can't deal with any of this. All right, so how much mana is this? 2 tap, 5, 6... So Nykthos. So I can pay for Spell Pierce, but I can't pay for anything else. All right, so let's just cast Storm. All right, Disdainful Stroke, that's fine. Let's go to combat. Swing. All right, 5 lands, 3 mana. Treasure Cruise, draw some cards. So is Phoenix just not playing pieces of the puzzle anymore? I haven't seen one Phoenix deck play it so far. Sleight of Hand. Kills our dude. So right now, this makes 5, 6, 7, 8, so I can play Leveler. All right, so this is just good even if it doesn't have a target. It's just a big 8/8. So they go to 7, and then there's, 12 power worth of trample in play. Sleight of Hand. Lightning Axe. Okay, so they double removal for Leveler. That actually doesn't really matter because we can unearth it. Gets a Phoenix back. Okay. All right, play Elf. Then activate Nykthos. Unearth. Go to combat. Opponent opts. All right, we got there. On to round number 4. On the draw for round 4. Okay, we've got 1 ramp and 2 oaths to find more lands. I think that's acceptable. All right, Elves. Yep. Jasper Sentinel. Right, Lair, play this. So War Master, we get attacked for 1. That's fine. All right, we did find a land. So that being the case, I'm just going to run out Troll so that we have a blocker. They're tapping for white, so they've got the Werefox. Are they going to eat this dude or this dude? Probably the Elf, right? No, they're eating the Troll. Sure. All right, so play Oath. Trigger, we need to find lands. All right, there's Nykthos, so that's excellent. So we're not going to be able to play the Troll this turn, so let's play Oath again. All right, Forest. So play Elf, and then over to them. You can sack it to gain 2 life, sure. Cord for, company, okay. Double Dwinnen's Elite. So tons of tokens. So then we get attacked by just this dude, I guess. I would attack with this if I were them. All right, no blocks. Take 2, go to 17. Okay, so if I play Troll and then Nykthos, I can activate it, and then I generate 5 mana. So then I get to play the Cavalier anyway. All right, so Troll. Oh, they've Chord in response? Maybe? They can Chord for 3. What does that matter? Oh, because if they Chord... I guess they can Chord for Werefox before this resolves, and then I will be short on Nykthos mana, because then I only make 4 mana total. No, I still make 5. Or no, I actually make 6. So Nykthos. So it's better to Cavalier or Storm here. I think it's probably better to Cavalier. It just puts more pips into play. It gives me another guaranteed blocker. How many losses today against GeoDiscover? I've only played Discover twice in 6 leagues. This is league number 7, and I still haven't played against it. All right, so this fizzles, and then it's back over to them. So they are courting for what? I wouldn't be surprised if you're playing Elves and you're already playing White, just having an Archon of Emeria in your deck. Oh, Shaman, deal us a bajillion damage. Are we dead on the board? We have 2 blockers. Yeah, we're dead on the board. All right. So if Discover is prevalent and you're a Chord deck, you could just slot 1 Archon of Emeria into your deck. Let's see. Elves, I don't really care about boarding anything in. Yeah, run back the same thing. All right, that's fine. The Discover cards are not that expensive online, are they? So I wonder why we're not seeing it. All right, Lair, Elf. I'm going to Cavern into their own Elf. So Lair, play Kiora, then just pass. So another Elf, Jasper Sentinel, another Jasper Sentinel. Okay, so Forest, tap this, Wolf Willow, tap this, untap this, play Karn, minus. I don't know what I'm getting. There's an argument to just grab Filigree Silex, although, yeah, you know what? I'm going to grab Filigree Silex. So over to them. If they just attack everything into Karn, I can't save it. So Karn dies, and then I can go Silex, tap it, put a counter, untap it with Kiora, blow up all their guys. Also blowing up my Elf, but I think that sets them further back than it does me. The alternative was to grab like Boat or something, but then Boat's only killing 1 thing. I think I need to sweep up all of these resources that they've got here. If they don't attack with all 4, I'm going to just block this Elf. All right, block. So Karn goes to 1, and then they don't do anything else? Huh. I drew Leveler. So what happens? So this is 4, 5, 6. I'm 1 off of being able to play Leveler. I guess if they have an answer to Silex, they can, like if they have Besage You, then they can Besage You it before it untaps with Kiora. So Silex, put a counter on it, try to untap it. Will they Besage You this? Yep, that's what it is. Okay, so grab a Forest. This fizzles, then we play another land, tick Karn up on nothing, and then we just pass with Lair to at least block 1 of these things. I guess the good news is that if the best thing they had on their turn was to Besage You Filigree Silex, then they don't have much going on for themselves either. Another Jasper Sentinel. Attack. All right, animate this. So tap this, animate Lair, block. So one of their Elves dies, Karn goes back to 1 counter. All right, so let's play Nykthos. Tap this, play Pelucranos. Trigger to draw. Activate this. So that's 5. So untap here. Activate again. Then we get to play Leveler. Blow up this Elf. All right, they're conceding to that. And then, yeah, I think we just, again, run back the same thing. This seems too slow, especially on the draw. Yeah, let's mull. This is also way too slow. So we're going to 5. All right, keep this. What am I putting back? Definitely a land. And then what's the second card that's going back? Is it Troll? I think it is Troll. All right. All right, so Temple Garden Elf, Lair Elf, over to them. So Werefox eats our Elf. All right, play Wolf Willow, Leaf Crown, and then we get hit for 5. Or, yeah, okay, so they'll draw cards. So we get hit for 3. And then they have a better board than us by, like, a lot. If I play Kiora, it just dies to their board. So Kiora's not viable right now. Karn also just dies to their board, but at least Karn can grab something relevant, maybe? I need a sweeper, but I don't have a sweeper. So then what's the other option? I kind of just need like a blocker on this board. Let's play Oath. See if we can find like a troll or something. No, another Karn. All right, well. So if I play Kiora right now, they can just attack it with everything and kill her. All right, I guess I'm passing. So attack, we take a bunch of damage. They also have Coco mana. All right, so Kiora, untap this, and then play Old Growth Troll. We drew Besage You. Sure. Over to them. I think we're just too far behind at this point, though. They almost certainly have Coco, right? Like 4 mana untapped, they didn't do anything. Or just another Werefox. That's lethal, right? Yeah, that's lethal. All right, we're dead. What? I'm surprised that this is such an upgrade for Elves. I guess Cavern of Souls plus this makes the match a lot better for them, or makes the deck a lot better. It gives them, like, removal in their deck. All right, round number 5, we're on the play. Stands fine. Elf go. Swamp, cut down. All right. Let's just play Wolf Willow. Castle Lockdwayne. Okay, so it's mono black probably. I could play Karn, but I guess they might have Shieldred's Edict. All right, so let's just play Troll, play Elf, and then pass to them. Fatal Push on this guy. Another Castle Lockdwayne. So they're definitely mono black, not Rakdos. Duress takes Karn. Okay, so I should be able to Storm now. Storm, grab Kiora and a land. Go to combat, swing with the Troll. On weekly MTG, they strongly hinted they would be banning Karn next week. If they ban Karn and not Discover, I am quitting the game. Liliana, sure. Sack, this dies, comes back, put it on a land. Another Troll, so play Troll. Draw. All right, so tap this, activate Nykthos, untap Nykthos, cast Cavalier, trigger, so draw first, then with this ability still on the stack, activate Nykthos. Resolve this, grab another Nykthos, put this into play. All right, they've conceded. And it's mono black, so nothing changes. Run it back. If you've got a link to weekly MTG where they mention that, then go ahead and post it in the chat. I would be absolutely dumbstruck if they haven't touched Karn all of this time. Discover comes out, starts wrecking the format, and they get rid of Karn before they get rid of Discover. Unless they hit both of them, I guess. See, the thing is, like, with the regional championship coming up, they really need to either not ban anything or ban something much earlier before their supposed window of bans. You don't ban on December like 5th or something, right? You know, you don't wait until it's a week before the tournament to ban stuff. You either ban 3 weeks out to give people enough time to practice and switch decks, or you don't ban at all. Yeah, that would be nuts if they did that 2 weeks before Atlanta. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't just go, oh, are you like, if they were going to ban Discover, for example, then they should either ban it like right now so that the players who are practicing on Discover deck have time to switch, or they should just not ban it at all until after the tournament. Cling to Dust on the Oath of Nissa in our graveyard. All right, so they're missing land drops, so it's kind of interesting. So let's go tap this, put Wolf Willow here, then tap this, untap this, tap this, play Old Growth Troll, trigger to draw. All right, then that mana fizzles, and then we'll try to go off next turn. When is the next ban announcement supposed to be? Duress, they take our Storm. All right, so play Oath, trigger. All right, get Kiora. Then we activate Nykthos. Then we untap Nykthos. Then we play Troll, trigger to draw a card. Then we activate Nykthos again, and then cast Storm from the graveyard. Cavalier and another Nykthos, or Cavalier and Oath. I think it's Cavalier and Oath. Cavalier, Oath, trigger, and we want to do this one last. So we want to do that one last, then Oath on top of that, and then draw with Kiora. So draw with Kiora, then Oath of Nissa resolves, another Kiora, then Cavalier resolves, put Lair into play. All right, so play a new Nykthos, Legend, activate Nykthos, cast a new Kiora, keep this, minus here, untap Nykthos, activate Nykthos, Storm from the graveyard, get Karn and Cavalier, triggers, draw, Cavalier resolves, put a land into play, minus Karn, get the Chain Veil. This has been activated already, right? Chain Veil. Yeah, okay. So they concede. So 4-1 with Nykthos. Yeah, so again, the only question is basically, is the statue relevant? And if it isn't, I just switch it for Wand. That's basically it. All right, we're back for League number 8. This hand's not keepable at all. So we're going to mold this. All right, well, keep that. And I guess I put Leveler back. I don't think I've seen it on your wheel, but have you played Mono Black Waste Knot in Pioneer? And your thoughts? No, and I'm not going to. The deck is just worse than Rakdos Midrange. There have been lots of attempts to make Mono Black Midrange a deck, and there's just no reason not to just splash the red. Untapped Watery Grave. Well, here's the elf for you to kill. Yep, Fatal Push. All right, well, play another elf. They played another untapped Watery Grave, so free the Fae. Okay, so I'm assuming this is Blue-Black Phoenix again. They grabbed Push. Opt. Push our guy. All right, cast Pelucranos. Consider. Puts Prankster in the graveyard. Thoughtseize. They take our Storm the Festival. Steam Vent. Oh, it's Grixis? So it is. It's got to be Phoenix, right? All right, well, we're 1 mana off of casting Cavalier, so for right now, let's just attack them. Ledger Shredder. Thoughtseize. Oh my god. We cannot catch a break. Puts Phoenix in the yard. There goes Cavalier. All right, swing with Pelucranos. They're at 4 at least, so we're doing something right. Plays the Picklock guy. All right, let's just transform this. Combat. So if they have a Fatal Push, they can block and then Fatal Push our guy. So at least we get to keep the Hydra tokens if that happens. Not really sure why they double blocked, but okay. Mills this over. They have double Phoenix in the yard. What'd they even get back? Oh my god, triple Phoenix. Sleight of hand. Oh, they got Treasure Cruise with it. Sure. And then triple Phoenix comes back, and we can't even really attack them because the stupid Phoenixes can block. That's another thing. Like, you should not have free recursive blockers. All right. Can't even attack because they can multi-block this. And then, all right, well, play an elf. And then I guess just pass to them. Shieldred. All right, now we're even on more of a clock. So Grixis Phoenix, you say. We're also drawing absolutely nothing. That's cool. Play this. We're at 8 mana. Can't flashback Storm. All right, back to them. Cling to Dust on Storm. Cool. Literally just have everything. Consider. Oh, it goes to 10 life. Yeah, whatever. I'm over this game already. Treasure Cruise. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Bitter Triumph, our guy. Discarding a Phoenix. All right. They rebuilt themselves to 16 life in 1 turn. That's cool. Phoenix comes back. There's no way I can get past this, right? Even if I could draw what? Storm the Festival? That was like my best draw. Take 12 from these Phoenixes. Cavalier. I think I'm just straight up dead next turn, right? It doesn't even matter. All right, let's just try to cast it. Cavalier. Trigger. Nah, we're dead. All right, no changes. All right, we're on the play. This is fine. Back to them. Thoughtseize. I assume they just take this elf here. All right, attack with an elf. Plays Watery Grave. I assume this is getting killed. No, Ledger Shredder. Sure. Play land, go. Consider. Keeps the card. Fatal Push. Trigger Ledger Shredder. All right, play Troll. Back to them. Sleight of Hand. Op. Trigger Ledger Shredder. Thoughtseize. Take one of our storms, probably. Yeah. Steam Vents. Tapped. All right. Play Beseiju. Combat. Attack with the Troll. Swings with Ledger Shredder. We go to 16. All right. Play Oath of Nissa. All right. I'll pick Cavalier. Go to combat. Attack with the Troll. Takes damage. Bitter Triumphs the Troll. Well, I should cast the Cavalier now, even if it triggers Ledger Shredder. All right. Cast Cavalier. Trigger the Shredder. Discards a land. All right. Let's see the counterspell. There's the counterspell. Triggers the Shredder again. Discards a land. Treasure Cruise. Fill your hand back up. Consider. Trigger. Oh, I'm so bored, chat. I'm so bored. I'm not even, like, necessarily going to lose this game either. It's just such a dull play pattern. All right, we take 2 from this Ledger Shredder. Very well. If I play Wolf Willow, then I can't cast Storm, so let's just cast Storm. Storm. All right, let's see the counter. No. Kind of shocked. Kind of shocked. All right, Nykthos, Kiora. What can I do with that? I don't think I can do anything with that, right? I should pick these either way. So Nykthos makes 5 mana, so I just wait till next turn. Bitter Triumph, kill Kiora, sure. Discarding a land. So unless some kind of like Temple Trespass shenanigans happens right now, I think we're actually good because I can cast Cityscape Leveler. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. Free the Fae, discards push, mills all this over, picks up... Wait, what? You can pick creatures? Oh, you can pick fairies, which itself it is. Treasure Cruise again. Ledger Shredder hits us. Okay, all right. Leveler, trigger, kill Ledger Shredder. Uses the free the Fae thing. Picks up Consider. All right, at least that's dead. All right, so they do have to kill this. And they've been through, what, 2 Bitter Triumphs? They've been through a lot. No, 1 Bitter Triumph? No, 2. They have been through 2. Consider. Treasure Cruise. Leaves Arclight Phoenix in the graveyard. Sleight of Hand. Casts. Picklock Prankster. Then the Phoenix comes back, right? I think they're still dead, aren't they? I attack, blow this up. No, they're not quite dead. All right, play Oath. A second Nykthos, you say. Or just Troll. All right, Troll. Go to combat. Swing. Blow up Ledger Shredder. So they can double block and go to 1. So Troll. Activate Nykthos. This one. All right, they're at 1. Back to them. Ledger Shredder. Another Ledger Shredder. All right. Discards another Phoenix. Plays Picklock Prankster. All right, go to combat. Beginning of combat. Kills this thing. Sure. Dies. I can't unearth it either, so we just attack with the Troll. So if I just popped this land last turn, then I would have had enough to get through. Sure. That's fine. Kill this one. Then this triggers. It comes back. Then we put this here. All right. Activate Nykthos. Tap this. Flashback Storm. Karn. And Pelucranos. How much mana do I have with Karn? Can I just play Statue and kill them? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, they're dead. All right. Minus Godfair Statue. All right. Game 3. Everything stays the same. We run back the same thing. This is fine. Keep. Play Elf. Go. They didn't have a turn 1 play. So they must have just drawn this. So they're Bitter Triumphing to kill our guy. Very well. All right. Play Oath. Let's just take Cavalier. Play this. Play another Elf. Watery Grave. Tapped. All right. Well, try to resolve Karn. Amazingly resolved. All right. So I guess I want to prevent them from, like, Phoenixing me. So let's just grab Tormod's Crypt, I guess. Cast this. All right. So they're going to kill Karn, right? Yeah. That's fine. Like, it was either grab Crypt or grab some threat. I also considered taking Darksteel Citadel, like what happens if Elf gets killed by removal, and then we have to get up to enough power, or get up to enough mana. All right, well, cast Cavalier. Let's see if this resolves. Karn resolved last turn. No, change the equation. That's why it resolved last turn. All right, back over to them. Well, we've got another 2 Cavaliers to try to get through them. 5 mana, Treasure Cruise. All right, at least their shield's down and we can play Cavalier now. All right, Cavalier. Trigger. There's Nykthos. Let's attack them with Elf. We also milled over Cityscape. That's pretty good. Another Ledger Shredder. Fatal Push our guy. Then they resolve these. This card's Otawara. Second one. This card's Sleight of Hand. Push resolves. They're attacking? What? No. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. All right, back to us. Well, I'm never going to not be able to not trigger these, so... What happens if I just activate Nykthos? Right, it's 4, 5, 6, and then I only have 1 mana available. I think it is better not to play the Elf than to potentially trigger both of these. All right, play Cavalier. Trigger, so they don't have a counterspell. So if they don't have a counterspell already, then I don't want to give them one by playing this Elf. So let's just attack them with this Cavalier here. All right, they just chunked the damage, so back to them. Consider. So Treasure Cruise is 2 mana right now. Maybe I want to cast Tormod's Crypt or activate it. I'm not sure. Ledger Shredder. All right, I think I do. I guess if all they do is cast Treasure Cruise here, that's okay. Yeah, all right. Ledger Shredder resolves. Yeah, okay. Treasure Cruise, sure. All this stuff triggers. Discards land. Discards Phoenix. All right. Discards Sleight of Hand. Then Cruise resolves. Plays another land. They've only cast 1 spell, so the Phoenix is not even coming back yet. Plays Opt. All right, they just conceded. Thank God that match is over. All right. We're on the draw for round number 2. This hand is, I guess, keepable if we can go Elf into Oath to find another land and then Wolf Willow maybe. I'm going to keep it. All right, Black Cleave probably means this is dying, although we did draw our second forest. All right, yeah, it gets killed, sure. Although I'm surprised it's a burn spell and not Fatal Push. Blight Step, all right. Blood Tithe, all right, play Wolf Willow. Thought sees us. I'm not sure what they take here. Okay, they just took Karn, sure. Oh, because it stops Reckoner, sure. All right, Oath. All right, let's grab another Cavalier. Actually, let's see. In order to guarantee that I get Cavalier down, I do need a land. I also have, like, enough going on in my hand already. Because this is 3, 4. Yeah, okay. I need to guarantee that I hit Cavalier on curve next turn. So let's just play Oath, or Old Growth Troll, and then back to them. Activates Bankbuster? Really? They're just going to crash into me? Sure, that's fine. Block. Okay. They're just ramping us. Very well. I have no idea why they would do that. All right, cast Cavalier. Trigger. They're going to go for the throat it, sure. So even if I put Karn back on top, then it just gets milled over by the trigger, so we'll just decline to do anything. So don't exile it, then resolve this ability. All right, there's Nykthos, so put Nykthos into play a Hydra, go. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Duress, we have no cards for you to take. Troll doesn't change the math here, right? It's still 3, activate, 8, 10, yeah. Troll, activate Nykthos. All right, let's cast Storm from our hand. Another Nykthos and Oath. So the new Nykthos is the 2 here, and that's 8, and then I can still flash it back. All right, so Legend Rule, Oath of Nissa, Nykthos, trigger, grab Troll, activate Nykthos, tap, tap, flashback Storm, Cavalier, Pelucranos. Trigger the Cavalier, get a forest. And then all right, yeah, so they conceded that. Against Rakdos, you don't change anything. You just run back the same deck. Not keepable. That is keepable. What am I putting back? Probably an Elf. They're more susceptible to just getting killed. So let's put that back. Takenuma, Thoughtseize. Not sure what they take here. It depends on what's in their hand. They took Storm. All right. Cast Elf. Back to them. Tapped Blood Crypt. Fatal Push our guy. Sure. Drew another Storm. Back to them. Mutavault into Trespasser. Eats our Storm. All right. Play Troll. Thoughtseize, and they take our Storm. Go for the throat. Kills our guy. We bring it back. Then this attacks and gets rid of our Storm the Festival. All right. Nykthos. Then we tap this to put this here. Then Nykthos. Put this here. And then we'll make Hydra into a 1/1 and attack them. All right, so we're at the mercy of our top decks. / we can make Lair really big, but if they have any removal for it, then... All right, Blood Tithe. They got 1 card in their hand. All right, Reckoner Bankbuster. So our plan right now is just make Lair really big and keep hitting them. Eats their guy. All right, tap this. Cast Oath. Trigger. Well, there's Leveler. So, yeah, that's going to be the pick. So Nykthos is right now 5 mana, 6, 7, 8. It's exactly enough. All right, take Leveler. Tap this. Leveler. I can't actually blow this up, but I can blow up Bankbuster, I guess. Yeah, let's blow up Bankbuster. Just deny them draws. All right, Blood discards a Swamp. All right, go to combat. Swing, blow up Blood Tithe. Oh, I could have made Lair really big too. I should have done that. All right, cast the troll. I don't think it really matters. Yeah, all right, we win. On to round number 3. All right, round 3, we're on the play. This is keepable, although risky. But the fact that we have a second elf plus Oath to find another land is good enough to keep, I think. All right, play elf, back to them. Temple Garden. All right, Gilded Goose, it's the Amalia deck. All right, even though I have Pelucranos that I can play right now, I think it's better to just get more mana. So let's Oath. Well, there's Nykthos, so we're taking that. Play this, over to them. There's Amalia. Oh, and they're gonna use the food right now. Plays another Goose. So they could win if they Coco into life gain plus Wild Growth Walker, or they could win if they play like Innkeeper and then use the treasure and the food here, or another land to play Wild Growth Walker. So one option is to play Karn and just eat this food token. And then Amalia will deal at least 2 damage to Karn, but then at least I have a Karn in play, and I've reduced their mana because now the Goose can't tap this. I think that's actually good. And then on the following turn, I can kill Amalia off. All right, so plus, kill the food. We play this Lair, and over to them. C-Note Scout explores, gets Overgrown Tomb, plays Overgrown Tomb. There's Wild Growth Walker. Now Karn takes 2 damage. All right, so Nykthos, and then I can Karn for Mightstone, play it, kill that, activate Nykthos, play Pelucranos. All right, minus, grab Mightstone, cast this, -5, kill this, pay the ward. It dies, then we activate Nykthos using the mana from Mightstone, and play Pelucranos. Over to them. Return to the ranks brings Amalia back. So if they have any way to explore or gain life right now, they blow the field up. All right, so they do have it. So it kills our board, kills their board. They get to retain a enormous Amalia, which means I can't boat kill it. Oh, and they have Cord? Wait, what? Oh, now Dina kills us. Well, that is just unbelievably stupid. I was thinking I could at least potentially rebuild next turn. Guess not. So they gain the life by stacking the triggers in a way that the Amalia will not kill their team before this goes off. Huh. All right, well, they got it. We don't board in anything. I guess no, I board in Stonebrain and get rid of this. All right, game 2 on the plate. This hand, ugh. So this hand's pretty good if we hit the second land, but if we don't hit the second land, then it's potentially then it's probably too slow. Like if I have to go land elf into Oath of Nissa to find the next land, but we do have a lot of mana, and I don't think they're that good at even killing our guys, so I'm gonna keep it. All right, play elf, go. Razorverge Thicket, plays Lunarch Veteran. All right, no second land, so we got to Oath for it. All right, take Beseiju, play this, then Wolf Willow here, over to them. There's Amalia, so they have a win next turn. There's nothing I can Karn for that matters, so I may as well just ramp. Play Kiora, tap this, do this, play Troll, draw, play this tapped, pass turn. If they have it, they have it. Shoxin, Temple Garden. Yeah, of course. All right. So I was thinking about that deck, and I'm like, so obviously mono green is not well equipped to fight it because you have no removal, right? But I'm thinking like, even in the case where you're playing a deck like Phoenix or Rakdos Midrange or something that does have removal, I still think these kind of play patterns are just absolutely toxic. The idea that if you don't have removal up on turn 3, you're dead immediately, I think is a horrible play pattern. All right, mull that. So we'll keep this and put back Nykthos number 2. Sunken Citadel, so presumably this is the Lotus, blue-white Lotus deck. Yeah, so blue-white Lotus Control. Play Wolf Willow. Get lost on the Wolf Willow Haven. Lotus Field, and then they have the counter to stop it, right? No, they don't. All right, so just Lotus Field. So play this, and then we can't cast any of our 3 drops, so just Wolf Willow here, and back to them. Boy, that's awkward. If I play Elf, I can't play anything else. I guess I can map onto the Elf, right? Or I can play Troll and map the Troll. All right, Troll. Map the Troll. Elvish Mystic, put that in the graveyard. Back over to them. So then they copy Lotus Field, bunch of mana, Teferi, yeah. Then we start this bullshit. Oh, they're not untapping, eh? All right, well, doesn't really matter. All right, I guess we play Cavalier. Cavalier trigger, get Lair into play. Back to them. Deluge. Temp Lockdown eats the map and the Wolf Willow. Okay. Then this untaps Lotus Fields, and then I can't even attack them because Wandering Emperor will just kill our guy, so... So let's see. Elf, activate Nykthos. I have 5 mana. I can't play Storm. I guess I can guarantee that I kill Teferi if I animate the Lair, unless they have Wandering Emperor and Get Lost. Or Discontinuity. I don't know. Alright, combat, attack Teferi. We'll see what happens. Lagoon Breach. Am I putting this on top? I guess I am. Alright, I guess I'm playing, what? Pelucranos, Elf? I don't know. Or just double Elf. I'll play Pelucranos. Over to them. Alright, Teferi plus, Verdict. Play Cavalier. Alright, I'm done with this. Lotus Control, same thing. All right, on the play for game 2. This is fine. Keep this. Play Elf. Nah, I want to make sure I get Karn out next turn. So Shocks and Hallowed Fountain. All right, well now they have a count. Oh, I drew Nykthos. All right, well let's try for Karn. There's the counter spell. It was Tail's End as well. All right, I could just try for another Karn, which I'm gonna do. Play Karn. All right, minus. Let's grab Citadel. All right, combat attack here. All right, so now the big question is, what am I doing this turn? Godpharaoh Statue would be the best card if it resolves. Let's try to. Let's just Storm. So let's play Troll first, see if that happens. All right, Nykthos, play Storm. Narset's Reversal, sure. Land, okay. Could have been worse. So make sure that we get something with Karn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Potentially more, potentially less. Let's get the statue. I think the statue is going to be the best play. Although, man, if we get Farewelled here, we're so screwed. All right, Godpharaoh Statue. Pass the turn. Memory Deluge. Another stage. All right, so Nykthos. Let's cast Statue. It gets countered by fewer things. Veto, sure. Plus this on nothing. Go to combat. Swing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, swing. There's Teferi. There's the Lotus Field. So then they get to untap this and something else. And then they either stage this or... Yeah. Man, do they have discontinuity? Jesus Christ. No, okay, they don't. Unless they're waiting for me to cast something to have an even bigger blowout. Man, one of the most frustrating things about this deck is there's just no action you can take where you don't get blown out by something. If I cast Storm, and then they have discontinuity, then my whole turn ends. If I attack first and they have Wandering Emperor, then they eat the guy, and then I don't have the Nykthos mana anymore. All right, let's just attack Teferi and see what happens. Get lost on our guy, that's fine. That's one of the best results we could have had, because then this at least comes back and gives us more mana. All right, Teferi's at 4. They only have 4 mana open. I guess let's try to Storm. Actually, no. Let's just Cityscape this off the field, right? Minus, grab Leveler, cast Leveler, blow up Teferi. All right, and then we don't have enough mana to do anything else, so let's just map here. Old Growth Troll, we're going to put in the graveyard. Map Karn, leave on top. Memory Deluge, Strict Proctor, another Lotus Field that they don't pay for. All right, so let's see what happens if we just attack them. So go to combat, swing, trigger, blow this up. Discontinuity, of course. Yep, turn immediately ends, back to them. Flashback Deluge. All right, try to attack them again. Swing, trigger. All right, they do have to respond to this or they'll die. Oh, animate this dude, sure. If their only play is block and then take 7 trample, then we're in a really good position. All right, Bamf. Second main. Elf, activate Nykthos. Best bet's probably to play Karn, get Damping Sphere into play so that these are not online, which leaves them with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. So I have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if I Storm, I'm down to 6, and then I still have enough to go Karn Damping Sphere. All right, so Storm, Cavalier, Oath. So triggers, Oath trigger resolves, grab an Elf, I guess. Then Cavalier resolves, put a land into play. All right, Karn, minus, grab Damping Sphere, play Damping Sphere. Over to them. And here's the Farewell. Yep, there's Farewell. We lose most of our stuff, and they still have 6 mana. So Statue is not... No, Statue is in exile, so I could play the Statue and hope it doesn't get countered. All right, minus. Does playing Statue here even do anything? Not really. I mean, I could just play Damping Sphere again, but I don't think that's really going to get me there. All right, play Troll. Elf, minus. Let's grab Damping Sphere, I guess. Play Damping Sphere. All right, Memory Deluge in response. So this resolves, fizzle the mana, back to them. They can actually animate this and kill Karn off, but that's not, like, that great for them. There's Teferi. They can just tuck our Damping Sphere. All right, they're choosing not to, though. So untap. All right, play Kiora. Actually, let's back up. Let's make sure that Karn ticks up. So Nykthos doesn't actually work with this in play, so I guess we just cast Storm. So combat, attack them. Get lost on our dude, sure. Trigger, this comes back. Cast Storm. Narset's Reversal. Puts 2 lands into play, sure. They put Lotus Field into play? All right. I guess that makes sense if they're just going to tuck Damping Sphere next turn. All right, may as well map. Cavalier, do not graveyard that. And so just pass. Yeah, I guess I map this too. So this is lethal, assuming they can't answer it, which they can. But it at least gives them another thing they have to deal with. Plus, minus Teferi, put Damping Sphere away. Deluge, stage copies Lotus Field, play another stage. And we're being discounted on upkeep, cool. Sure, plus Teferi, Deluge again. All right, so for the YouTube audience, I'm just going to not speak anymore, skip to the end, because this game's just absolutely miserable. I don't feel like I need to go through every single step of what we're doing here. Let's make a Troll. Man, they have 5 cards. Is that even good? No, it's not. Now let's play Cavalier. 9 mana. Rewind. What? Really? Okay, sure. Let's fizzle that at least, I guess. Go to combat. Memory Deluge, yeah. Oh my god. All right. Nykthos. I guess I'll play... What does playing Kiora do here? Play it, untap, activate, make 5 mana. I'm 1 short of being able to storm. Kiora, untap, activate, 5. Yeah, that's not it. Oh my god, alright, minus Karn. Grab Cauldron, play Kiora, untap Nykthos. Try to burst these back. Rewind again. Get lost on Kiora. Yeah, I don't care anymore. I'm done with this. We're done with this. On to round number 5. Alright, on the draw for round 5. This hand's a trap. If I don't find another land, it's just a bad hand. Oh, it's also against Karuga, which is probably Discover, so let's mull. Alright, keep this and put back... It probably has to be one of the 2 storms. Yeah, alright. So it's the Discover deck. Back to them. Tapped. At least that means they don't get a treasure. So Wolf Willow. Oh, so they're probably the Quintorius version then, if they're running that. So I assume we're just going to die next turn in that case. Alright, well, we have to play, assuming they don't have it. So play Kiora, untap that. Play Pelucranos, drop a Seiju, go. Shock in. There's Quintorius. Now we lose the game. Anything out of the ordinary here? Not pretty normal. Who would have thought casual commander card Spark Double would wind up being an actually competitive deck card? So their interaction is Carnosaur, Consigned to Oblivion, Bedeck Bedazzle, and there's one more thing, Leyline Binding. Alright, so I'm going to board in Stonebrain, board out Cityscape Leveler, and that's it. Oh, Pithing Needle, I guess, is also an option. So there's Damping Sphere and Pithing Needle. I'm going to just board in Stonebrain. The other option would be cut one of these Pelucranos for one of these cards. Yeah, let's run this. My thinking is that between the 2, I want Needle in the sideboard because it's the cheapest card that I can Karn into to stop their combo. And then my thinking for having both here is that they have bounce spells and like Leyline Bindings and whatnot that can kill these. So if I have a Karn and they deal with 1, then I can go get the other one. We only have Elf and nothing really to ramp to. Alright, I got them all that. Oh, our only land's Nykthos. Man, if this was just not Nykthos, this hand actually would be good. Alright, mulligan. Sure, keep. What am I putting away? Gotta keep lands, gotta keep Elf. So turn 1 land Elf, turn 2 land Kiora. So let's get rid of Troll. Oh, I have to get rid of 2 cards. I guess I just have to draw 1 piece of like land or something to get Cavalier online afterwards, so let's keep this. Play tap land. Alright, well, I'm gonna play Kiora and then not bother to untap anything because dealing them 1 damage is totally irrelevant. Overgrown Tomb, is this gonna die? Yeah, Bedeck Bedazzle or something, or... Alright, I guess I'm playing Karn. So tap, 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 untap this. Play Karn. Minus. Let's grab Citadel. Play this. Go. Herd Migration. Go get a basic. Plays a land. 3 mana. Puts Karuga in their hand. Not ramping. Discards tower to hand size. Okay, so I have 5 mana, so I can play Cavalier. If I choose not to do that and I Karn for something, does Karning for anything matter? They can't go off next turn because they don't have the mana for Quintorius. So first things first, let's play Cavalier. Trigger, draw card, resolve Cavalier. All right, there's Nykthos. And then what is the best thing to Karn for right now? I could Karn for Needle and play it immediately, or I could just try to win next turn. I have 5 Devotion. I could grab Woodcaller. Now, anything I grab right now means I can't grab something next turn, so the best bet is probably to grab Chain Veil. I got to math this out. So next, assume they do nothing, or, well, they don't win. So we untap. And I assume I don't get another land, so I go Nykthos activates for 5, Kiora untaps it, Nykthos activates, we go to 8 mana, we have 10 total with this plus this. So we have 10, we play Chain Veil, we activate Chain Veil, we have enough to untap Nykthos again and have 5 mana with another Karn activation, so it is best to get Chain Veil. Alright, so grab Chain Veil, and then over to them. So that only fails if they have a way to, like, if they kill Cavalier right now, for example, with like a Leyline Binding, tap land. Alright, so Elf is de facto free. So play Elf, activate Nykthos, untap. So if I play another Cavalier right now, it's probably better to play Troll, because the likelihood that I hit another Nykthos or something is not that high. Let's make sure to plus this on nothing. Let's play Troll, trigger, draw a card. Alright, Nykthos. So I have 10 mana, so I should just play Chain Veil right now. So cast Chain Veil. They could be waiting for Chain Veil to hit the field and then blow that up with Leyline or something. So Chain Veil. So let's not give them the opportunity to do that. I guess even if they do it, Karn can still be activated. Well, I have to untap Nykthos anyway, so let's untap Nykthos. Activate Nykthos. Alright, 9 mana. So bursting doesn't do anything here, so therefore the best bet is to just grab a Needle or something. Again, maybe they're just waiting for me to grab the stacks piece. They get rid of the stacks piece, then they win. So it's probably best to just try to get there, right? So... Or maybe they just don't have any interaction at all, because I feel like they would have used it by now. They don't have blue mana either, except for this thing, which is tapped. So if they have like Consigned to Oblivion, then they just can't use that. I could also just play God Pharaoh's Statue, That's probably the best, like, generic way of stopping what they're doing. All right, minus. Let's grab God Pharaohs. Cast this. It's unfortunate that I'm one off from casting Cavalier, but whatever. Let's just fizzle this mana. Hit them. So the fact that they're just not doing anything just tells me they just don't have any interaction. Because they would have cast something by now. Herd Migration for another land, sure. All right, 5 mana, didn't cast anything. All right, play Oath, trigger, another Karn. So activate Nykthos, untap this, cast Cavalier. So trigger, draw with Kiora, this on the stack, activate Nykthos. So then resolve the Cavalier's ability, put land into play. Activate Chain Veil, put Wolfwillow Haven here, untap Nykthos, cast Cavalier, trigger, draw off Kiora. Then before that resolves, activate Nykthos, then resolve the Cavalier ability. All right, so we should be good now. We should just win the game. So let's cast Storm Festival. All right, new Kiora, and I don't know, another Wolfwillow. Put this on here, choose this Kiora, untap this. How many activations do I have? 2 more, or 1 more rather. Play Elf, Nykthos, untap Chain Veil, Chain Veil, Chain Veil, Chain Veil, Chain Veil. Oh, Chain Veil. All right, cast Karn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, minus, grab the Cauldron, minus, grab, I don't even know at this point. Hit Thing Needle, tap that, activate, burst, get back Karn and Kiora. Oh, get the Cauldron back. All right, we can win. It's just going to take a long time. New Kiora. So how many total activations do we have right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's make sure we have 7 total. All right, so one of the layers is in my graveyard, right? So I have Stonebrain in my deck, so I do have to find it. All right, let's flashback Storm the Festival. Troll, just get more devotion. Trigger, draw a card, play an elf. Where's the other Storm? We have another Storm, right? Yeah, Storm. There's Stonebrain. All right, Stonebrain you. Quintorius Cond. So they're all in their deck. Their hand is Karuga, Beanstalk, Bedeck Bedazzle, Clones. All right, and then what's in the rest of their deck? A bunch of whatever. Minus Karn, get back Stonebrain, then plus on nothing, plus on nothing. Then we Stonebrain again. Stonebrain you. Clever Impersonator. Take that. Minus, get back Stonebrain, Stonebrain again. All right, that should be good enough. So we've stripped everything out of their deck, pretty much. Like, not literally everything, but basically they can't win anymore. All right, we gotta win game 3 with 6 minutes on the clock. So run back the same thing. All right, game 3, we're on the draw. This is fine, we'll keep this. So Lair, Elf, back to them. Overgrown Tomb tapped, so they don't have any interaction. All right, so play Kiora, tap this, and play Oath of Nissa. I need to just find land. Obviously Nykthos would be the best, but any land will do. All right, so Forest, back to them. Stomping Ground, Shocked. Beanstalk to ramp, so we might just die next turn if they have the Quintorius. All right, well, can't do anything but just play this Cavalier and hope that we don't lose. Draw with Kiora, resolve Cavalier, get Nykthos. All right, back to them. Are we dead? All right, we're not dead. So they Beanstalk another thing. Of course, if they don't have Quintorius, they probably have Carnosaur, which means we're in all likelihood going to die next turn if we don't win now or stop them. Okay, so Elf, activate Nykthos. 8 mana, untap. Troll, draw a card off Kiora. All right, another Troll, draw a card off Kiora. There's Karn. All right, activate Nykthos. So Karn for God Statue could be one thing to do. Unfortunately, Leyline Binding is only 1 mana, so they could bind through it. Although if they had Binding, I assume they would have used it by now. Actually, so what if I Karn for Chain Veil, right? So Karn, Chain Veil, 10, 6, 2. Activate Kiora again to untap this. Activate it again to make 1, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14. All right, so Karn, minus, grab the Chain Veil, okay, so they do have Leyline Binding, so they're going to bind Kiora, presumably. No, they're binding Karn. Very well, that's fine. So Chain Veil, activate, untap Nykthos, activate Nykthos. Let's cast Storm. There's another Kiora, there's another Cavalier. So these enter, we get to keep this one, then we double draw. Whoops, put a land into play, draw, untap Nykthos, Pelucranos, play Elf, activate, flashback Storm the Festival, Oath of Nissa, and Wolfwillow, I guess. Or just another, yeah, Wolfwillow, sure. So this goes here, Legend Rule, Karn, play Karn, minus, grab Ancestral Statue. Is this, okay, I can attack with that. So minus here to untap Nykthos, then activate Nykthos. Then this is out of activation, so then we play Statue, trigger this, resolve, bounce this back to our hand, replay it, untap Lair, activate Karn, get Godfair Statue to just absolutely make sure they can't interact with us. And then can this be activated again? It can. All right, so activate Nykthos, animate the Lair, go to combat. Bamf beat Quintorius because they didn't have it on curve. All right, 3-2. Man, those Amalia and especially the Lotus game was just friggin' miserable. I'm kind of burnt out at this point. So I'm still not 100% certain that statue is necessary, but Transmogrifying Wand feels like the worst of the sideboard cards to me. And I don't particularly feel like I need to play more copies of like Damping Sphere, Stonebrain, whatnot. Just like the Discover decks have not been as prevalent as I thought they might be. So for now, I'm just going to keep running the same version of this.